Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Not much. What's up with you?
Yeah. You know you got like 11 p.m. Pacific time, right?
Get out of here.
I mean, on the the link you sent out.
You say Pacific?
Says time January 22nd. Hey, 2022, 11 p.m. Pacific time.
Oh, it's supposed to be Easter.
I don't know if that got anything to do with me. I mean, they're not going to stop you or nothing, but I was just saying, if it might confuse anybody. I mean, because then you'd be like, damn, hold up, that means it's 2 a.m. here, no. Yeah, 2 a.m.
That's the Pacific time is 2 a.m. or 11 p.m. Well, no,
11 p.m. Pacific time is 2 a.m. Eastern time.
Oh shit! So I hope nobody don't think it's going to be that late.
I mean, that's what I was saying. Like, okay, but it's all good. I mean, cause just I got my thing just sitting there, and somebody chime in.
Oh, you already in already?
No. Huh?
You already in?
Yeah, I just got my other phone sitting there. Cause you ain't on there. I just see your background.
Hold on.
And
Michael joined. Okay. Mike. Let's see. Okay, so you ran Starwalker. Oh, y'all just don't got your Michael. Mike, can he hear me?
you got some big ass star earrings on too.
You know, because I gotta rep myself, Star. Why you got your camera off though?
I'm about to I'll turn it back on in a second. I'm just
wait, I can't hold on, I can't hear nobody. Why I can't hear y'all on the Zoom?
You can see somebody, but you can't hear them.
I can't even see y'all. I guess y'all got your camera off.
Oh, see. Let's see here.
Yo.
See?
Okay, I see. Mike, what up?
Ain't nothing, ready for the day, ready to lift.
Yeah.
Ready to get it in for the rest of the crew to come in.
Huh?
So yeah, ready for the rest of the crew to come in so we can listen. I'm ready to listen.
Mm-hmm.
Ready to feed that thirst.
Yeah. Said I got these big ass star earrings.
Yeah. I mean, but they understated. I just noticed them because I noticed shit. I mean, they're not like, they're understated, like, understated on the way you got your hair, you know what I'm saying? So it's not like too much. You don't look like a Star Keisha or Star Bisha or nothing, you know what I'm saying? Yo, real life, I had an Uber rider back a couple years ago. Mm-hmm. Yo, live, no lie. Mm-hmm. Her name was Star Bisha.
Get out of here. Star Bisha?
I'm fucking not. Look her up on Facebook. Look up Starbisha.
Starbisha.
See what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, I've never, ever could come close to that shit. Rearranged my brain synapse when I read that name. I said, God damn.
Starbisha. What was her mom thinking about naming her Starbisha?
I would really like to know.
Oh my
But you
God.
can look up on Facebook. You probably, because I think 2 people with that name come up.
Starbisha.
I'm like, how?
That's a shame. I feel bad. I mean, like for somebody to name their child Starbisha, that's horrible.
I mean, Bonquisha is okay because kind of Shanae, something like crochet or sequacia and equate, whatever. But damn, it's something about Bonquisha. It's just like, oh, it's like it hit hard. It hit hard, yo. I was like, damn. Had a name Star in it. I heard Starlet. I heard
Starkia is not as bad as Starbisha.
right.
Starkeisha's ghetto. Starkia. If you want to take it back to like the 80s, 90s, I don't think it's that bad. Starkia.
Starbisha. Like, anytime I tell anybody that, they say the same thing. Like, what? Hold up, huh? They always gotta say it themselves. I was like, what? Starbisha. Like, are you sure? It's like, yo, I seen that shit, man. Oh, I was like, wow. I mean, it's like, to me, at the same time, it's funny as hell. It's cool. It's whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, yikes, though. Still. And she didn't look like that would be her name, though. Starbisha sound like some big girl.
Aaliyah.
Hi,
Hey girl.
how you doing?
Fine, we just waiting for some more people to come in.
Okay, I'm gonna be listening. I
All
just
right.
came back from the emergency room. I got a bad case of bronchitis, so
Oh gosh.
yeah.
Oh.
Nakia, do you know they asked me? They said, "Hey, do you want an ibuprofen just for the pain, or do you want an injection? We have an injection." An anti-inflammatory. I said, oh no. My sister said I'm crazy, but ain't no way in the world. They want to give me a shot of ibuprofen.
But bronchitis, why didn't give you antibiotic?
Yeah, I got the antibiotic, but they asked me just for the pain because my back is hurting.
Oh, okay.
Do I want a shot? I said, no. A shot? I've never been asked that question. Medina, be quiet. They don't. These people got the devil in them. A shot of ibuprofen. You ever had a shot? Stop. I'm on a Zoom call.
You ever had a shot of ibuprofen, Starwalker? He said, look, hell no.
I don't think so. I never asked that. People be giving you the COVID vaccine.
That's you. Oh, yup.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't trust them.
Shot? Just give me the ibuprofen. It started making me think I shouldn't even take the ibuprofen.
It works faster. That's all it is.
Do you hear this defensive for them?
No, because I know what he's talking about.
All right, I'm gonna put you on mute. I'm just waiting.
All right.
Okay.
Adducts clean.
Yeah, she need her intake cleaned out. Like, people got central air, or it's either central air, or she need a air filter for her house. That's what causes asthma bronchitis. That's it. It ain't nothing more.
Mhm. 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 Okay. I'm waiting for some more to chime in. No, I was off. I was chilling today. Reading a little bit, you know. Mhm. Huh? Mhm. I have so many damn books in here, yo, it's ridiculous. I just be sometimes like, okay, should I just read this? Should so much stuff. You know what? I think you said that too. Books become an addiction because it's like you always got, especially Amazon. Amazon, they do something, they mess with your psyche and they give you suggestions of other books, and then you just start buying them. Like, yup, 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 yup. They mess with you. They make you spend that money. Amazon is addictive. It's like a form of it's like a form of witchcraft, huh? Yep, it's like a form of witchcraft that they do on you. Mhm. If you drive their truck and get stuck in the mud, they fire you. But why would they fire you if you can't help? Mhm. Uh, mhm. 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 Mm-hmm.
You still there?
Yeah, we here. We just waiting for more to come in before we start.
Okay.
Yeah, just wait for a few more to come in. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, why did somebody start a group chat? Hold on, let me let them know we in the Zoom.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi.
Who's that? Is that T?
Yeah.
Hey, girl. We just waiting for more to come in, and we're gonna start.
Okay.
So a couple more minutes. I guess we'll wait a couple more minutes.
Okay. I'm glad I was up.
Uh-huh. Wait for the others to come in.
Okay.
How you been?
It's getting better.
Okay.
This month was kind of rough, but you know, like I said, it's getting better because I'm like reconnecting with people that I haven't talked to in a long time and stuff like that. And so, and I'm trying to do more spiritual work to kind of keep my, mental on a positive tip because last couple years has just been rough. So, but it's getting better though. How have you been?
I've been Maintaining. That's all. Maintaining, keeping my head, keeping myself level on this third dimensional hell room. That's all I do. Balancing these emotions. What'd you say, Starwalker?
It'd be good to just connecting with people. Just
the whole group. So I don't know.
Huh?
Wait, yeah, I put it in a group.
Yeah, I said it'd be good connecting with other people, on and getting tips on how to maintain while we in this dimension, So
yeah, this thing can get depressing if you gotta keep these emotions together.
Well, yeah.
It can.
That's why like I try to like stay off social media and I'm not really watching the news and all that other kind of stuff. If I was participating in it, I'd probably be more depressed. But yeah, I purposely like keep myself away from things. So I, to keep myself on a whole nother vibration,
Yeah, that's why I took my page down for a minute.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I took my page. Yeah, I don't want. And then they coming at me through Messenger. Why y'all looking for me on Messenger? Leave me alone.
Oh, it's people that's looking for you?
Yeah, they coming on Messenger like I can't find your page. Why I can't see your page? I'm like, shit. Is y'all really like typing my name in Messenger?
Yeah.
Yeah, shit's crazy.
Who's doing it? That's weird.
No, it's people that was my friends on the page.
Oh, okay. They was trying to look for you. Okay.
Yeah, I guess because they didn't see my page up, so they looking for me through Messenger. And I'm like, I took my page down. They're like, oh wow.
What's happening?
Huh?
What's going on? And who else up in here? Oh, okay, I can see it. Yeah.
You.
Hello.
Hey. What's going on?
Nothing much.
Okay. All right. We'll see who else is coming up in here.
We're gonna wait a few more minutes. Where's Neutral? Did Neutral come in yet?
I don't know.
No.
Let's see.
He said he had the golden ticket. I thought somebody had the golden ticket would have been here a half hour early since he got the golden ticket. Oh God.
I was about to.
We be on Black people time. You know how we do.
Yeah.
Look, we gonna be laid out on funeral. And I've been waiting for a half hour. I don't know where she at. She ain't up yet. The fuck? Color people time.
Yeah, I caught me on a good time because I was like, I normally be when y'all go on live, I be asleep.
Well, hey, Q, why Vernon said, start, you better take you a nice nap because you know you ain't gonna even last the first half hour.
Yeah, I took me a nap too. I'm still kind of like sleepy though.
Vernon said, I don't even know why you talking to me. You need to go ahead and take you a nap. Because you know.
No, like when I saw y'all posted it, I was like, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna go to sleep a little early and then wake up so I can be able to get on live. Other than that, I would have been asleep.
I'd be Star be asleep.
Yeah, I'll be knocked out.
For real?
I'll be knocked out.
Okay, I'm not the only one.
I'm up though.
But she get on though.
And I ain't even take no nap today. I got up like 7 a.m, so I ain't even take no nap.
Yeah.
I should at least take about an hour.
Is this some kind of special portal that was going on yesterday with the 1/22/2022? Did y'all feel that is something like energy wise?
With the numbers, 122. Did you feel something with the energy?
Today is the 22nd.
What it was like
the
yesterday.
energy was off today. The energy was off with it's like It was off today.
Mhm.
You didn't feel it, Q?
Shit. I just, I was trying some
Yeah, the
shit.
energy, yeah, something. Yeah, the energy was. It was off. Wasn't it, Starwalker? I said, wasn't the energy off today?
It was some weird shit.
You said,
Yeah.
what's going on? He said the energy be off every damn day.
Shit. Not my realm.
Crystal said he coming in, give him a minute. Where's Vernon ass? Vernon used to be the verse one.
Is that the person that be posting all that funny stuff?
Yeah,
Vernon?
buddy.
Yeah.
He had me cracking up with this. I was like, what's all this stuff?
His ass is crazy.
Mm-hmm. Maurice had came in. He had, as soon as I posted, he came in like 3 hours in advance. I said, "Damn, you in there quick?" He said, "I'll just come on time." I said, "No, that's specifically on time. That's way before." I always come on time. I said, "Look, you gonna get a seat because this is Zoom, so you gonna get in. Don't even worry.
Ain't no excuse.
There ain't no excuse." He was the first one. I said, "You know damn well we ain't starting this shit at no 8.
Oh, that's too early.
Uh-huh. It definitely is.
Shit, I'm still in my nap.
Mm-hmm. So Kachi and Crystal said they coming after you get off the phone. So I should just wait and put it for 12.
I was trying to finish watching this. I was studying, man. I've been bull driving for like 2 months, like with the group, and I'm serious. I got to get my ass back to work.
Really?
And so I done paid for a gang of classes to take, you know what I'm saying, for the next semesters. I ain't been doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta get
What do
back.
you go to school for? What you go to school for?
I'm a holistic practitioner.
Okay. So you taking some extra classes?
Yeah, I'm doing some hand and foot and mouth disease type of shit and all kinds of other.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
The rest of the shit is already, I have been looking for a building, and I actually wanted to stay within my own neighborhood, but it's kind of like we've been getting, gentrified. And,
Mm-hmm.
that's not the point. The point being is I network with a lot of our Black community. And some of them, they be saying, yeah, I got this and I got that. And y'all let me know if this and this. And then when you call upon them, they feel do a nigga business. You're like, damn.
Yeah, no business like whole business.
Well, that would sound great if I was a hoe, but that ain't the case. So I want to be some real motherfucking business. Don't fucking play with me and my money. I ain't gonna play with you and yours.
Right. So do you what kind of what kind of specialties do you have in your office? You said you do like health or consultations or
I do a lot. I do mostly everything when it comes to any alternative care. You want to do any statics, if you want to do any drainage. Hold up, you guys, somebody's calling.
shit, what state y'all in?
I'm in Jersey.
Oh, I'm in St. Louis.
So you in St. Louis? Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's not that.
You was born and raised? That's your hometown?
Yeah. Yep, hometown.
Oh, okay.
I get sick of it.
You sick of it?
Yeah.
Uh,
But it's kind of a good thing, you know, because you know, as far as like the restrictions and stuff like that, you know, like certain things like that's not opening, you know, where my family, because I got some family in California, California and now Washington State and Alabama, so Texas. Yeah, but I'm pretty much, it's just me here. That's it. Everybody else is left. How's it up in Jersey?
I can't stand up here. I actually love North Carolina.
That's where you from?
No, I'm from Jersey, but I went to college in North Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah, this college called Johnson C. Smith in Charlotte.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that where you going to school now?
I go to the school called Rider University.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, but my family on my dad's side is from North Carolina.
Okay. So, what part of North Carolina?
They from this little small town called Columbia. It's like by the beach. It's like by like Nags Head, Manio, like the beach area.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they from different parts. So they're from Columbia, Edenton, Crestwell, like different parts. Like they kind of spread out. But that's on my dad's side. On my mom's side is Georgia. So that's how I learned about the HBCUs out there, because my last 2 years in high school, I stayed with my grandmother. So I applied to all these Black schools, and that was the first one that accepted me. I went and I had a ball.
Yeah.
Ain't like an HBCU, man. I'm trying to tell you, people don't know what they missing.
That's where I should have went the first time.
Speakers tonight, Starwalker, he went to Central.
Oh, really?
The HBCU experience, Starwalker. Hello?
I don't hear nobody else on here. Yeah, I should. I said I don't think I hear anybody else.
He's on. We just waiting.
Okay.
We about to start in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I didn't. That's what I should have went to the first time. I got myself in trouble accepting money from a school I didn't really know anything about, and I get there and it's like Hickville, and it's all racist.
Oh, really? Oh,
wow. Yeah, and they didn't really like the fact that my hair was like, at the time I had this huge afro, and they was complaining about that, and and when I was up there at school talking about all kinds.
What was the name of the school you went to?
I went to Eastern Illinois University, and they offered me a journalism scholarship. And so that was it was the first school that offered me some money, so that I went there. But the only reason they recruited me is because like the Black students on campus was like boycotting them, because it wasn't any Black like writers. So that's why they recruited me. But I didn't find out until after I accepted the scholarship, and it was a whole ordeal. So now I'm trying to work on getting my transcripts and stuff back, so I could go ahead and finish school and do something else. So that's my goal by the end of this year, is to get back into school. Right now I'm I was doing massage therapy. I still do that part-time, but I gotta, just a regular gig. I hear somebody talking.
Yeah, he about to start. They ain't come in by now. That's
Hold on. Let me see. I'm looking.
Ooh.
What I do with my charger? Huh?
Okay.
So y'all, do y'all understand the title of what what he's gonna be discussing?
Where's that at?
The mystic, is mystic or magician, ceremonial magic.
Oh, okay.
Y'all have,
Yeah.
so he's gonna, that's
Yep.
basically, he's gonna like touch on that, and then, I guess we'll be, however he wants to do, if he wants to freehand it afterwards, but he's gonna touch on that. For those that
Okay.
really, want a more of an understanding of how magic works, how ceremonial magic works, group magic, magic sent to the astral realm, things of that sort. We pretty much got somewhat of an understanding, but he's going to kind of break it down and go a little bit deeper with it.
I'll let you know. I'm about to plug into the.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm about to plug into the Zoom.
Go ahead.
We hear you on the Zoom.
Check one. Let's see. I can't hear anybody. Let's see. Hey, say something.
Hey.
Oh, okay.
You hear us? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna cut you off my regular phone. All right.
Star, you were saying something, but I wasn't plugged in yet. So what were you saying before I plugged in?
I was asking him, did he understand the title of the topic? Mystic or magic, ceremonial magic.
He's asking, does anyone understand?
Did they understand the topic of the discussion tonight?
And peace, everybody. Did anyone respond, or did anyone respond before I got on, or that was it?
Can anybody hear us?
No. I hear you. I just
Yes.
came back. What was the question?
He wanted to know. He wanted to know if anybody responded. No, but nobody didn't respond.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure because I didn't know if somebody was speaking other than you. Yeah, it's all good. So basically, so Star wanted to bring a couple of particular she was having a conversation and she thought it would be a great idea to discuss certain things that I'm just versed in bringing up. I'm what you call one of my roles is like an adjuster in many areas, to look and see what's missing, to be able to locate what is not being said or what is not being done. That's what's been like one of my life roles in all areas. No matter what the school, the institution, the topic, it's just I guess it's one of my gifts. And so one of the things that that's been happening is in all topics of spirituality and life and anything metaphysical, there always are attempts to keep us off balance and going in directions that are usually harmful to us, or skipping or omitting or putting bells and whistles and lights on certain things that make people go for it, while many people don't go for what's necessary. And it's that one thing is in all things. People give it different names, but let me give you an example real quick. When The Secret came out, they had the law of attraction. And since we get into metaphysics, and we're going to talk about attraction, we have to be specific because metaphysics is science, technology, exact mathematical equations. It's not about what you feel in the essence of feeling as in your opinion or emotions. So we talk of, and one thing they say that supports, what's that one thing they say that supports law of attraction? What form of thinking? Positive thinking, right? Positive thinking. But that can't be correct. Attraction can't be positive because when you're dealing in the science of what's positive, that's a polarity. And we talking about hermetical law, and we talking about the 7 hermetic principles, laws that govern the universe. So positive is a polarity. It doesn't mean the positive polarity does what? Pushes. You know what I mean? While the negative polarity pulls. So if you're gonna get into a topic of metaphysics and start talking about something as a secret, and you present the law of attraction, and that's it, you throwing people off because what's the opposite of attraction? What is it? We are in this dimension where the law of duality is here. We can't escape the law of duality in the sense of that's what's shaping our world, like male, female, left, right, up, down, all those are polarities basically. So you have like the law of attraction, And then they say that has to do with success, like you can make it. But why aren't they mentioning repelling? Because repelling is actually positive. Because no. So pulling in is negative. Repelling is like to push back, that's positive. To push away, to push back is positive. So how you going to call it the law of attraction when positive thinking is repelling? So they start to scramble our brain up through because that came out like in this big book, and it came out, what year did that come out? In early 2000s or something? And I can't remember, but literally, if anybody remember, just chime in, because I'm putting us on a train, but feel free to chime in at any time on the train. You know what I mean? But when they came out,
he had, but it was what you were saying was how they pump that into it to scramble us up, and they used Oprah like a big platform like her to actually push it because she was actually on that show, and that was like I was saying, that shit was confusing to me. They didn't really give you a good explanation of what it was.
Right. And a lot of people bit into law of attraction. I'm telling you, it's so many people that roll on that train, and so during that time, people even take courses to get certified in law of attraction. So anyway, what's the number one thing that we have taught ourselves and teach others, which is our common sense to do in trying to be safe or success, is to do what? Not attract, repel. Like repelling means avoiding. So in martial arts, I mean the code of the warrior is avoid rather than hurt rather than maim rather than kill. When all else fails, it's better to be judged by 12 than buried by 6. So you have the first thing is avoidance. Avoidance, repelling is more so avoiding. You know what I mean? Like just like they say, who you need to stay away from these people. A part of your success is knowing who to stay away from as well. So that's the repelling energy. And then knowing who to pull towards you is attraction, which is a negative polarity, a negative force. See what I'm saying? So so just by presenting something like law of attraction, as in that's success, that's teaching imbalanced thinking, because you're thinking with only one side of a polarity, and that's how nothing works. Our cars don't work that way. Our bodies don't work that way. We all got negative and positive polarities to start a car. The two poles are on the battery. In our bodies, we got the Eta and Pingala channel. One is negative, one is positive. We got left and right of everything on our bodies, which is how things work. So you can never teach, well, not never. We shouldn't teach success as it fits to one particular angle. You know what I mean? Like positive thinking. And then when you get into the metaphysics, positive don't mean good and negative doesn't mean bad. You can't take a noun, or what is it, like a positive and negative is, you can't change the part of speech and then make them be adjectives. That's spellbinding 101, taking the words. Because a lot of our Moorish brothers and sisters talk about that, and people who are in the free world and those like plenipotentiaries. That's why the plenipotentiary actually said no more using the coronavirus. He said it, and that's why they stopped using coronavirus, because it said, it's a form of spell binding, because corona, you can't take that and make that into something that's to be feared and to do what they were doing with it. So you can't take positive and turn it into something that means good, and negative to mean bad. Like you're that's spell binding work, because you're changing the part of speech of the word. So basically that is done in every subject imaginable, where you're only getting one side of the polarity, and they're giving it to you like it's the absolute truth, which is also against Hermetic law, because no truth is absolute. Every truth is but half truth. But everything is given to us in absolute way, that this is the way, this is the only way you do it. This, another subject like that is let's see, another one is just simply um let's think of the topic that we have on the table is, it goes through that same thing, where um the path of the path of the mystic and the path of the magician, um because those are actually um individual universes within themselves, but they can form to make like a dual-sided being, or they can be on their own. But a lot of even those worlds, the path of the mystic sometimes is many times is presented in a lopsided fashion, and the path of the magician is also presented in a lopsided fashion. So the understanding, what we want to understand is and comprehend is, what is the purpose of both of them, and what's the danger? Is there a danger? What is the magician work as opposed to the mystic work? And why are we giving leeway to one and really not giving leeway to the other? Um, so, it's a very dangerous, thing, not knowing the difference of the two. Many people have hurt themselves by not understanding which path to take. The one that often has bells and whistles and lights is going to be the path of the magician. And the one that has the opposite of that is going to be the path of a mystic. And in this world, they want us to gravitate to that which seems to be more young. It's more young, it's more action packed, it's easier to get to. It's, they're careening us into wanting to be magic, get into magic. You hear more people talking about magic more so. We're talking about, and now understand where we are. Let's look at ourselves as overlooking the mass population of all our people, including us, and we're not just dealing with the small population we have here. Let's look at it as, let's look upon the population of the people and know that in the mass population, people are going towards magic. They are gravitating towards magic. Everybody wants to do magic, but they're not saying be a mystic and go the mystical path first, or get into the mystical path and root yourself, and then magic will happen. So, but they have people, if you notice, because honestly, when you're getting into any type of magic, whether it's high magic, low magic, spell work, whatever it is, that it's of the magical path. And you're gonna more so use external tools in order to access, which ain't nothing wrong with that. However, there are a couple of many dangers of choosing choosing the magical path, because one thing that happens in low magic, even low magic, you can cause damage if you're not careful, because you're dealing with more like the lower astral energies and psychic energies, And if you can, like, let's, for instance, you have a spell, you want somebody, let's say you want that lover or someone to do something you want them to do. The danger in casting the spell upon the person, just like not knowing what you're doing, is you're tapping into uh various parts of the nervous system and the psychic system, because those two systems are tied together. You know, if you see the psychic system, it looks just like the nervous system extended outside the body, and it connects to the nervous system. You possibly tapping into that system, plus the subconscious mainframe of that individual. And when you tap into that with, and you don't really know what you're doing all the way with, let's say, a spell binding or whatever, if you want to attract somebody, you cause damage to that person's nervous system without having certain buffers and barriers, because you can cause damage to them and you can cause damage to yourself. The thing is, this has been a observed and documented thing that doesn't get to us. It has been observed, but it's been documented, but it doesn't get to us where we can read about it. We can't read about those effects because they don't even want us to know that. So that's why there's so many spells on the internet, just as if some people warn, some people don't. And if they warn you, they're not going to tell you what I'm telling you. Like, you're tapping into the subconscious mainframes. You're tapping into the emotional bodies and the nervous system. And if you don't know when to cut that spell off, so if it's a love spell and you're trying to draw somebody to you and they definitely wasn't meant to be with you, you're going to have to do more and more and more. It's like applying some type of x-ray energy, and your body ain't meant to take x-rays. You can't have somebody under a love spell but so long, especially if it's against their will, because you're going to mess your nervous system up and theirs. And no one is going to even be able to tell you you messed your nervous system up. That's why people can go crazy trying to get a lover, or that lover can go crazy. You know what I mean? Because you done manipulated literally the biological functions. See, we think that the magic didn't have a biological function. Yeah, it does, because the psychic body and the nervous system is tied together. So when you hit the psychic system, you're hitting the physical body. When you hit the physical body, the nerves, you still hit the psychic system. And so that's what I'm saying by they give us lopsided information. That's one example of like how magic, you're dealing with external functions, and it's a little more dangerous. It's more precarious. Let's say the mystic wanted to do the same thing. If the mystic wanted to attract someone, or somebody they wanted, the mystic, first of all, is learning to utilize their own faculties over time. So, like, you're learning to use, not to say the mystic can't do damage, because it can happen, but if more than likely the true mystical path is there's a transformation going on, and there is you're cleaning out, you're going through an alchemical process to clean out certain things. So will a mystic even want to try to get someone that they really can't get? You know what I mean? Like, in the first place, if that's not the person for you, more than likely the mystic is not going to choose that, because they're weighing certain things on the inside of themselves. But let's just say they try anyway. Uh, they're going to use they're going to use what's on the inside of themselves, their psychic body. They're going to tap into their own manifestation to see if that person is someone they can get. You know what I mean? Like, if it's someone that is compatible to them, and if they're not, they're going to just leave it alone. Now, I know that sounds like an opinion, but it's hard to tell you unless we gather evidence from mystics and magicians. I'm just putting you on the train of thought once again. Nothing I'm saying is absolute and the absolute truth. It's up for discussion. So, but I'm just saying those two things, more so the mystic, because it's a discipline path, it's a path of discipline, is going to understand what free will is. You will learn certain things not to try to overt someone's free will, which is what you will learn if you're doing magic. If you just get into magic without any real training, they'll teach you to overt and to to overt the free will of someone, which is a precarious thing to do. So first of all, so that's what I'm saying. Like those two topics, they go, like, we can go further, but I wanted to, pause before I go any further to see if anyone wanted to comment on anything or ask a question or
Wait, all right, one quick second. Who is Daniel Montgomery? Can somebody speak? Because I know sometimes I think strangers could come into your Zoom. Daniel Montgomery.
You're on mute.
He's on mute. Who's on mute?
He's on mute.
Can you tell me who that is? The name?
It says Daniel Montgomery. Is that Juan?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
All right. I just wanted to
man.
make sure, because sometimes I think anybody, I want to make sure I did the thing where because sometimes the Zoom, anybody could come in, strangers. So okay. All right, cool. So I mean, anybody got any questions? Hey, Miss Pat.
Hey.
He was
What's
talking
going on,
so
y'all?
fast and so
Love.
much. I don't want him to have to go and backtrack.
That's
But
okay.
a lot of that, some of that had to do with some of his, like, well, I don't know why this and this is. Some of it's because they already know. It's just because it falls within the Stockholm syndrome. It falls within the Stockholm syndrome. So when a person is violating someone, whether they think that they're violating someone's free will or what have you, when it comes to energetically or what have you, in any aspect, they know that energy can be susceptible to be like, oh no, I just want to still continue to get done this kind of way, when it really wasn't right. But I don't want to, I didn't want you to have to go all the way back, but I get it. I heard, what I'm saying?
Well, I'm gonna repeat. I'm kind of circle back to repeat where we coming from as we spiral up or spiral forward, because it was talking mainly the root of the topic as well. That's underneath the topic itself is how things are presented in a lopsided fashion. Like you get ham, you get like peanut butter, no jelly. You get, chips, no water. You know what I mean? You getting everything is always presented with a polarity missing. You get the law of attraction, but not the law of repulsion. You get thinking positive, but what about thinking negative? Oh, because they have us thinking positive is good, negative is bad. That light is good, dark is bad. You see, and everything is presented to us. And I was plugging it into the mystic and the magician, but we're gonna come back into it. Come circle back again, because another thing you notice on social media, they're engineering that all the time. Is they'll present something and say, which they'll do it in quads. They'll have like 4 comedians and say one have to go, or they'll say, like, choose, is it the 80s or the 90s? You know what I mean? They're always conditioning people to do this or that. Is it flat earth or is it round earth? It's always that tussle to lead people in one. That's why the Buddha talk about the middle path, because the middle path is getting you alchemically set up to balance polarities, to balance be neutral, to learn how to be neutral. That's what Tai Chi is, learning neutrality, or, a lot of the arts really teach you neutrality. So I'm saying when it comes to anything, it's the same trick in all things, to give it out of balance. And so people take things extreme. It's easy to take things extreme. So, and when it came to the topic of the magician, the magic, all right, let's go a little further into that, how the magician path or magic is always presented to people before mystical and mystic is presented to people. They present you one and not really the other. They want you to gravitate towards magic because you're gonna mess around. Most people will hurt themselves and not know. So what's one way that another way that happens is when people start, you start contacting the other world while you awake, whether you're contacting spirits and other entities. It's not that you shouldn't, but let's look at what's happening. And that's because that's what happens on the path of the magician, the magical path. That's how is that happening in that world? Because it happens in the mystical world, but let's look at how it happens in the magician. And many people will access those worlds without proper training. When you take that veil and lessen that veil by a ritual to open the veil up, you're exposing your physical body to a similar force, like X-rays, when you go into, like, it's like a radiation. Now, one time crossing it, okay, it's fine. And we're talking about, once again, we're talking about the population overall, what people are gravitating to, what I've seen over the years. And if, I'm sure, I'm not going to assume, but if you've seen something different, I mean, like I say, chime in, but this is from my observation, is that when you are, that veil is thinning, the world that's made up of the other substance, our bodies are in all the human bodies that we exist in are in one of the lowest states that can that can happen. We're in a fallen state. We're in a state of darkness. That's why we need external lights. We have to understand that this body is not a glorified body. So when you push open that veil through whatever ritual, first of all, you're going to feel some power when you cross over into that. So it's going to lead, one thing it's going to lead to is wanting to do it again. You're going to want to do it again because you're going to be like, oh my God. You're going to have, it's not going to be a light experience the more you do it. And so basically you're making a parallel, you're making a parallel jump with your physical body. It's like sticking your hand through some radiation. And then if you open up the whole room with the ritual, that radiation coming into the room. So now what's the evidence of that? Think about all the garbs and the relics that you might see the sorcerers, magicians, they're wearing. And some priests and priestesses, they're wearing this stuff to protect their physical body. Because, and then we're talking about electromagnetic frequencies. And our bodies are made of all of that. Our bodies are made of all types of sensitive materials. And the veil was put there not to keep us from the spiritual world. It was helped to protect people from that force that can disrupt your system. Now, so I don't know if anybody ever, I'm sure people have tapped in before. Let's say while you're in your physical waking body, you tap in that form of way. I can't imagine no one saying they didn't feel anything. They didn't feel any rush. They didn't feel some a great form of energy in one way or another rush through their body, or make the hair stand up on their head, or give them chills, or extreme what felt like power. You know, especially if you contact the entity or any spirit or any even ancestors. If you feel this sense of power, but and that power is something that eventually, if you if at another stage, I could prove this to you. I'm not going to prove it now. I'm just going to ask you to observe and observe from what's being said. Like, go and think and observe in the world. If you know something now, definitely chime in. But I'm just going to tell you right now to observe it, because the psychosis that can come along with that, once again, is not being talked about. All right. When you go in certain mystical schools and esoteric schools, they'll tell you straight out. I sat with a real, the real guru, you know what I mean? Like, Sunyata Saraswati, you know what I mean? Like, and he told us flat out, and many times to be watching, you got to watch out, because, like, for instance, one way people end up in the loony bin, or they end up with psychosis, they end up like not being, being power hungry, or they end up with nervous system problems. They end up with I have someone, I don't know if they would want to give their account, but he saved his life going down the mystical path right in time, because him and his people were in the Hermetic order, the golden, well, I ain't gonna say it's that order, but they were in a magical order of ceremonial magic. And this brother joined the martial arts school just in time and got into the yogic stuff to save his life. Literally, where everybody that he was with in that world, they went into that world with no training, we talking about, you got to have years of training on your physical body to be able to withstand those forces, without them forces because they'll make you, that's why you will see the certain classical looks of where someone looks old and drained. You know what I mean? Like the symbolism of that witch or practitioner that looks old and really drained, that is the result of reaching in to the veil over and over and over and over and over and over and over. That's one of the results of it. I'm not saying that shouldn't happen, because that's their path and that's what's supposed to happen, but that's one of the symbolisms of that. But this brother, he was like, him and the rest of them, he the only one made it out with his sanity, as the rest of them lost everything. They weren't doing any dark, nothing malevolent. They was doing like real magical rituals, but this not documented. You know what I'm saying? And it's a lot of people that that you've seen out in this world that has went down that path. It's just that you don't know they did it. You don't know. Sometimes you don't know what they did. I mean, as some of you out here, if you've been dealing with magic, you have experienced problems somewhere. It's just that, is somebody around to let you know that you're experiencing some issue? You know what I mean? That's the thing. It's unobservable. It's been unobserved for so long. That's why I said I'm an adjuster, because I've trained to help people see stuff that's gone unseen. You know, and if you don't remember, just look and observe what we're talking about. So we're talking about those who get on the magical path and dealing with magical rituals, whether it's low magic, whether it's like just trying to, utilize sigils and tools and rituals only, and they're trying to open up gateways or whatever. That path can go as deep as ceremonial magic, where you're in groups, and those groups can be very dangerous. if you don't know if you don't have the training of the physical body, meaning there will be years of training for the physical body to get ready to do that. So, but let's say that's what they're doing in that world. That's one of the things that happen. And another thing that happens that they try to give us to be like a magical pill is saying something like, do this to open up your third eye, or open up your heart chakra, or let's open up that crown. You know what I'm saying? Oh, don't stay in the root chakra. Don't stay in the sexual chakra. You know, that's you all in the root chakra. Once you come up to the heart and the third eye, okay, open those up. I'm gonna tell y'all what, open it up you want to. Open it up too soon you want to, you're not gonna like what's gonna happen. If you open it up is one of the craziest things that they could ever gave us, because you don't supposed to open those gateways without going through processes. And so that's what happens in the magical world, though. When you go on the magical path, that's what ends up happening. You will have different gateways that will be opened up. Like, don't try to jumpstart your Kundalini unless you want to have a hell of an experience. And I mean, I ain't talking about being scared. I'm talking about you might go to the loony bin. You can't turn that fire off. That shit will burn your ass. It will burn your body. You will not be able to sleep. There are actually people giving accounts to it. So you don't jumpstart and raise your Kundalini. Because that's the magical path. The mystical path teaches how to naturally, you do certain things, and the end result would be your Kundalini gradually opening. The end result will be your chakras naturally will open in due time. It's not being forced. You know what I mean? It's like in the magical world, I'm not telling people not to do it, but without the training, you will have all these things that could occur to you that really could cause you a detriment. You know what I mean? Like, because even if you with a group and training and they not taking you through and checking to make sure your body is prepared, inadvertent things can happen. Like if your third eye just pops open a certain way before you was ready, before it was clean, before you had certain fears out of you, just imagine like your crown, if you blow your top and your crown opens up but your energies wasn't clean and clear and you had still a lot of fears, all that stuff is going to follow you to them dimensions. Like you're going to that's what happens to the people who are in crazy houses, or I ain't gonna call them crazy houses, institutions. Hell, my mom was in one, I had a lot of people was in that stuff. In it, through trauma, they have their chakras open through trauma. Or some people do, magic, or some people got curses put on them. But what it does, people don't understand, if you want to put a curse on somebody, you can mess with one of the chakras, put it like that. I'm gonna just say that much. You know what I mean? Opening up somebody's chakra can curse them. You know what I mean? Like, open up your own chakra can curse you. It can, because those vortices are not even the cause. Those are results. There's something else that's causing those. And so the point is imbalance. Things being taught in balance, certain paths are naturally out of balance. So, as well as if you want to look at chakras as an example of how everybody expects you to be in the higher chakras and not the lower chakras. Like being in the root is undesirable to our people. You know what I mean? Stay in your heart. Man, that's all bullshit. Because your root, if your root needs to be together, point blank, period. That person that experienced sexual trauma, if anybody experienced sexual trauma, their root is all messed up. That's why if you go check out any homeless people, whether they're on drugs or homeless, if you know them or don't know them, one thing for sure is they have sexual trauma from somewhere, whether it's a long time ago or our sisters out here in the street, they being exploited. You know what I mean?
Trauma. Yeah, it's trauma bonding.
Yeah. And so that root chakra is out of whack. You know what I mean? The sexual chakra, it's not about uh like one of the places you do want to visit is making sure your root is strong. So making sure it's strong, you don't open it, you just make sure it's strengthened. You can have yourself cleaned various ways. But being in the root is no, because the root is your foundation, your food, clothing, and shelter. It's a form of your base. So we shouldn't look at it as stay out your root chakra. You know what I mean? Or stay out your sexual chakra, stay out your chakra, the place of will, the manipura, or and only stay in the heart. You that's not the point. But you notice how that is what's pushed all the time. Be in your higher chakras. That's not how we that's not the way to think about it. You think about what the function of all of them are, and we have to strengthen them, but not open them. When they say I want to open it up, nope. Open it up. All I'm gonna say is you can just to give y'all the game, in order to clean the chakras, you clean the spinal channel. You clean it's a channel that runs in front of the spine, that when that channel is clean, the chakras naturally will clean themselves because they're pulling from the reservoir. They're pulling from the spinal reservoir, and some of the and the endocrine glands are somewhat connected to that. So you know how people spend time cleaning the chakras? They try to clean them. They're going to get right back. That the river, which is the spinal channel, it's a channel right in front of the spine. It can be cleaned out with an easy sound current, for instance. So instead of giving us the sound current, they want to give us clean out each chakra. Like go to each chakra, have them clean. No, don't. You don't need to do that. But nowhere is teaching how to clean the spinal channel in order for the chakras to be clean. Everybody's teaching, most of these places, and the common thought is to teach the chakras from they're the cause, but no, they're the result. Like I say, they're the result of something else, not the cause. So you don't start with them. And I'm saying they're teaching everything backwards and lopsided. And the goal tonight is just to give a piece of that thought form of how to of bringing everybody awareness to these lopsided views and these unbalanced concepts. And quite frankly, she just thought it was a good idea once again to talk about the magician and the ceremonial magic. We're not going deep into it, but I'm gonna go a little bit further on the mystical side in a second, because we visited a little bit on the ceremonial side. Now, if y'all ever, I don't know if you ever notice anybody who deals a lot of magic, when they get older, and it's like they're a little senile and a little crazy, so to speak, or they're not quite balanced in the mind. I've come across many people who are in various religions or ATRs or various things. And what happened is, it's not that they're not good at what they do. It's just that I've seen people struggle with trying to be in this world and directly touch that veil, beyond that veil, like over and over and over, to try to keep touching that veil through the ceremonial way, through the magical way. All I can say is go observe and watch from this day forth. Like you will see it. You will, because we just have, like, we was taught not to see it. Like they will be like sometimes not able to remember certain things, or they might be a little hostile, or it's all types of ways that it will manifest. And once again, a person can have psychological issues that will come up because once again, their nervous system is cannot handle reaching through the veil over and over again, reaching through that veil over and over with your physical body without the right training. You going through one world into another. Our bodies were not designed to do that. So hence, but there is a way to do it. But once again, let's go to the mystic side real quick to show where the mystic path leads to. So like the mystic path would be the it's not that I'm preferring one over the other. It's just this is just the truth from where I've seen it. You can observe it for yourself if you want, but so the mystic, first of all, goes through processes to elevate their own abilities, which martial arts, internal martial arts, is the closest thing to what the mystic path looks like. But that doesn't mean a martial artist is a mystic. We're talking about the martial artists who deal with chi development or any of the jing development in any of internal martial arts. So internal martial arts, whether it's Tai Chi, Bagua, whether it's Luhu Ba Fa, whether it's Pensat Salat, any internal martial arts, Shingi, which is the 5 elements, any of that stuff, what happens is a person is embodying totally all the forces. So they embody instead of putting something in between them and the force, they embody the whole force. So that's why you will see a martial artist get what you call, they'll get like what looks like superpowers. The monks, the Tibetan monk, the Shaolin monks, and various people, the karate, because they deal with a form of chi as well. So they get these direct powers that are unprecedented, and they are not, it's no dispute that they become different. And literally, because they're embodying the energy first and then touching the veil. Because when you're dealing with, let's say, when you get ready to tap into something to do a feat in martial arts, or you see a martial arts master get ready to do something in particular, they're going to breach that veil, but their chi has developed their body in such a way that they can break through that without a problem. They can anybody that let's say you've seen a lot of martial arts movies, and a lot of those movies are very real with some of the things that you might see happen that seems superhuman. But it directly, like when you pulling in chi, which is something invisible force, it directly affects your body. When you are, let's say, hold on a second, somebody has something playing in the background. It's like it says something like scraps on the street. It's a distraction, so you know what I'm saying? Like, what is that? Okay, it's gone now. All right, so check it. The I'm just using the martial arts as martial artist or yogi as an example of someone who's, the difference is they're going to access the forces, but they're utilizing what's on a development of what's on the inside of them, because everything on the outside is on the inside. So they might start, as you can imagine, through disciplines, body disciplines, breathing disciplines, meditations, um, and a lot of those disciplines are natural alchemy. They take you through the 7 stages of alchemy naturally. They can, if it's internal, if it's, now, like I said, we're not talking about just MMA martial arts. We're talking about the development of chi, and anybody dealing with yoga or any internal system, or it can be like the Rosicrucian systems, or a lot of those systems have step-by-step processes what allows you to go through the alchemical process. That's the actual would be the path of the mystic, is they're taking their bodies through that over a course of years. It doesn't take, 30, 40, 50 years. You know what I mean? You can go through these processes depending on you at different rates, and you can go through the cycles at different times. But what you'll be doing is harnessing these forces internally, and you'll be internally exposing yourself. So like when you drawing in air, for instance, you drawing in prana, if you're doing exercises drawing in air, that energy that is on the other side, so to speak, there's a veil, and then there's two worlds, right? They meet at the veil. When you drawing in prana and you drawing in that energy, and you're actually drawing in that force into your body, into your lungs, and it's going to transfer into your body. So, for instance, if you reach into that world and try to touch it, you don't supposed to reach your body. Your body does not supposed to be exposed, but you can inhale the particles. You can inhale that energy into your body. When somebody does Tai Chi and they're moving like this, or they're actually, you're capturing parts of that energy that's scattered everywhere. You can't just move like that. You just can't move, because it's like trying to capture water. And when you're in that flow like nature over and over again, you're bathing yourself in that substance. See, so like two things. The magician will bring open that energy that chi brings. They'll breach the actual the veil, and then they'll pull in whatever they need to pull in directly to their body. And they just do it, through whatever incantation or whatever. But the thing is, their body, they don't know to move their body like this when it's time. Like when you go beyond that veil, you have to flow with it. That's one thing you have to do, for instance. So when that energy comes and you don't flow with it, it's like it's hitting you. It's constantly hitting you, hitting your nervous system. So it's kind of, I haven't really had to explain to this level, but when you're in Tai Chi as the mystic and you're moving, it's like you're moving through water, because that's what the substance of that other world is like. That's why you will see, you see all that flowery stuff. It's not flowery. They're capturing energy. When they're trying to capture it, and you got to draw your body a certain way, or else you're not gonna be able to capture the energy. And as you're using your breath, you bringing the energy in through various channels. This is the path of the mystic, by the way. You're actually doing all these various things, learning how to breathe through your crown, breathe through your channels. Like you're turning your body into a vehicle. You're turning on all your vehicles as a mystic, not to do anything other than really self-master yourself and evolve. And if your mission is become a healer, or you know what I mean, to teach other people, and that's really the point of it. And everything else, the power comes just as a result. But you're in the path of the mystic, you're actually becoming the altar, you're becoming that world. You're going to be able to capture the world inside of you. So let's just say that world that the magician externally accessed to break the veil, you actually will soon become the embodiment of that, where breaking the veil is internal, and you don't have to break a veil because it's internal. You literally internalize that external function. So you become the magic yourself, because you have exercised various parts of your meridians, your channels. You're breathing through your skin, you're breathing through the soles of your feet, you harnessing the energy of fire, water, air. And like, so the magician might bring forth those elements, right, with a wand and certain things externally. Well, the mystic is going to bring that stuff internally, because they have become fire, water, air, earth. metal, they are accessing their, because their organs, let's say, are tapped into different elements. So wood is your liver. So or your spleen, you know, you got water as your kidneys, you got metal from the lungs, fire from the heart. I mean, earth energy is from your spleen. So let's just say you want to access, like, so let's say the magician, which is a lot of titles for the magician, they want to access the earth energies or metal. They have to utilize external functions to access the metal force, the metal energy, where the mystic, through the training, understanding a particular breath function and the function that the lungs are metal, they would tap into the lung meridian in their lungs themselves, because the lung is tied to metal. So they're internalizing they have learned to naturally internalize the force of metal or the force of wood. You know what I mean? Like, or the force of fire from the heart. You don't have to, let me give y'all an example of one time that I was working on my car, you know what I'm saying? And like it was like maybe 4 years ago, and I could not get an axle off. I could not figure out how to get this axle on or off. I couldn't remember. But all I know is in in the five elements called Xingyi, you know, you deal with you split metal, you pound wood, you drill water, you split earth. I mean, you cross earth and you explode fire. So I remember, because it's all mind intent. It's called Xingyi, mind intent. You embody the force, but then your mind intent turns it into, it externalizes it for you. So like I was wrestling with this metal, and that's all I thought was split metal. Like in Xingyi, it looks like you come up and you split metal, right? It's a form. You can look at it on YouTube. Xingyi, XINGYI. It's called. Look it up, and when you see it, it's really simple to utilize mind intent with the elements. It is not complicated. Matter of fact, nothing I'm telling y'all is really complicated. I'm just kind of running through it. And if it sounds complicated, that's the only reason it does, because I'm running through it. But if we sat down each one of them things, everybody in here can do mind intent boxing Xingyi. Real, like in like about an hour, you'll be able to at least harness what it really is all about. But anyway, I couldn't get the metal to cooperate. So I bonded with it by just thinking the motion that we do all the time in Xingyi. You come up and you split. So I just kept thinking that. I wasn't doing it. I just kept thinking split metal, split metal. And next thing you know, I don't know how the part either just popped off, no problem. You know what I mean? Like, it's not an issue. I had been wrestling with that thing. I don't even remember what I did right or wrong, other than just split metal and bond with the metal. You know what I'm saying? So, when you're, I, another thing is like, let's say let's talk about spirit, communicating with spirits, how the magician does it, and how the mystic, and why, you might want to just evaluate all of it, not choose one or the other. But it's just my experience personally that I'm telling you. So when you like, it's okay. So when you like, let's say you want to contact ancestors, and you have two ways you can do that: externally or internally, or you can do a combination of both. Now, frankly speaking, now once again, we talking about the mass populace. We talking about all our peoples. We talking about us too in the mass populace. I'm talking about myself. How when I first was introduced to anything about ancestry, and the majority that are introduced to it, we're introduced to it once again from a lopsided point of view, a depolarized point of view, one polarity of it, and that's usually externalized. We usually are taught the externalized function of ancestry first. That's because guess what? Let me tell y'all the one thing why they do that. The one reason why they want you to externalize ancestors, because that makes you point at something, right? Pointing away from yourself to these are my ancestors in the past, right? But guess what? Probably about 200 years ago, I can't give you the exact number because the exact number was a number given in a mystery school. They said not to say, but I'm gonna give approximations. Let's say go back. Imagine this going back 170 years. 170 years. No, let's do something even more. Let's just say go back 100 years ago. And 100 years ago, you were here. You were here 100 years ago. And then 100 years ago before that, well, damn, hold on. Okay, let's just say you're 40 years old. 100 years ago would have been 60 years before you're born. So let's go back 200 years. Let's just do 200. So if everybody 40, 50 years old or 30, let's just go back 200 years ago. 200 years ago, you were here in the same bloodline. All right. So, or the reason why I chose 100 years ago, because that would be like a great grandfather or a great somebody or a great great. So the deal is they want you pointing away from, externalize because they don't want you to know that you can actually pinpoint yourself in the past life. Like, that's why they don't let us have pictures. We don't have pictures, but for so far back, they did make sure to destroy those pictures. You know what I'm saying? It's very few cultures who keep certain long time pictures of 400, 500, 600 years ago. You know why? Because they get to see their motherfucking self in their past incarnation, know exactly what their name was, exactly who they was. You know what I'm saying? And the family, priests and the people in the spirituality keep up with it. And they know when you're coming back again, what you was doing last time, you know. So matter of fact, most of us right now, I'm gonna tell you like this: if you gather a bunch of pictures, if you just a fortunate person to have pictures where your where you got the great grand peoples and great aunts and great uncles and possibly two times great. If you look and you might find yourself, you ain't gonna know it might be you, but through divination, you might can actually find a picture of yourself where you was living before. That's why they want you to externalize it, because externalizing it, people do not stop and think about that shit. Like they just think the ancestors, oh, I'm riding on my ancestors. No, you was living in this possible bloodline for the past 500 years. You've been coming back and forth. This probably maybe your sixth visit. They don't even want us to know what visit this is. Because if you understand all that, you will understand your children right here, everybody around. Let's say you got 30 family members. You know what I'm saying? All of them are ancestors too. They just reincarnated ancestors. They reincarnating back. So, you are that. That's why they don't want us to know the internalized function of ancestors. Because you end up, it makes you too powerful. They want to, the elite want to reserve that for themselves. And certain orders want to reserve that for themselves to know. And hell, then you will realize you can program your future incarnation. You know what I mean? Like you can actually that's why they keep us in this state, because they don't want us to know whether when we coming or going, literally, you know? So the externalized function of ancestry, boom. I would say you put that on the side of the ceremonial magic because it's externalized. The internalized function, and I'm not saying, once again, that in ceremonial magic and the magical path, there are no inner abilities used. We're broadly scoping these two subjects. And I'm giving you my opinion on the biggest difference. But like in the mystical way, the internal way of ancestry is the first thing to know that you are the ancestor. And then that all the genes, all the DNA, all the depends on how big your family tree is, but whatever part of the tree you have all of those records inside of you. Those records are connected to you from everybody. And you have a direct, you have your mother, father live inside you. Okay. Then their mother and father live inside you. That makes that's so that's so your mother and father is 1 and 2. Then you double that, which is 4. Then you double that, which is 8. Double that, which is 16. All those are directly connected to you. All what 32 people, you know what I mean? 32 energies are the closest direct contact in your memory, and that's who you are. You're not just you, you're all of that. All of that is in your records. And instead of looking at that externally as the mystic, you make reference to that first internally, that that's what it is. And then to know that in the possibility of all those 32 people, you are in there as well. Your incarnation is somewhere probably in one of the, if you're at least in one of them incarnations of those 32 people in the past. But which one were you? You know what I'm saying? Like, they make sure we never gonna find that out. You know what I mean? But the mystic will search and maybe can, you know, at least by internalizing that first, you know that particular thing. But then when accessing in ancestry, uh, you know, you learn how to. There are, okay, so let's say you want to contact your grandmother that passed away. The mystic, first of all, you already learned breathing processes. You already learned certain functions of the body. For one, you learn to breathe through your crown and through your heart in the center of your chest, and you learn to breathe through your feet. So by learning to breathe through your feet, you want to connect with the ancestral world, you have to breathe through your feet. Your feet has to, you have to, this is the best way I can call it out, y'all. Like, I mean, I'm searching for certain explanations to describe what certain things to do because this stuff ain't taught. So it's like shit. I mean, I ain't read no book to find it out in certain parts of what I'm telling y'all. Certain things are can be referenced, but certain things can't be. But one thing you have heard is that the ancestors live in the feet. That's how they might tell you in Europe or something, or they're like your ancestors live in your feet. But the truth is, that's the truth. But the other part of the truth is, okay, so you access them by learning to breathe through the soles of your feet. That's why they call them soles. Because there are 2 hearts down in your feet. You know what I mean? 2 pumps that pump the blood back up your leg. So a lot of us don't even know what the feet really are, but you can breathe through your feet. You have to, so that's just a small, quick version. So the first thing to start accessing ancestral energies, you would literally learn to foot breathe, for instance, and then to crown breathe at the same time, and then bring the energy into the middle of your chamber, which is going to be at the heart center. Not for any sentimentality or any type of, you know, not about love. It's because this in the center is a right here in the center is a nuclear reactor, yo. Basically, it's a nuclear reactor, yo. If you really want to break it down, like in the center of the chest, what they call the heart, and the heart itself, right here, it you know. So when they say think from the heart, feel from the heart, you don't supposed to be feeling love and stuff. It's not about love. It's a reactor. You know what I mean? When you see those pictures of Jesus or the Mary or any of them, and they show that heart with fire, they're showing you that it's a reactor. It's a fusion reaction, and you have a flame in there and everything. It's no joke. So let's just say, so when you breathe through your feet, you're gonna breathe up that energy, for instance, because that energy is gonna help you access the realm of the ancestors. Because in the Yoruba and others, they'll say you walk on the shoulders of your ancestors. I wish I could draw that shit, yo. I can see it, but I never drew it because ain't nobody drew it nowhere. It ain't written down. But when you, by the time you start putting stuff together, like I say, you walk on the shoulders of your ancestors. The ancestors live in your feet. That's why when you go into a house, the ancestor altar is on the floor. Cause yo, like the realm is literally the realm literally, it's like a micro universe that is down near where your feet at. It's hard to explain. I have to, take a different time to show y'all, to illustrate, some of this. But when you breathe through your crown, because as the mystic has already learned to breathe through their crown, they breathe through the crown and their feet, and it comes to this reactor, and then you can process the information. And if you can, and this is also a communication vessel, and then you can tap into that world and call your grandma up. You calling her from the inside in you. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna call it inside. You're gonna call whoever you want through your altar inside, and you're gonna have the dialogue inside. And what you can do, once you bring it here, it can come up to the third eye as the mystic has learned, and then boom, you can project it out like a projector, and you can see them in front of you. They're not there, you're projecting them from the inside out. That's the path of the mystic, so to speak. So the spirits, they come in, but they're coming in through you. And then they're not coming in through taking over you. They're coming through a mechanism and a vehicle, and then they get projected out if you want to see. Whereas the external way that we learn to tap into them. We don't do no breathing and pulling in nothing. We access an ancestor. Let's say Uncle Frank or whoever. We access one of them from the altar, external altar, from all the external means. And the problem is that's why they have to be when ancestor altars are made, they have to do containments, or even you have to check the local ancestors, because some of them got to be banished. Like, because if they was a gambler over here and crazy over here, then they're gonna be like that over there until they get elevated. And if you got any lower if you don't know the command of how to call the ancestors that are at the highest, for your highest good, you mess around through that altar and call them ants, call the ones just like that Uncle Jimmy, or that or that or that cousin's Wanda. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want them to come up in there because they're gonna wreck shop. And you know what I mean? They ain't gonna behave. They ain't behave over here, they ain't gonna behave over there. Or you don't want to call that cousin that was in prison most of his life for rape and child molestation. You don't want that motherfucker coming up in here. I mean, you want to know that they there and you get them help and get them elevated, but you don't want them just coming in. And that's where the training of a priest and priestess can help out with when you're dealing with the external magical level. I'm putting that to the magical world because it's external, but it can be done successfully. But that's just the difference of it. You know what I'm saying? The internal way, you know what I'm saying? Like that Uncle Fred might come through, but you bringing him through through a process from discipline. You know what I mean? You bringing them in to your own chamber of that heart, and you're projecting them out, but you're not dealing with his spirit directly, like because you're not crossing. You're bringing them up through you. That's where I'm gonna leave it at, because I keep trying to find words. I don't want to get lost in finding words, but that's the difference of, like, say, the mystical way of ancestral access, and the magical way. And let me tell y'all one last testimony how that shit dangerous. And even I know people who, I ain't saying not to do it. I'm telling y'all this for whatever you thought you knew. Just contemplate again and know that you are the scientist. You are every day is you go out. You are the mystic scientist, the occult, coming to be magician or mystic magician. So every day, every time you hear something, you go out, you observe, and you watch, you take your own notes, because you got to write your own book. That's why they tripping. Kanye wrote a book. Yeah, he wrote a book. Everybody should write a book. Everybody in Wu-Tang should have a book. Everybody, Jay-Z have a book. All these cats wrote books, holy books of their tales and functions and truths. You know what I'm saying? Andre 3000, whoever you want to mention, the sisters, Lauren Hill, to, you know what I mean? I'm gonna mention Erica for a reason, but yeah, still Erica, but no, let's put her over there. You know, call out the sisters, you know what I'm saying? Sade. all of them, when they write, they're writing scriptures. They're writing their holy, some of the stuff is ratchet, some of it ain't. Some of it is holy, but that's their book and their testament. You know what I mean? So you do, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Like when this is what I'm presenting to you is my testament. And it's an observable testament that has to do with science that you can go observe some of this stuff too. And so you take it and you do what you want to do with it. And you know what I mean? And we can come back discuss it. Cause what I'm saying to y'all ain't teaching you nothing. I'm an adjuster. I'm exposing you to something for you to possibly go take yourself, observe, do your own life observations, and then come back. And I probably might learn something from anybody, from everybody's experiences. You know what I mean? I don't know it all about this subject. Like I say, I'm just presenting a particular train of thought based on a gift I have to see what's missing. So, but let's say the last thing I was going to tell y'all is that when it came to the external function of ceremonial magic and not going through the proper functions of mysticism, I'm gonna be transparent. It was my ex. You know what I mean? Like when I met her, this is the only woman that I actually got physically married to. But like when I met her, I was already on a mystical path in the year 2000, 1999, 2000. You know what I mean? I was with a teacher. I was with an esoteric school, backyard, back door, you know what I'm saying? And I met her in like, let's say a couple of years, like in 05, 04. So she already knew what I was into and she got into it too. It helped transform her life. But, of course, we didn't make it for some other reasons, you know what I'm saying? Incompatibility. But like when we, to make a long story short, I met up with, in my journey as a mystic, I ran into the magical religious world, which is your ATRs. You know what I mean? I ran into that, had to do with ancestry, and it was real helpful. You know what I'm saying? Like it was some real helpful stuff that I came in contact with. You know what I mean? That's a whole nother story. Like going to Apollo Mayombe Mound, where you see that, man, that is some incredible shit, y'all. I'm telling you, like, it's the world, it's the underworld, but it is like the most wildest thing you could. It's it's a great, great, great tool, and it's a great function. You know what I mean? I love it. It's an underworld, it's a dark world, but it's great. But anyway, basically, I digress. She was having some troubles, and being that we had a child together, I'm always gonna try to be a co-parent, and I'm gonna say, hey, you need some help out here in the world, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try to help you out. So I gave her access to Ifon Belade, you know what I mean? Like that's a pretty high up priestess in the world of the Ifa and the religions based around the Yoruba culture. So let's say she get into that. See, she didn't do her mysticism, even though she was on the path. She didn't stay on her path. You know what I mean? So when she got into that, next thing I know, 2013, 14, all I know is basically them motherfuckers put me in a pot, man. Like when she accessing her, and they doing real ancestor work, right? She's getting her stuff done, but she's doing the external way. And let's just say that a lot of ancestors was coming through that the same way as they were when they was here. Somebody making a sound like popcorn or something. So check it. So basically, the external way, because see, the internal way, you learn a certain discipline and you are learning to clean out certain areas on your own through alchemy. The external way, long as you got your money, you got people who will service you and and help bring your ancestors forward. Now, you better hope that they are going to clean the elements of your ancestors before they give them access to you. But that's the chance that you're going to have to take if you don't already know when you're getting your ancestors, raised up by whoever. So let's just say some years passed, and I'm gonna just say that she invited me to. I mean, we ain't together now, but but being I'm a supporter, she was trying to. She thought it was a good idea to try to invite me to the ancestor dinner. She said, she didn't even tell me, she said, having an ancestor dinner in 3 weeks, something. She just said, wear your white. And I'm just looking at her like, where my white? And then she says, and oh yeah, you might want to bring something because some of my ancestors are kind of thuggish. And I was like, thuggish? She said, yeah, you know, they over here, when they was over here, they just like to take shit. And I'm sitting here, and that opened up my eyes about the situation, because I'm like, so my daughter and her, so you dealing with your gangster ancestors and your thugs, you know what I'm saying? Those who, if they not elevating over here, they not elevating you. And I'm telling y'all something. That basically, let me tell y'all how this go. She got initiated into that world. But the crones of that world came to my aid because I'm a mystic, and I had, like, because I've been through certain things, I'm duly qualified, and I'm at, so a lot of times, you know, you're in a position that a lot of people don't want to recognize. But I was in, basically, to make a long story short, they had me in the pot for a while because I don't know who told them to do that, but like even the ancestors came to my daughter and told my daughter I was a bad person. And I told my daughter, I said, let me tell you something. I'm gonna find out who the ancestor is, and they're gonna get locked the fuck up because you don't know what they don't have no right to tell you that. An ancestor don't have no right to come to you and tell you something against your father when it's not true. I said, that's a violation, and I'm gonna find who that is. And you can tell your mama who that is, they better go, because I'm gonna find them. I'm gonna send out a search party on them. They're gonna get arrested for that. You know what I mean? You best believe I'm pay somebody to go get them with ancestor money. Go, you ain't gotta know who it is, because I know they're around y'all. And that's a complete violation to have you thinking, you know, that your dad is a bad person. Like, that is not that ancestor place to do that. So that's the result, for instance, of having an altar, even though it was set up by priests and priestesses. That world don't always cover all the angles. You know what I mean? And without real mystical training, they don't know, like, yo, keep them, you got to keep them out. You can't let them just come in, because they're going to come in telling you stuff, influencing you. And all from 2013 to 2018, 19, 20, they have a real altar up. But her mama could not do the right thing. And she's supposed to be a priestess, and she real live is. But they didn't clean her elements. So she can't get it together. And let me tell you something, out of all the work they try to do, she could not finagle herself away from the court, which I had to end up doing because all their world told me to do it. Even, let's say, that whole world that she's a part of told me to do it for the sake of the child, because she's not going to listen. So it's like, basically, metaphysically, I did things that I had to do internally, but the courts sided and made sure they held jail upon her head, because she's all, you know what I mean? Because she literally was having influences of those thug ass ancestors that just like to take shit, and not really having ancestors that are healing her. You know what I mean? They're not healing her. So I didn't want no harm to come to her, but yo, they tried to straight kill me. You know what I mean? Like, they try to do a lot of things, but because of mystical training and certain things, they don't know how I'm still standing. That's what I'm gonna just tell y'all like that. And so if you are in, you know, if we are in the magic and magical arts and everything, all I'm gonna tell you is don't abruptly stop anything. Don't abruptly do anything. But I'm gonna say seek the mystical path, which, if anybody wanna understand, you think you might be on it, but you might not be. It's like, but we should talk about it in another session. You know what I'm saying? We should get into it. I mean, if somebody want to talk about it now, that's cool. But trust me, like, mystical training, there is organized, there are places that are organized to help you and you do it on your own terms because you're your own master. You got schools that come directly out the ray of Akhenaten III and Nefertiti. Everybody know. I could go look up Akhenaten's story and watch how they don't tell you the truth of what Akhenaten really was here for. You go look up Nefertiti, they ain't gonna tell you the real story on Nefertiti. They even tell you to say her name wrong, Nefertiti. That's wrong. It's Nefertiti. You know what I mean? It's a no another utterance. So Nefertiti ain't no joke. And they are guardians of a particular order of being a self-master. You know what I mean? Akhenaten really mission was to, because they were fighting against a similar thing that we fight against today, where the religious leaders and political and rulers keep people from their divine self, to keep you to have to go through religions, to have to go through people to get to your oversoul, to your Christ self. You know what I mean? Like they have to pay money to access your ori, to have to do certain things, to walk and crawl to get to your what's divinely yours. That's what Akhenaten's cult was about. They didn't know he released that shit. He came here specifically as basically they came, they saw it, and basically when they found out he was doing what he was doing, they killed him. But they didn't know he released that you are your own master, your inner guru. They didn't know he had trained them and all the people they trained. And his wife secretly kept it going. You know what I mean? Because they ain't know. It's like he inserted into hundreds of pupils and thousands of pupils this way that is still alive today. You know what I mean? And what it is that what's self mastery? You're your own guru, but yet it is in mystery schools. But how you know if you're on the path of the mystic is that many will regard you as a master already. That's one telltale sign that you are a master. You know what I mean? You are no higher than one of the teachers. Like when we was around my teacher, I mean, he had abilities beyond us, but he would be like, "Man, I'm y'all friend. Don't be calling me master only." He said, "Maybe in class, but say outside of that, I'm your friend. Don't call me master." Sometimes we would do it anyway, but he wanted us to understand, and we're friends. We're equals. You know what I mean? Like I might have been in this longer, but we equals because that's the oath of the path. Treat everybody as equals. There are a lot of schools out here that you can bond into, get into on your own terms, and organize a lot of these mystical arts so that you can, you know what I mean? So you can have a clear path sometime how to get, what's alchemy all about? You know what I'm saying? Like how to go through the 7 stages, like what's that all about? Like, different breath techniques, different sound techniques. I mean, every school has its own thing. But Akhenaten has a school, Zosa has a school. Like all these, they still alive. You know what I mean? They live in another realm, and they left a school that permeates through time. Now, now what I'm saying is, I can prove that if you go to, you have to access the world of Fidosi, which is the philosophical societies of the world. There's like this grand coming together of many countries and everybody through a particular thing who all agree on certain things. And one thing that you won't find them disagreeing about is Akhenaten's school, what his school is and who claims to have it. Nobody argues that. Nobody dares even argue it because it's a thing that you will not find anybody refuting. So I'm saying some things that like that are really accessible to you, but when you interface with it, it ain't gonna have no bells and whistles at first. It ain't gonna have no, you know what I'm saying, no explosions and all that. As a matter of fact, because it's like Atlantean Egyptian, it's gonna be tricky. You know what I mean? Like if you got prejudices, you're gonna miss it. You know what I mean? Like that stuff is really set up like that. But So it's just for you to contemplate, to understand why these things are given to us lopsided like that, because the truths that I cover are just a small amount of the iceberg tip. Yeah, hell, hold up. No, this is just a couple of ice cubes off the iceberg into my glass. You know what I'm saying? Because the amount of subjects and topics that are given to us lopsided, and what we're missing, is too many to ever go through in one session. But if you go we go back and we were writing down the certain key things that I was talking about, you will find that I'm saying the same thing for each topic, showing you the off balance aspect of it. And you don't got to read a book to figure out if what certain things I'm saying is true. You already observed some of the things. We already observed some of the things that was spoken. Like, if being honest with yourself, we all know how we first took ancestry when someone, told us about ancestors. And you see how other people deal with ancestors. You don't got to read a book to know that. Your observation told you. And I'm being honest with you that for me it was external at first. When I first was introduced to it, somebody tried to give it to me externally. You know what I mean? And so I ain't got to tell y'all that. I ain't got to tell nobody in this group that you out here listening on YouTube, reading books that say, hey, get in touch with your ancestor, because maybe 200 years ago, you can see yourself. Get all the pictures of your family, because maybe one of them is probably you. You know what I mean? Nobody is telling that. Nobody is saying tropical astrology is your ancestral astrology, while sidereal astrology is your present day astrology of your present life, and astronomical astrology deals with your future incarnation. You know what I mean? No, everybody, they be like, oh, it's tropical or sidereal? No, it's tropical. No, it's sidereal. They got you going back and forth with tropical and sidereal instead of, nah, man, it's three circles. Astronomical is your future incarnation, the map of your possible future incarnation. Sidereal is the current, and tropical is your past that has to do with the ancestral setup for this incarnation. They don't even talk about that shit. You know what I mean? It just tell you either tropical or sidereal. So I'm saying, I'm just throwing stuff out there to show you how many subjects they done lopsided us with. You know what I mean? To choose one or the other. You know what I mean? And it's whack. I mean, Bruce Lee and a lot of people already showed us one thing ain't more powerful. It's the conglomeration of many things to make Jeet Kune Do, to make anything, that's a hybrid of the essentials. You know what I'm saying? So basically, none of what I'm saying is something that you can't logically prove in this moment. Certain things I told you have to go out and just view to verify, to possibly see if you can see what I'm talking about, or if you want to or don't want to, you can verify it by observation. But a lot of what I'm saying ain't nothing you already didn't know, or it's not something that's not accessible. It's all, most of this is common sense. I'm not coming from no specific book. You know what I mean? Like, this is all you have. All of this is a train. It's a train of thought, and I'm just trying to, you know, that's the last time I'll go around that circle to show just what's lopsided, and by the path of the mystic and the path of the magician. They're both essential. Because let me tell y'all, the last thing I didn't mention was in the path of the magicians. One of the original paths of the magician, the magical world, was to guard portals, because this dimension is a fallen dimension, like a prison dimension where certain beings were kept here. And so, you know what I'm saying, humanity first was put here as the guardians over this dimension. And you know what I'm saying, at some point when humanity fell, um, you know, just a short story, like, these gateways and portals got to be shut, and they got to be kept shut because, for a certain reason. So you have Elu Cohens, for instance, the Elu Cohens of one of the chivalristic orders. They make sure these portals stay closed, and they also raise up entities that need it's like some of those beings that fell into this dimension, they rehabilitate the ones that be rehabilitated. So they raise them up. So you might hear of rituals where they brought something out. They don't tell us the side of the story. They was bringing them out to rehabilitate, to bring him out for his parole hearing. So, you know, you think they're doing some more religious stuff. No, they bringing them beings out from them dimensions, like on the one with Jet Li, they give you a glimpse of it, but they show you in a technological way. See, when we think of magicians and people, we're thinking we're not looking at technology because they usually got the robes and sticks and wands and shit like that, crystals. So we don't. That's how they separated it, but it's still the same. So they get in a ritual, a magical ritual, because they got to bring a being forward to see if he's rehabilitated or see what else they need to do for him. And then, or they might bring it up to obliterate it because it was set to be obliterated into oblivion. You know what I mean? And so, or they might bring it up because they need to send it to another place, and they send it through portals. So they got to do these elaborate rituals because they got a job to do, to protect the portals, to raise up these beings and rehabilitate them, because everybody that failed have a right for rehabilitation. You know what I mean?
Starwalker, I'm sorry to cut you off a little bit. I just before I forget, I remember me and you was talking about how when you do certain rituals that they will come see you if there's a spark in that ritual, and how there are guardians over certain rituals and even certain ceremonial group rituals that you can do together, that you got to be very mindful. Because remember when you spoke on that, can you go more into that for the group?
Well, yeah. There's spiritual police. And let me tell y'all, when I tell you this, I heard it from the horse's mouth. All right. My teacher, you can go on my page, you know what I'm saying? You might see some pictures of me sitting with him. It ain't no secret, but he always would talk about the spiritual police. And it took us a while to figure it out, because he'll say something and let you figure it out later. So basically, spiritual police exists for a multitude of reasons. Let's say that martial artist learned Demok, and you think this motherfucker go out here and start committing crimes using Demok. What's gonna happen is that I'm gonna start here first, Star. The coroner, they're gonna make a notation, because when you die from Demok or something, it defies medical. It defies the medical world. Like, yo, what happened? Like, we don't see nothing. So the first thing that happens, the coroner, when they categorize it a certain way, and it immediately alerts a certain department that we don't know exists, and they consist of monks that are, you know what I'm saying, a certain world. They come right out and they look, and then they'll figure out who, because they keep extreme records. So whoever learned Demok, it's written down. It's written down that they learned it. You can't really learn Demok without it being passed down and somebody know you got it. You know what I mean? Like, so anybody that think they got Demok, you don't have it. And if you do, somebody always know you got it. So if you ever kill somebody with it, they will pinpoint your ass, because you got the coroner is going to write it down like something's weird. I don't know what words they use. And they're going to push aside the regular medical text, and they're going to take the body into a special, different evaluation. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying that can happen. Okay, the next thing can happen, like if you on the internet, or you got a book. Let's say, where you gonna get your rituals from, right? Let's say you got a ritual. Where you gonna get it from? If you made up your own ritual, then cool. But either way, whatever ritual you do, is you got it from somewhere. And every ritual on the internet is monitored. Every ritual in a book that's written down is still monitored. All right? When I say monitored for your motherfucking safety. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't talking about monitoring anything. Of course, we already know it's a given that, there's a monitoring to try to keep us oppressed. I mean, we ain't talking about that. We already visited that dead horse enough. We talking about, we got to think about on a different level. So when you, let's say you get a particular, your hands on a particular ritual. Let's go Mitchell Gibson or Ty Bro. He got some stuff. You know what I mean? You go to get some of Ty Bro stuff or whoever, and you actually successfully activate that ritual, and you really do it. Let's say you did a good job and you really hit something, somebody is monitoring that and they can see it. They be like, oh shit, for real? Okay, we got to go see them. Somebody gonna visit you eventually because either you did a good job and they want to offer you a way in, like, yo, how did you do that? You need to come check us out, or or you got to leave that alone. You can't do it again now. You know what I'm saying? Because if you open it up again, you know what I'm saying? You put yourself in danger. Basically, it's always about your safety most of the time, and it's about the safety of the people most of the time. About these approaches I'm talking about. So let's say it was one person did a ritual by themselves. Let's say it's a group of people. Y'all got this book from wherever y'all got it from, and y'all got together and you successfully accessed something. Now, let's say there are people living in this world that you won't believe. Like, the world that we know is not the real world only. You know what I'm saying? We got to understand that first, that, like, let me give y'all an example. Let me give you an example real quick from common sense. Let's just think about New York City or any city that has buildings, skyscrapers. Think about the world you will never know exists. That's right in front of your eyes. You don't really know what's up in them buildings, and you never will know what's up in some of those buildings because we ain't gonna ever go up there. So that's how quick you can understand how big this world really is and how many dimensions and unseen things there are. Just like the underground world, like, shit, we don't even know where half of them things are. And if you did, you ain't going down there. You know what I mean? We know something down there in New York. How many of y'all been down there? I guarantee you ain't, because you go down too far, you ain't coming back out. But let me give y'all a movie that shows you this. Big Trouble in Little China shows you that type of interface of the two worlds. Oh yeah, matter of fact, everybody on this call, go relook at Big Trouble in Little China. That shows a classic case of how the spiritual world and the physical world, when the veil is thin and broken, what can happen. That's what that whole movie is about. And it also reveals how the world beneath the world, like I'm saying, like a world that's under New York or under these cities or in these skyscrapers that you don't even know exist. These extraordinary beings and extraordinary people, but anyway, so basically there's a world that you don't know. So basically when you light up a ritual at your house, I mean, because we in the world of darkness, and people got special scopes. They can see out abroad in the city. Like, you got guardians that are sitting in other dimensions and they're in contact with a physical being. So they're monitoring the city, just watching for various things, activity. And then when you at your house and you light that shit up and you lit it up, they can see that shit from miles away. Like, damn, what was that? Way over there. Because you in a whole world of darkness, yo. A certain type of metaphysical darkness. So when you light up a ritual, you really lighting something up. So whether you open up a gateway for a seance or whatever you did, somebody saw it. Now, one or two, three things gonna happen. If they might not come physically to you, but you best believe something is coming closer to you. And you can't get rid of it because it ain't there to hurt you. It's there to monitor you to make sure you don't do nothing crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta understand the protective force around this motherfucker, man. And they'll kick your ass too. The good side will do it because they gotta make sure you don't hurt yourself. It's just like a bomb squad or people that's here that monitor explosives. They can't let anybody get explosives. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same way there. They do the same thing. And so what happened is, if you don't get a physical knock at the door or people physically come to you, they're in another dimension, and they're gonna interfere and they're gonna do something to keep you from hurting yourself. You know, whatever that might be. I mean, hell, if it's like for you to lose your job, so you get kicked out of that house. I mean, something will be modified so you don't hurt yourself. You just and what I'm saying is that happens to a lot more people than they know. Or you might get sick, or in the biggest case scenario, you might get somebody to actually visit you. If certain rituals you open up, I guarantee you'll get a visit. And basically, the motherfuckers will tell you where that book at. They'll come. You won't stop them either. Like, guaranteed, when you see them, like, you're not gonna get in their way, because you know what I mean. Their presence is gonna be like, oh shit, and they're gonna, where the book at? Where that book? Give it here. Gone. We out. Just leave this shit alone, and they be out. And you will know, damn, what the fuck was that? You know what I mean? Like, where's Bump? And you might not remember, because they might hit you with a hypnosis. You know what I mean? Like, you might not even remember. Just like that Men in Black shit is real, but it's in they showing you a glimpse of reality, but it's to keep you, like how Men in Black, they exist on the other side to keep everybody safe. They got a job that people don't know exists. That's how it is with the magical shit too. You know what I'm saying? You think these Shaolin monks, they think they just stay in the temple? Hell no. You know, it's a lot of people that got training that are out here monitoring. So the monitoring is from the physical realm and from the non-physical realm, but they don't have any gap between their world. They actually live just like on that movie Scorpion King, where, or the Mummy, how them guardians said, we just here to make sure that mummy don't get out. That's what I'm saying. You got people, like, if you try to, let's say y'all say it's a particular entity that you think you want to release. Let's say we're gonna release whatever entity it is. We're gonna take some keys of Solomon and we're gonna go release something. Good luck. I mean, if you ain't in the order and you don't got permission, good luck. Cause you better hope you don't choose one that ain't ate in a while, because they'll let it eat you and then they'll come and lock it up. You know what I mean? Or they'll just come stop you, or they'll just make something happen in your life so you don't get a chance to do the ritual. And you won't never know that shit happened. You won't never know why you fell out with such and such in that group of people, or you won't never know why you got knocked out in a coma, because somebody was keeping you safe when you was about to open up a gateway to a particular, you think you can just open up whatever gateway you want to whatever being. I mean, what I'm saying is that exists. I'm not saying every time you try, if you try and you really ain't making those sparks, then who cares? You know what I mean? You just, you know, they just playing over there. They got it, they saying it, but they just playing because, you know, luckily you ain't got the real key. Cause but when you are opening certain gateways with certain things, you got guardians out here. And, you know, you might not, some of them you see, you might not think they there to help you, but they there to help you. You know what I mean? They don't all look all pristine all the time. You know what I'm saying? They exist in all forms, all dimensions, all makes of all models of vehicles, meaning intergalactically, all, just like in Star Wars, Jedi come in many forms. The Sith comes in many forms. You know what I mean? So it ain't just, it's a position that exists that we ain't been put on to. So understand, like, a lot of times people think they get bad luck when they try to perform rituals. That ain't bad luck. That's them motherfuckers over there making sure you don't try that shit again if it's something you're supposed to do. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you just can't be, you know, jollying around with any of this shit, yo. Because, like I said, I'm letting y'all privy. I'm giving y'all privy to unspoken and unobservable and unspoken certain realities. You know what I mean? Not to try to, you know, not to do anything, but to see if it can give you a leeway to go and evolve in your own way, in a better way, to be more aware of what's happening, to understand that, you know, none of this stuff is really, this truly isn't stuff to play with. You know what I mean? Like, just to give some other things to contemplate, as well as you write your own book on this. You know what I'm saying? You write your own, when I say your own book, you write your own synopsis on any of this. Try to find those things that are not spoken about and talking about. Ask yourself, what am I really doing? And what don't I have? Always assume that you might be fucking up. That's the best way to be. Always assume that, am I fucking up somewhere? Never assume because you've been in something that you might not be messing up. The best way is like, okay. And that's what happens to the people who are getting into the magical rituals. They assume they right. They got to think, hold up. How we know we doing this shit right? How we know we ain't fucking up? I guess we just got to try. Okay, try it. You know what I mean? But just at your own risk. And know what I'm saying ain't to scare nobody. It's like to show you that we really, there's a lot of protective forces out here more than malevolent. There's malevolent and benevolent forces. And everybody always acknowledge the malevolent forces. So quite naturally, if I said what I said without telling you what it was, you would naturally think there was a malevolent force just don't want you to elevate and rise up. Hell no. They don't want you. The malevolent forces don't even want you to open up certain gateways. So you can do certain rituals and you have the good and the bad side. You have the Jedi and the Sith coming for you. Because nobody wants you to open up, you know what I'm saying? Like the Clash of the Titans, for instance, or that movie Immortals. They was like, don't unleash the damn, what was it? I forgot not the Spartans, but it was some beings that were locked up that they say, do not let them out. And so one of the what happened is they let them out. They got out, and the mortals or one of the demis or whoever was fighting them. And the rule is the gods cannot get involved. But one of them gods came down there and got involved. And the head god came and just knocked his ass into oblivion. Like, didn't we tell you not to get involved? Get your ass back. That shit is real, live, real, how this reality works. You know what I mean? So you don't want to unleash or do certain things because the bad side and the good side don't want you unleashing it. You know what I mean? They'll come, you know, they're going to, because there are guardians on this realm. This realm is guarded, and everything that's happening is not like the original coronavirus. Originally, that's a blessing coming down, and they just have to make it seem like it's something evil. You know what I mean? And we ain't got time to go into that. But there's a lot of blessings that came through that. But they don't want us to see the blessings that came through coronavirus. You know what I mean? Through that so-called corona thing. You know what I mean? Like, so, you know, that reality of those who guarding us and helping us, you know, to keep us safe, man. Like, yo, we ain't nobody, we got disconnected from our these things that we want to do to that's magical and mystical. It's our right. You know what I mean? It's our birthright. It's our cosmic right. But they've been separating us from these ways. And I understand all our ambition. A lot of our ambition is to get to it. But that's why they make booby traps. So it makes it even harder to get back to. So hell, we need magicians out here. So don't get it twisted. We need plenty of magicians, we need sorcerers, we need everybody to do what they do, but make sure there's ways to get it done. And this is just, like I say, this is just for you to contemplate, because everybody in here is a master, you know what I mean? A mistress, a master, you know what I'm saying? Some of y'all, you know, we all extraordinary in a different way. So I just, you know, but to answer her question, that's in a nutshell. Anybody got a question about it, I mean, you feel free to ask, you know what I mean? But that's as far as I'll go into it, you know what I mean, unless you ask a question. I don't know what else to say about it.
Yeah, we can do a Q&A.
Okay, whatever's clever.
Anybody got any Aaliyah? I know she has some questions. I don't know if she's still in here. Let's see. Oh, she's not in here. Is she in here? Did she leave? She might have left already.
Hey, look, I would love to somebody to say whatever you want to say, add in, add on, because this is all, I just put a bunch of blocks on the table. All I'm saying, don't knock the blocks off. Put your blocks on there too. You know what I'm saying? Put your thoughts on there too on some of this. You know what I mean? Like,
but you know,
I really, yeah.
You sound like you had a lot to say, so we all didn't really have a whole lot to put in at this time.
Okay.
I heard you.
Yeah.
Most everything that you talking about, I already know through divination, and I don't have a choice but to deal with the ancestors and being able to pull up and meditate before I even do any energy work. Okay. And I've been doing this for a couple of years. So it wasn't like as if it was something that I decided to do. My vessel became open through an accident. Okay. Now I actually had an accident and I had a lot of acupuncture work. Okay. So once the acupuncture work came, my vessel became open and I was able to get my Kundalini. So I started to see things in 360. I could see the color of the blades of the grass, all kinds of things, you know, but it was for the basis of my own personal healing. And through my own personal healing, I found out also that, that I can heal the world and be able to, you know, I've been able to do a lot of things, go from here to, you know, be able to view some things. So when you also was talking about the words that you speak. Now, one time I ain't gonna lie, and I'm gonna share this group. I literally was just acting. I was just playing, but it was during a actual ascension time. And I spoke up and I said, release, and I'm gonna spell it so I don't say it. I'm gonna say it. I would say, look, it came from the Titans. Okay, release the what?
Right.
Okay,
Cracking.
So I didn't say it, right? I didn't say it, but I said it. But I was just playing, and I said it. And do you know that they had a huge flood that week? I was so hurt that nobody got killed or anything. You know what I mean? So it allowed me to know how you affect the world in ripples. So when we speak of high priestess and priestesses, yes, we have to play our parts. So if there are other people, that was the point of having the group in the way that we were. And the reason why we were saying certain things that we were saying is because, like, we've noticed who can do what, who plays what part, and what we all can do. There's a lot of people that's in there that hasn't even come into the fold that actually have a lot of information that we need. They just don't know it yet. And I know because I do divination. So I know when someone's pulling on my energy. I know when someone's pulling on the group. I know when someone's pulling on our energy in such of a way that's like, it's not cool. It don't feel good.
So you said that you had an accident and you got jump started through the accident? Wow. You got some abilities that was jump started.
I was already knowing I was supposed to do something much greater than myself. But this particular accident only came because I didn't trust my own intuition. You know, I wasn't in a rush or anything. And it was like an old lady was behind me and I was just looking over at the police pull somebody over. So I didn't like get over into the next lane and go to the next, you know what I'm saying, to the next lane so I can get past all the cars. I just sat there behind the car. Like I stopped. I wasn't in a rush. Nobody was, like, nothing like that. It was just I sat there and I felt her coming. I knew she was going to hit me. But when she hit me, it felt like because of the force and impact, it felt like she hit me twice, which we know that that's not true. And her car was much smaller than mine. But she hit me and she jumps out, you know what I'm saying? But it was just more or less like everything was in kind of like slow motion. I knew that she had hit me. I wasn't hurt or anything. I just wanted to make sure that everybody else was okay. But it was like one of those situations where it knocked my soul. Yeah, knocked the soul. And the spirit kind of flew a little bit where I kind of had to kind of
it knocked
right,
knocked them
knock your
loose a
soul,
little bit,
not your
right?
spirit, not your soul, but you had to kind of retrieve back all your parts back to you. So I had to learn to do that, and in order to do that, I had to learn all the different multifaceted parts of myself in order to do that. So I didn't become a holistic practitioner because that's something that I wanted to do. I did it because that was something I needed to focus on for my own personal health. That and that the simple fact that during that time I found out that they wanted to cut on my thyroid. And I was like, oh, hell no, you're giving me all that bullshit. So I'm about to go check and see what I can do to, treat myself. And, I found out I had to follow Dr. Sebi, like basically, get rid of all the white stuff. No bread, no white milk, no potatoes, no rice, things of such. So it triggered me more because I had that doing that became a more of a light body. Okay. So when you become more of a light body, you're able to transcend a little bit in a different way. So that helped me a lot of the times where, I really kind of had to keep myself grounded though here. I had to keep myself grounded a lot because I was leaving my body a lot. And when
after the accident, right?
Yes, I was leaving my body a lot more. Okay, a lot more. Where my body was giving off cold air. And my little girl was just like, at that time, she's just like, she was sleeping in the bed with me at that time. She's just like, hey, I can't sleep with you no more. It's almost like you gone. You gone. Like your body's real cold. I can't sleep next to you. Your body gives off cold air. And it had got to a point where my vibration had got so high that, during that particular time, I was still kind of like praying a little bit, and I try to pray for her, or, and she just gets so scared because she know that I was able to remove the pain off of her shoulder, but she said it was scary. So yeah, she just said it was scary. And a lot of people, you could tell that the energy that I was carrying, because a lot of people just could not stop staring. It was annoying after a while. You know what I mean? So I ain't gonna lie, and a lot of the visions that were coming and a lot of the things that was drawing me more and more to do divination, I was just like, shit, these visions is coming too fast. They coming too fast, and what the hell you want me to do with
them? And you see, like you got jump started, but it's like it turned on the internal mechanism, you know what I mean, to match the external work that you have to do. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, that's a way for it to happen. You know what I mean? Like you hear a lot of people at times, have certain situations that maybe accidents or some electrocution, or they get knocked out, concussions, whatever.
Well, mind you, before
They
that,
come back with an
I even
ability.
got struck by lightning. That's some crazy shit. Not so much of saying I got struck immediately toward me with the lightning, but I was like sweeping the porch, and the tree was right next to me while I was sweeping the sidewalk, and this tree was right next to me. It was beautiful outside, and the lightning struck the tree. Well, it gave me a bad valve in my home, so I literally ran. Okay, I felt the surge. I ran. This is all before any of this. Okay, I was a teenage kid when this happened. So I've always been always hyperventilated. So my breath was totally off from like what the normal everybody was supposed to be in the first place. I was always like, because you're hyperventilating, you're upset. Okay. So a couple things, as far as like in the Akashic records that I was able to read once I was able to fully wake up to the fullness of the DNA cellular structure, was that I was able to tap into some of those things that actually allowed me to know how to tap into those psychic abilities a little bit easier, where I would just be able to speak them and then they would happen. So I kind of was explaining to them in the group earlier a couple times that, hey, we need to start being a little bit more aware when we're speaking in our ancestral readings. They definitely demand respect. They always ask for respect. And so and they don't want just somebody coming in pouring in libations, okay? They don't want just that. They want other stuff. So when you're wanting to call on those types of entities, you have to know that, hey, they want other stuff. So they just don't want you calling on them more than 2 times.
Yeah, because when you start calling, like, that's another thing that people don't understand when I was speaking of it from the external is that what you saying, you can go and write a whole book on it. You know what I mean? Like it's requirements if you call them to you a certain way. There are things that you need to give. And if you don't, it can be certain situations that can happen, you know. They coming for maybe coming for food, their favorite drink, or you know, it might be a certain book they want to read, you know. It's all kind of things that you know, that what you just said, I would love
They want to
I would love to go into that you know, when we can have a time. Just that chamber right there is real interesting. Like we don't talk about it enough, you know. That chamber is real interesting. You know, people mention it all the time, but it's like it's said, but it's put down a certain way. But you know, I'm just letting you know, yeah.
That's because a lot of people been so indoctrinated, they don't even really know how to even explain it. They don't even know how to even explain it. Yeah, but you're gonna have to come into some of the ancestor readings, because this last time I can actually say that this particular reading, we've done a couple of them, but this particular last one that we did with the Orishas, they really had me doing some shit that I ain't never had that I never did. They had me putting a rooster head on and shit, clucking around like a rooster and shit. But it was like an appreciation, an initiation of like, hey, I'm showing you how to do the chicken scratch. I'm about to show you how to. This is our Orisha dance. This is what you get giving back in contribution. I had already gave some ancestor money. You know, I burnt money for every single one person, at least $100 for every single one person that was in the chat. And they wouldn't even come into the chat until I burned it.
Hey, what dividends have you found? I said, what dividends have you found out there? Oh, I'm talking to somebody else.
Who you talking to?
Oh, I was asking you, what dividends of bills have you found? Like where do you get yours?
I just mainly deal with the elementals. So if I call
I'm talking about the money, the ancestor money.
My Voss money.
Dividend. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Voss money. The Voss money, man. I just get those from like a Dollar Tree or a Family Dollar, or one of those bodegas, like a mom and pop bodega.
Okay, just wondering. Yeah.
Yeah, but Dollar
yeah,
Tree.
Okay.
I think my first pack that I ever bought was like from Voss money, was from Dollar Tree.
Okay. Gotcha. I have I can I'm not sure, but if I can share the ones that I got, you know what I'm saying, just what I use particular ones, you know what I'm saying, and I don't know, see what everybody use sometimes, because we all here just trying to share, I guess, so I've found some interesting ones myself, but anyway, I just want to ask you that, like, carry on. I mean, I
want to ask something about that too. So, hey, have you heard this group called Galacticus?
Yeah.
Galacticus.
Right.
So Tomasagano.
Yeah.
Yeah, he talking about his bills, the only bills that is sanctioned by the Jade Emperor himself. So
so the Hermetic law is no truth is absolute. Everything's have truth. there in this universe only don't exist. Only. You know what I
And
mean?
that's only because of the time change. I mean the time. Well, it has a lot to do with the quantum continuum.
Right. So he might have something special, but it's not the only. Things don't work that way. The Jade Emperor, if the Jade Emperor was the being that people say he was, and if that's the reality we go with, he would not make it exclusive like that. Because that means he's a grand trustee. He's a supreme trustee and doing something for the grand good of all humanities or sentient beings. So therefore, why would a grand sovereign type of being make something exclusive only to one small little angle? So that means all over the world. You mean tell me all over the world, the Jade Emperor, whatever the currency is unsanctioned or it's not relevant. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Because that's you're talking about a lot of people who burn this around the world. You know? I don't know Gano, man. You gotta remember Gano. He touched Hollywood, so you gotta be careful. That's all.
Oh yeah, I'll be looking at him, observing.
But
I'm listening to what he be saying. I'm like, well,
but it doesn't mean he ain't telling the truth. But you know, just dropping that only in there, you know, you just gotta be careful. That's all.
Yeah, I take
I learned from him.
and take out a little bit there, or whatever.
Yeah.
Sounds good. But as far as
yeah,
the ancestor money, that's a good thing y'all brought that up because I was like, anything can basically be an offering. Like for me, I like to offer the bird, the backyard furry friends food. It's like my offering to the nature.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I.
But what about
I'm Sagittarius.
Star was saying something about us making a prosperity cake.
Prosperity cake.
It's
Oh,
for
that's
the group itself.
Yeah, for me, it's
Do a
like
prosperity cake and for the whole group.
I don't have no ancestor money, so I just do like food offering to the nature. And that's me giving ancestors, oftentimes people say when they die they reincarnate to that butterfly or that bird and they come visit you and that energy comes by visit you, let you know they're moving on to a higher realm. So I just think of that as passer our backyard friends, their guardians, they're watching back here. So I just they keep me entertained. So I feed them from singing. I thank them for their voice, they're singing. And then now they kind of like became my friends because they look at me and they be like they know who I am. They got my scent. They know my scent now. So when I come outside, they be chirping or they call me outside.
Hey, I was wondering who. How can I figure out who's talking?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm in here doing the same thing too.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, y'all. I see it. I got you. It's a little green box gonna go wherever who's talking. I got you. And as far as ancestor money go, I got a couple of sources, you know what I'm saying, that you can order from. If you want to find, if you don't have somewhere local, there's quite a couple good sources, but some of the sources ain't good because they money ink be too wet, and it won't burn right, so the transfer don't go all the way through. You gotta sometimes add it to a fire already burning. So some ancestor money you could just light and it totally burns through, so it makes a proper transfer. But some of it you can buy and the ink is so wet that it'll burn it, but you can see still it didn't burn all the way through. You know what I mean? It's still kind of, you can see the print. So if you get those, you know what I'm saying, and it don't burn all the way through like the first time, you want to light a fire and burn them in a fire, and then don't get those again. Because I personally think the one that's too wet with ink, they're not really great. But I found all kind of dividends, y'all. I've looked into that and I found a lot of particular dividends, and I did my own little experiments of, just I don't want to get into it because I don't want to have to explain it, but right now. But yeah, I can share some links of some pretty reputable places that I've gotten some from eBay to um
Mhm.
to
Hey,
it was also Amazon. It was those two particular places, and it's one local, but I'm local, so it don't matter about where I'm local to. Go ahead, my bad.
yeah,
Take
not to interrupt you, but
no, you good. Mhm.
Maurice just said that he burns U.S. dollar because U.S. dollar, they got nothing but sigils on there. So
Nothing but what on there?
sigils.
Oh yeah. I mean, the $1 bill is a talisman in itself. You know what I mean?
Peace.
Yeah. That's a whole talisman.
It's nothing but sigils.
Yeah, and also peace, everybody. This is Maurice. So basically, I also burn the USD because see that's something that we value, and spirit has all consciousness and it has no time, and it has all awareness. So once we enter that astral realm, that fifth dimension, if you will, or above, we comprehend that you know our little minuscule brains in the physical, we pretty much if we don't worship it, we still honor the dollar because no matter how conscious you are, you got to pay your bills. You got to do what you got to do. You got to eat. If you got kids, you got to feed them, wife, kids, husband, whatever. You got to do what you got to do. You got to stay sane. So, you might get a spa day. Um, Long story short, we honor that USD, even though we know how corrupt it is and what it does. So the spirit comprehends when you burn that extra 100, that extra $5 bill, that extra. All right, let me get into my mode. It's my first time talking for it. So the spirit comprehends that you're burning something that you know you personally hold value to. I'm in Georgia now, outskirts of Atlanta, from Jersey, Trenton, capital, first capital of North America before colonizers came, whatever. First place I moved was directly across, and that was Los Angeles, California. And before I even moved, I took a road trip with my cousin. He's LinkedIn, from Eagle Rock, LA, which is pretty much East LA, where a lot of producers and things like that, they pretty much rent cribs over there so they can get on a one and just go to Hollywood or whatever. And long story short, basically, I went from Eagle Rock all the way to Eugene, Oregon, seeing the whole West Coast. Way crazy. We'll get back to that later. So eventually I moved there and I found out that California has Earth's root chakra, which is Mount Shasta. And Mount Shasta is alleged to be Earth's mother entrance to inner Earth.
And there's a mystery school in the mountain too, called Astara. It's called Astara.
So you know what's going on. I've been there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Not to the school. No, excuse me. But I've been to Mount Shasta. Mm-hmm. I've been to Mount Shasta. Like I've seen it. I've done it. And if you know that, then you know like 96% of the world won't go there. It's either industry or. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Did you feel some vibrations on your feet? Everybody that's been there told me that they felt vibrations.
Vibrations.
They said they felt vibrations underneath their feet.
It's deeper than vibrations. You are the vibration. See, when you're dealing with Shasta, I don't know if anybody's from the East Coast, but when you're from the East Coast, you deal with CNC. That's your high fructose corn syrup corner store soda, CNC, right? Mm-hmm. You go down south, I haven't drunk it in so long, so I don't know what it is out here. But when you go to the West Coast, no matter if you're in freaking Corona, which is like super South California, or if you're in like freaking Oregon, your high fructose corn syrup 50, 60 cent soda is going to be Shasta, because it's based off of the lowest vibration on Earth, but it's still the highest vibration in the area, which is essentially because Earth is alive, and it's the root chakra of Earth, Mount Shasta. It's 14,000 feet in the air, and yeah, you are the vibration when you get there. You don't really just feel it; you become it. It has the cleanest water on the Western Hemisphere, the cleanest fish, the cleanest animals to hunt on the Western Hemisphere, the cleanest soil, the cleanest air on the Western Hemisphere. So it opens your eyes to a different level of being. And when certain people when they get into Hollywood, or Holly weird, as you may call it, as I may call it, that's pretty much one of the initiations, because they have to show you what 96% of the world won't see in order to be able to have you learn what most people don't even care to know, which is Earth is alive and it does have chakras. And that's why people go on tour. And there are the other, which are the independents who don't deal with the Jesuits, who do that with their own bloodline, but only the ones who they see the light in. And I was a part of that. I have a family member who pretty much is against Hollywood, but they still fought their way into being in that 4% of the entertainment. You know how they say, like, 96% of the industry, but then that other 4%. Mm-hmm. So long story short, I'm a lyricist, I'm a poet, if you will. I guess they say a conscious artist, but I do spit the pain from my area. I've took years off because I've just been so much into learning who I am. And I never really told too many people this story, but even before all of that, like, my awakening came way before the Sarnetta days, when people start seeing Bobby and Phil come through Sarnetta and Baba TV and Brother Dawood. That's before my time. You get what I'm saying? I'm 26 years old. So I shouldn't know who Dawood is. I shouldn't know who Francis Quest Wells is. I shouldn't know who Phil Valentine is besides Brother Richard's channel. I shouldn't know who Brother Bobby is, or Panic being, his student. I shouldn't know these things. But, mm-hmm. What? Yeah, you get what I'm saying, right, brother? So I was about 8 or 9 years old, and my mother, she dated an occultist. She didn't have men running in and out of the house. I'm from Trenton, New Jersey, straight hell. And I never really dealt with too much, but I've been through it. So she dealt with an occultist, and that was her boyfriend. And he put me on most of the things that I love now. Mm-hmm. So he showed me different things at an extremely young age, to the point where my father was never there. So he showed me things that my subconscious would take to, because that's the only thing that I would know at that time. I learned about Aleister Crowley. Now, granted, I know the truth about him. He studied us, he worshipped us, and then he bastardized it with the European construct that they have going on, with the, LGBTQP, if you will. So he did that with our science. So I get that. I get all that. I get all that. So about Aleister or whatever. But he put me up on different things like the Book of the Law, the Book of the Dead. Put me up on pretty much demonology. Now, he wasn't a demonologist or nothing like that. He wasn't a Satanist or nothing like that. But he just put me up on certain things like occultism in an extremely young age, to the point where I wouldn't comprehend it. And I do see what you were saying, brother, Starwalker. I do see what you were saying. There's certain energies and entities that you think would be against you, but they're holding you back from actually opening a certain portal. So he showed me about 15 to 20 different entities and deities that his grandpa told him about. His grandpa, you know, the old drunk smoking hag that you know, he don't know nothing. He just talking all that stuff from the 50s and the 60s. But at the end of the day, there's certain people who know that old head is not just the old head. He's an elder. You get what I'm saying? He knows something. Mm-hmm. So he was one of those people that paid attention. And he put me up on a lot of stuff. And at the end of the day, he had me sip some tea one day. Long story short, I had ayahuasca at like 8, 9 years old. Mm-hmm. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And it took me until I was a grown man to comprehend what it was. So he put me into a situation where I was forced into consciousness. So I went to school after sipping it, whatever. Mind you, Mom's is a horror movie freak. So we watch, I'm talking about Portals Open. So we watch The Ring. And y'all know that's based off a true story in Japan. That's why everything's going on out there right now. They just had a 6.4 magnitude. We watched The Ring, if y'all familiar with that. Little pale lady, Japanese lady or whatever, young girl, going into different dimensions, if you will. Coming out the TV, that type of, we watched that. We watched Freddy Krueger, things like that. So they wanted to do or whatever. Mind you, this is after, sipping ayahuasca, whatever. As a child, almost went crazy. This is how powerful the mind is. Mind is all. Can't believe I'm even speaking this, but I have to. So long story short, I go in a room. Mind you, I'm still 8, 9 at the time. I don't want to ramble. I just want y'all to really hear the spirit. Because I'm speaking to souls, not the egos. So long story short, we had a 1-bedroom at the time. They're in the living room. I let them mind their business. I go in the room and I have a terrible, terrible dream. I wake up and I'm a child. I'm 8, 9 years old. Way before I knew Wes Craven was, Freddy Krueger. As I wake up, I look to the wooden wall and there's pretty much Freddy Krueger coming out like, I'm going to get you. I'm going to see you later in life. Haunted me for a very long time. So I kind of laughed at it when I woke up, but I was just thinking like, hold up, I actually seen that man. So long story short, what he was telling me was that when he said, I'm going to get you later in life, he was pretty much saying, you're going to comprehend what this was. You're going to comprehend that I'm a fictitious creature and the mind is all. So I figured out that he was Wes Craven way older in life. So that killed that or whatever. It wasn't really horrified from the guy. But that's not even the story. The story is, I went to school the next day, right? 8, 9 years old. I went to school the next day and my man plays a prank on me. And it's around Halloween time. So they pretty much like, oh, I bet you won't. Just randomly. Because you know how the spirit goes to other people. They're like, I bet you won't draw the devil and I bet you won't see, I bet you won't show what he look like and violate them and all that. Because, we're all, most of us are bought into one of the three how do you say Cerberuses or whatever, Islam, and not the true Islam, but I'm talking about, not the creed, but the religion. You know what I'm saying? It like not the political party. I'm talking about the religion, Islam, Christianity, or Judaism. You get what I'm saying? That's what most melanated people in North America are brought up under. So, I was brought up in a Christian home, whatever. My mom's actually trying to learn more now. So long story short, what was going on was spirits were hopping from my mom's boyfriend at the time to my classmates. This is how deep it was, family. And somebody was like, I bet you won't draw the devil and see, I bet you won't see what he looked like and da 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 da. And this is where Candyman was playing everywhere. This was always on BT, always on HBO. And So instead of the Candyman ritual, I drew what I thought the devil would look like. Still 8, 9 years old. Next day, I drew what I thought the devil would look like. Pitchfork, pitchfork tail, mean face, all that shit. Horns, pretty much the Baphomet. And not knowing that that's Muhammad, which is the completed man, which is the melanated being or whatever. I'm not knowing none of that. I'm 8, 9 years old. But you're taught that he red dude, pitchfork, buff, horns, and if you do bad and don't do right by Jesus Christ, you're gonna go with him and burn forever. That's what you are indoctrinated. So that's what I drew. Balled him up, right? Threw him in the urinal, peed on it, spit on it, talk mad shit. Not even bad, just a curious kid. And it was my spirit speaking, not the ego. So when I do that, right? Some kid comes in, he shuts the light off, and then he put the light back on, and nothing happened. I'm just like, oh shit. And then I run back to the classroom. I sit down. There's a pregnant teacher. I think she was like Hispanic. She wasn't pure Caucasian, if you will, for lack of a better. She wasn't pure Caucasian. So she had like Central American and South American in her. So she still was pretty melanated. She was pregnant, 8 to 9 months pregnant. I remember this like yesterday. 8, 9 years old. She was 8 to 9 months pregnant. I had a green laminated, y'all know laminated. I had a green laminated name tag, and it was sitting on my my desk. And if y'all don't know, we had like the porcelain desk or whatever, the singular desk. Cool. The little pencil holder, the long pencil holder in the front. We had those going on. Okay, so the green laminated name tag. And of course, it's made out of, not cardboard paper, but the paper that you used to draw on as a kid. So it's pretty strong, but it's laminated. We had the windows that you push open and it blows in, but at an angle. So it doesn't blow straight at you. I'm in a classroom. And the direction that the wind was supposed to blow, the name tag blew the opposite way, right? It blew the opposite way, and it made an extremely screeching sound that only I heard, and I seen it. That was the point of my awakening. I said, oh shit, there's something unworldly going on. And I jumped up and I screamed to the top of my lungs. And my pregnant teacher almost lost her baby because she almost fell. But as I screamed, the first thing I thought about was saving her. So I helped her so she didn't fall. And she said, oh, boy, you scared me. I thought it was a mouse or something. I said, no, it was something else. She said, what was it? I couldn't speak on it. I was hunted for about 3 or 4 months. Everybody thought I was crazy. I kept hearing, my name is Maurice, if you didn't know, which means Moorish, which means more, which means melanated, which means dark skin. I'm not even gonna get into all the politics, none of that. I know we pretty much just niggas because Gnosticism says you ain't shit. So I'm not gonna get into all that. But my name specifically means Moorish. So literally at the end of the day, she's like, I thought it was a mouse or something. That's my biggest fear. I'm just like, yo, my biggest fear just happened. Something that's not supposed to happen when you're 8, 9 years old. You get what I'm saying? you're dealing with entities. You're not supposed to be dealing with entities at 8, 9 years old. So I go to the bathroom. I relax. Cool. So I go to the bathroom, and once I relax, I wash my face with water, and we're good. I have a good night rest. That was my last good night rest for like about 3, 4 months. So I get back into class the next day, and I hear an entity call my name. Even if it was through a human, I give no fucks. It was an entity. It said, Maurice. You can laugh all you want, even outside. But when I tell you, you conscious folk will probably kill yourself if you went through that. Because when you open up certain portals, like my man Starwalker was saying, shit is real. You can do all these cute things that you hear Bobby telling you to do, because ain't no niggas telling you to do that. Bobby's gonna tell you the what you really gotta do. And then you have a couple, you have the Europeans, and you have a few different, ethnicities that are gonna show you, the South American, Central America, they're actually gonna show you the steps to how to do, especially like the palos and things like that. But there aren't many people who are going to actually show you step by step how to do certain rituals, and being conscious of what these energies want, because these are energies within you, but these energies do want things. He's right. These energies do want things. So as a child, being pretty much, I got slipped. Good thing I didn't get slipped no crack coke or dope. I got slipped ayahuasca, because dude had a passport and he wasn't traveling. So everything happened for a reason. My father was never in my life, but he is a magician, like he's an occultist himself. And I've had a few conversations with him. I've never lived 5 miles away from him. Trenton, New Jersey is 7.4, 7.2, 7.4 miles. And I've never lived 5 miles away from him until I moved out of my mother's house to Los Angeles. And we had about 5 conversations. But what I do know is that, Chris Angel is his man. He's an actual occultist himself, things like that. He likes to play stupid. But this is my father. He didn't put me up on shit. All he did was gave me a holy Bible that the actual ordained pastors and bishops and priests read. And I didn't know the truth about that until later. So I'm thinking, oh, my dad's a piece of shit. He's a deadbeat. All he do is pay child support. Long story short, this nigga giving me the code. Like, he giving me what they're not giving their congregation. And, he's giving you when you see red and what Yeshua says and all that, or what Jesus says, they're saying that he's talking about yourself. He's talking about you. Like, ye are gods. He gave me that portion. He gave me that Bible. So I do appreciate dude. You know what I mean? But as far as my mom's boyfriend, I appreciate him as well, because he put me up on so much. And a lot of people don't comprehend that at the end of the day, you have to go through that trauma. You can't just call yourself conscious. You have to go through, in this human body, you have to go through some type of trauma in order to truly be aware. And that's why it's become a fad, what's going on now, just the look and the wear and the different symbols that people like to wear and a different crystal. It's a thing now. And it's dying down, which I love. But at the end of the day, a lot of people don't have those humility points in their life. I've had that as a child. And it's not about tooting my own horn, because she even went to a pastor, a family known pastor that even my great grandma, went to when she came down from Fort Lauderdale from Broward County to Trenton. She started going to a certain church. Family was raised, a whole 2-3 generations raised in that church. You know what this man had to tell me? She thought I was possessed, because I'm hearing fucking voices in my head and she can't hear it. Thought, all right, nigga might got something going on. Tourette's, something. Not really Tourette's, because it's like I ain't blurting out shit, but thinking that I got something going on. And it's like, I personally know, I'm going through a spiritual attack, but I'm fucking 8, 9 years old. I can't really explain this. I can't disseminate it the way I need to. So she took me to the pastor. You know what he told me? He said, and he told my mom to step away. He spoke to me. He said, young man, there's things that you've been gifted with that I've been gifted with. I've chosen it to go in a certain way because this is what I know. You need to take your gift and you need to put it a certain way that you don't know right now. He said, there's nothing wrong with you. Everything is going to be all right. He said, just pray on it. He had to do his thing. He couldn't really be too aware with it with me as a child, fourth generation in the fucking church. But he was like, yeah, just pray on it and do what you have to do. And the key word was, he said, you have the power. So whatever, we leave. I'm like, oh, Mom, I feel better. Cool. I didn't feel better. I'm still hearing this shit. Mind you, I'm in the after school program, school. Everybody think shit is wild. It got to the point my mom took me to the doctor. Mind you, 8, 9 years old. Doctor said, my kid's more fucked up than your kid. Take that boy home. And that's when I opened my eyes wide and I was like, oh shit, this is real. He said his kid is more fucked up than me. Take me home. I'm talking about CAT scan, all that shit. I went through that real. Y'all watching all these scary movies, Exorcism and Emily Rose and all that. Man, I done been through that shit. So long story short, when she took me home, I was in a cab with her ex-boyfriend's friend and my mother. We was dropping him off back to South Jersey or whatever, because the ex-boyfriend from South Jersey. And if y'all know, Jersey ain't that big, but from north to south is crazy. From central to south is even a ride as well. So we driving him back home or whatever. You know, he cursing the Arab dude out. That's funny. And the humor pretty much kicked in that trauma, and it pretty much kicked it out as well. So I'm pretty much making affirmations of myself. I won't submit to the devil. I'm only choosing God. I'm only choosing, and not knowing that I'm saying I won't submit to my lower self. I'm only choosing my higher self. But I'm 8, 9 years old saying it over and over and over and over and over about 1,457 times, because he's arguing with the Arab, and I'm saying it to myself. So long story short,
Brother Maurice,
what's up, bro?
Hey, real quick, where you starting from somewhere and you stopped at one of the points, but where were you coming from? And two, I'm trying to follow you.
So basically, what's going on is I'm telling you a story. It might be a little choppy because I'm telling you a story that I don't tell anybody. So I'm pretty much telling everybody in here, and I can't even see all y'all face, a story of where my true consciousness comes from. You know how most people's come from wherever it comes from, but everybody doesn't come from trauma. Like the sister that just came on, hers came from a trauma experience. It came from an actual accident.
Okay, yeah, right.
Got knocked out of. Okay, so what I'm saying is,
also understand, Maurice. I was already awakened. I was already speaking prophetic things into existence and already knowing that I was supposed to be doing something. So it wasn't like as if I got knocked into my gifts. It was just I had to literally I got lost. Like it hit me so hard, I lost myself. I had to go back.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Right.
I lost all my faculties and shit. Like, damn.
Right.
Like
you didn't get knocked into consciousness. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. Right. I'm not saying that you got knocked into consciousness. What I'm saying is how you figured out that you had your gifts was from what you said it came from. Not knowing, you know, unbeknownst, you already had gifts and you were already aware of yourself. You were already self-aware. So let's not throw that aside.
You mentioned trauma though. You mentioned trauma.
Exactly.
Yeah, you were saying, you basically just said she experienced physical trauma by accident, that something happened.
He only grew up with one parent. I grew up with both. So there's
different. And he's talking about a different form of trauma, and he's trying to tie it. That's what I'm saying. I see what you're doing. I was trying to figure out how you was tying it in.
Yeah, I didn't finish yet. Yeah. I was about to finish up for you.
Okay.
I was about to finish up for you. I was literally about to finish up for you. Now,
but I see where you came from. Okay, I just want to remember where you came from. Gotcha.
Yeah, because you got to understand, I was 8, 9 years old, got slipped from ayahuasca from out of the country like this. So, long story short, because that was definitely a story that most people don't get from me. So that's why it can seem choppy, because it's not rehearsed, if you will. But no, it was not a physical trauma. But if you will, it was more so of an elongated humiliation ritual before I can even comprehend what the word consciousness is. 8, 9 years old. I'm not older, being able to read on a higher level than what my mom is teaching me. You get what I'm saying? Like, I was extremely young. Not comparing it to anybody. It's just the simple fact of when I was in that, now this is what I'm telling you, I was ending it here. Basically, when I was in that cab, and my mother's boyfriend at the time, friend, his close friend, was cursing out the Middle Eastern dude. It pretty much I was laughing, and it threw me out of the trauma. So it helped me get more into a trance. And when I kept making my own affirmations, before I didn't know what the fucking affirmation was. Come on now, that's why I keep saying 8, 9 years old. Of course I wasn't conscious. I was indoctrinated into Christianity. And so at the end of the day, I'm making my own affirmations. I'm gonna go with the good, not the bad. I'm dealing with God, not the devil. And of course, as I get older, I'm comprehending. I'm dealing with the higher consciousness as above, so below. I'm dealing with the above, so I don't have to, be on a lower vibration to keep going through this shit. It ended. That's what happened. Shit ended. So as I got older, shit start coming to me, and I start being a very angry child, because where I'm from, Trenton, New Jersey, it ain't nothing but murder, hate. Even Jay-Z had to leave because allegedly niggas chased him out, and them the same niggas that's like, that's my man's, yeah, we chased him out. So it's a place, it's the first capital of North America before the colonizers came. Now I know we Barbary trades, we enslaved them first and all that, but let's just keep it real. 13 colonies. I'm from that original land where, So long story short, that's what happened. I had to actually learn at a very, very, very very, very, very young age that this shit is real. And there's something that's inside of you that can be awakened, and you have to learn how to control that. From then on, I controlled it, And as I got older, I started learning different people, of course, the Francis Cress Welsings, the Dr. Delbert Blair, Dr. Reverend Phil Valentine, Brother Panic, coming from Brother Bobby Hemmett, coming from Brother C. Freeman L. So I've been learning different things from different people, and I've weaved out, the BS that I didn't even name or whatever. But long story short, it all came from me knowing that consciousness was a true thing, because I've had that trauma experience from the spiritual realm, not from the physical realm, but from the spiritual realm that led into the physical realm. I done seen lights go on and off, flicker while my mom was at work and shit like that. I done caught pneumonia when nobody was there, and I wasn't supposed to be sick because it was the summertime. Like, I've had a real spiritual attack for months. And I was a fucking child. People don't go through that. So basically what I'm doing is I'm opening myself up to y'all, so y'all know that this ain't just no late night chat with a bunch of people in different age groups, chopping it up, trying to get somewhere. Like, no, we are there. If you're here, you are there. You may have a different story. You may have a different awakening. Mine just happened way younger, and it just got to the point where I have to grow on people, because I don't tell people my story. I really don't. But at the end of the day, entities are real, energies are real. But once you break out of that 12th harmonic and you get into the 13th harmonic, and you're not dealing with the zodiac and the 12 hours in a day, which is really times 2 with the 24, 12 months and all that, you get to that Merkaba energy, that 13th harmonic, you control your reality. And that's all I'm saying. I had to learn that shit, I wasn't crazy. The doctor couldn't tell me I wasn't wild. He couldn't tell me I wasn't crazy. The pastor couldn't tell me I wasn't crazy as a fucking child. I had to learn what was going on. I had to relearn what the fuck was going on. So you think I still wasn't indoctrinated by my moms and shit? Of course I was indoctrinated by my moms after that. But at the end of the day, it got to the point where the sharper I got, the worse our relationship got. And it got to the point where I was 20 and I had to leave. I couldn't even burn sage in the house as soon as I learned what that was, because the energy was bad. Now we're on beautiful terms. But when I left and I got my shit together and I got my mind together even more, because I left that horrific town, Everything got better, and now she wants to learn. But everybody has to go through their own trauma experience, no matter what it is. It can be physical, spiritual, emotional, all three, or even more. But if you're here for a reason. So yeah, as a synopsis, bro, yeah, that's pretty much what it was. I went through some things as a child, all spiritual, and I couldn't even go to sleep without having extreme dreams, and because obviously the ayahuasca, whatever, and as I got older, I've become very awakened to the point where when I was in the 10th, 11th, 12th grade, consciousness wasn't cool yet. You know what I mean? Drill music was popping. It was Chief Keef, Lil Durk, G Herbo. Come on, I'm 26 now, baby. That's what it was. That's what it was, man. That's what it was. Consciousness wasn't it. It wouldn't want to hear that bullshit, Sharif. Now it's like, damn, you were right. But I'm gonna go with this nigga on YouTube, or I'm gonna go with that nigga, or I'm gonna go with the person that I'm talking to right now, and I'm not gonna give you credit for putting me on point because fuck you, nigga. You ain't popping like that. You got a couple thousand followers or whatever. I don't give a fuck about that. It's social media, nigga. This is who I'm fucking with now. Even though you put me on point, I'm not gonna give you credit because you might take advantage of that. Nah, nigga. I just went through some shit and I told you what was going on and you ain't believe it. So I just want to let y'all know that if y'all ever went through that, y'all ain't alone. You know what I'm saying? We all out here. Just had to get my story. That's all. Peace, everybody. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
And thanks for sharing.
Man, I share it all the time. Thank you.
Yeah, when stuff when somebody done really been through some things because we all speak with conviction. So
yeah, that was
facts. It's authentic.
That was a
You
good
can hear
story.
me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. On the brother that was speaking, originally I didn't get your name. My name is One to God. And I didn't get your name, but Star invited me in to listen, and I was really, really tired. But it's all in your head. It's all in your head how you do it. So I give myself to be here tonight, and it's a gift because I just want to say thank you for even speaking. Like I got a chance to see you, and at some points the camera was going in and out, but I can relate. And you took me somewhere where I haven't been many times. I've been there before. I met some elders that's like, oh, wow. Oh, shit. I keep them sacred away from other people. Like this is somebody who I could call on when I'm experiencing different things that I don't understand at the time. Most of the time when I don't understand something, I get quiet because you can't see your reflection in running water. So I get still, I get quiet, and it comes to me, whatever I want, whatever I'm looking for. But when you were speaking, I was on a journey. I traveled somewhere like I was in the mountaintop or I was in the cave listening to you speak, because everything you said, it was basically an echo of things that's already inside of me. Not to take anything from you, but when we say, or yo, you right, how do we know that? It's already embedded within us. So what you did was open up portals for things that I knew. So it was just getting brighter and brighter. And I found an energy that kept me up because I was rolling on very little rest today. But that energized me. You said a lot of things. There's no one topic. But my main thing is whenever I speak, I like to keep it current. So some things you said sparked some current events within me. And one of the main things is you said that during this whole COVID, or I forget the words you used, the pandemic is basically based on what we experiencing presently. See, a lot of people can't relate to the present moment. And that's where I'm at with mine. I mean, I'm flexible. I could go to many different realms, but I mainly stay here because that's my practice. That's where I'm at in my work. Because the past can pull you and what they call the future can pull you. But I understand the future to be a continuation of right now. So that's an ongoing of right now. So if you want to know what the future look like or get a glimpse into it, you can look at what you're doing right now, because it's a succession of right now. But my point is, we get pulled towards tomorrow and next week and next year, next month, and then we get pulled into things that happened already. So yesterday is history to me. Tomorrow's a mystery. The point of power is always in the present, in the moment. And so now it's about getting right with self. It's about lining the energies up and getting in control of your emotions, your energy in motion. A lot of people I talk to is spiritually bankrupt. All right. They spiritually bankrupt and they talk from a perspective of, oh man, I wish we get back to normal and the way things were. This is the new norm. We're not going back to anything. We're moving, we're transcending, we're moving forward, upward, ascending. So there's no going back, and we're moving at a terrific speed. And at this speed, a lot of people ain't gonna make it. This is a purge. And so you need to understand that we're being purged, mind, body, and spirit. You see what I'm saying? And people don't really get it. We talk about the gods before us and the goddesses, and we talk about what may be yet to come. No, we the true masters as well. You spoke on there's no truth that's absolute from the Kabbalion. And I mean, I could go in so many different places, but that's something that sparked me when you said that there's benefits during this time right now that they don't want you to know. So as we transcend through this so-called COVID, or them trying to block us from receiving our crown, they talk about it. We know about Saturn and Jupiter toe-to-toe and what's happening, but a lot of people don't know what's going on currently. They can tell you about Zeus, and they can tell you about Mercury, and they can tell you about Pythagoras, and they can tell you about Hermes and all these great bosses, but that already exists within us as well. And you said we can tap into it when you deal with certain energies, and then you broke down the magic and the mystics. I don't know if everybody caught it, but there is an upper world and a lower world. And that small head need to be face down and the big head need to be to the sky. And the heart, when you talked about how powerful that is, that's the bosom, the heart center, the green one, which is Mikael. And so that's the balance between your lower nature and your upper nature. It's just so heavy, man. I went in so many places just listening to you. And you just woke up things that was in me. And then I learned some things that I didn't know. So it's a blessing. And I know that I'm right on course because this is how I measure through my navigation system. This is how I measure where I am according to the energy that come in my cycle or that I come across. So I know I'm connected. You talked about a lot of stuff, brother. You tapped on a lot of stuff. People don't even know it was a privilege to even be in this setting tonight. All right. You talked about 32 of the people and over the 200 years, and you somewhere in that ancestral makeup, and you might not even see yourself because you might not even look like how you look physically now, but somewhere you was in that circle. And see, things like that will blow the average mind. Everybody is not conscious who say they conscious. You see what I'm saying? You are what you eat, mind, body, and spirit. You see what I'm saying? So just because you say you conscious, don't make you conscious. Just because you could quote some of your favorite things, don't make you conscious. It's a culture, it's a lifestyle. Like you don't have to explain this shit to nobody. People gonna attract. We one big ass magnet. We consist of all the shit that's in the soil. Those are elements, and those come together, form a big ass magnet. So we're responsible for just about everything that's going on in our life. So when people say to you, oh man, it's so bad out there now, you really getting a glimpse of your inner world, and it's being crystallized right in front of your very eyes, your physical eyes. So you view the world the way you view your inner life, because this is an inside thing. There is no outside. That's just to throw you off. Those are reflections of
inside
you.
job.
Right. Those are reflections of you once upon a time. You in your past, your present, or your future. So everybody you see is a part of you. We part of the makeup. You see what I'm saying? It's like ain't no big eyes and no little U's. You know, we all great at what we do. I'm greater than some at what I do. There's some greater than me at what they do. And so nobody is better than nobody. We come together and make music. I play the drum, you play the sax. That's the lead singer, that's the guitarist, and we a whole band and shit. We Earth, Wind, and Fire. You see what I'm saying? And make one sound. We all got a different instrument, but we make one sound, and that's harmony. And our nature is in harmony. Everything about us is in peace and harmony. You see what I'm saying? And the forces, the so-called forces that be, tries to block us from receiving that. You see what I'm saying? But there's nothing that man himself can do to block what's happening. This the Great Awakening. This a global reset. So while people watching the news, I'm watching the positions of the planet. I'm looking at what the sun, moon, and stars is doing.
Right now.
Me too.
Huh?
Chuck D just came to my head.
Yeah, listen, man, this was a beautiful, beautiful evening.
Fight the power.
Yeah, I could have been at a lounge. I could have been resting. I could have been watching an episode that I deemed was something.
I like your energy up in here, Juan. What you mean, man?
Huh?
I said I like your energy up in here, man. It ain't right without you, man.
Likewise,
you
yeah, you know, my soul time. I know my soul
Juan,
time. I met y'all
Juan,
a while ago.
You in Brooklyn, right, Juan?
Nah, I'm in Queens. I'm in Jamaica, Queens.
Oh, my sister lives in Jamaica, Queens. She's on 222nd in Jamaica. She's on 222 in Jamaica.
222 in Jamaica. That ain't far from me. That's about maybe less than 10 minutes.
That's like 90. That's like 94th Ave.
Yeah, I know where that's at. That's like Hollis. That's like Cambria Heights area. Yeah, I ain't too far from there.
She's near Springfield Avenue, where the LIRR is at.
Oh, okay, so I could walk there from where I'm at. I know where she at.
Yeah,
when
but I'm in the Bronx. I'm in the Bronx though. I'm in the Bronx though.
She's on Merrick. She's down on Merrick.
She's off. Yeah, she's not too far from Merrick.
Yeah. I was in that area earlier. Yeah, when you said Springfield, like I'm the next town over. Yeah, so but yeah, this is like a whole beautiful thing. Like people don't even realize. Like I build with Star a lot. I might not be in group and all that because I got other things going on. But when she called me out, or I know it's an event, it's a privilege to be around y'all. Like my universe moves so fast, and there's so many different universes because everybody is a mini universe within themselves. So you got to respect everybody's space. So it's a beautiful thing when we can come together and make music. It's about harmony. It ain't about I know more than you. I see a lot of egos. Since we on here right now, I see a lot of that shit. That's one of the main reasons I don't be in the groups. On some real shit. I keep it real with me before anything. It ain't no beef or nothing with nobody, but I seen and heard some shit, and I know me. Like you know, I got control over my being, but I don't want to have to check nobody, and I don't want nobody saying nothing slick to me. So when I hear that shit or see it, I slide out. I do the grown man shit. I'm gonna be the grown up. Somebody got to be grown up here. We ain't got to get along. We ain't got to respect each other. I mean, we're gonna respect each other. We don't have to get along. We can agree to disagree.
Usually, the wisest ones are the ones that are real quiet.
Yeah, I don't have much to say. I listen. Like how the brother spoke today, it wasn't really nothing to say after that. Certain shit, you got to leave it alone. Like I just wanted to clap and say, bro, wow. Because I'm sure he know who he is. And I'm sure, but he don't really know the validity. You see, because the hardest person to see sometimes is yourself. Now, when I first got in this group tonight, there was a boxing match on. And I was going from the group and looking over my head like, oh shit, what round? Oh, he losing and this and that. But I'm bringing that up to say the hardest person to see is yourself. That's why you got a corner man. After every round, you sit your ass in that corner and you don't even know what you did. You was just doing what they told you to do. 3, 2, 1, they calling out punch numbers and you throwing them. Some of them shit's landing and sometimes you getting hit. So when you sit down, the first thing you say is, yo, how I'm looking, because you not sure. So that's why when we at home watching from a bird's eye view, you can see more. We in here talking about, oh man, he should have came back with the left hook. Oh, he had him. You don't even know. He got hit with some other shit that we didn't see. He trying to get out that round. Yeah. So the hardest person to see is yourself. See, so if me and you sitting down, we playing chess and we're sitting across from each other, the minute I stand up and look down on the board and hover that shit, I see about 1,000 other moves like, oh shit, I'm gonna tear his ass up. See, because we watching from the sky. That's why the guards was from the sky. That's why they were in disc. That's why they moved around, they traveled. Because you can see more, even when you're on an airplane. You see how crowded the world really is from an airplane. You be like, God damn, it's house next to house and a swimming pool, then another house. And it's really crowded when you look from upstairs. So
not for nothing, but when you're in an airplane, when I look down, to me, it looks like a giant puzzle.
It do. Mm-hmm. And that's really how it was designed. It's really everything we see was designed like that from up top. We'll look down and one other thing, not to even get off the subject. I learned that certain things that's of like antiquity, something that's monumental from way back, like the Sphinx, the Great Wall of China, landmark places, they were built on certain grids above the earth. And up under the earth, there's like electrical force fields that give it the strength and energy that it gives it because it was put down on certain grids. There's certain power points on the planet. Uh-huh. It's just real heavy, man. It's just so much information. Mm-hmm. You go back to the essence and the ether from whence we came, and then you come back again, and then you come back again. The brother spoke on it, and so every spark there's a friction, and for every reaction there's the equal and opposite reaction. So we basically spark each other. We iron sharpening iron. And see, that's who we waiting on. Ain't nobody gonna come knock on the door and say, yo, I'm here. Let's get this shit started. No, we gotta learn to put our differences to the side and come together because we all we got. And that's why this is a beautiful moment or time we living in, because this is like the great conjunction. This is like the lifting of the veil. The brother talked about the veil again. And be careful how you remove or lift the veil, because like it could cause like a whirlwind where that wind won't stop. And you're like, okay, damn, all I asked for was 2, you gave me 10 and it's still coming. And you don't know how to turn that shit off. Uh-huh. And you don't have the power to turn it off. You tapped into how to turn it on, but now the force is coming at you at such a velocity that oh shit, I ain't got no defense for this shit. So it's gonna consume you. It's gonna take you. So that's why we go with the law and we go with the current. When you go against the grain, you get a splinter. But when you go with the laws of nature, because the universe is an orderly law and we're governed by sun, moon, and stars, all is mental. The universe is mental. You are the universe. You and I are verse to bring about a better understanding. We come together. You see what I'm saying? So this is going to be a great year. This is the Aquarian age. This is a golden era that was once lived once upon a time. We just happen to remember this shit this time or happen to be here to visualize it. But what's going to happen is like, this was the golden era where Easter Kemet, you know, they reigned supreme because they took care of Mother Earth and Mother Earth took care of us. Everything, the healing is in nature. You notice when people get COVID and get sick, first thing they do, they go get garlic, they go get ginger, lemons, all the fruits and the vegetables. And as soon as they get back to rolling again, they go back to the acid food and the bullshit that got you where you was. It's about your immunity. It's about keeping your T cells up. It's about your white blood cell. See, their whole order is to knock our DNA out. See, the DNA starts like really like up the serpentine helix, the spinal column or the root chakra, where the brother said, what's your name again, brother?
Starwalker.
Starwalker. I won the God. I got your name now. Starwalker talked about that. You know, the root chakra. Some people get caught up in the root chakra because it's hard to get out of, but it don't mean that you're not doing what you're supposed to do. Don't look for the quick fix and try to work magic. You got to do the mystical part, like he said. There's steps to this, like a baby.
I'm so glad you said that, Juan.
Yeah,
I'm so glad you said that,
man.
because people in general, especially now during this pandemic, you know, whatever this bullshit is, they got people looking for a quick fix. They thinking that jab is a quick fix. It ain't.
Yeah,
a lot of them think that this stuff is a quick fix. It ain't. And I'm still trying to detox from the shit I had as a child.
Exactly.
And it's a process.
And then you got babies, right? So now I look at the parent, but then I really don't hold nobody in judgment. This is just me. This is how I flow through this whole thing. While I'm in my vehicle and I'm traveling through, and I'm not talking about a Honda Accord, a Mercedes-Benz. I'm talking about this physical composition. This is a gift. And we travel in this the same way we travel on the road through life in a vehicle, in a car. Some people treat their dog or their actual car that they drive around in better than they treat this vehicle. You see what I'm saying? And this vehicle is like complex. This is your temple. This is where everything resides, inside of here. So during this time right here, I kind of lost my chain of thought, but I'm gonna keep it like this. During this time right here, this is a time where you're supposed to go inside yourself and tap into shit you didn't even know existed. See, when they say stay home, because it saves lives for real. And now you can build your own platform however you want it. I never been big on getting on these YouTube things and all that because I already knew they gonna kill me. I know the history. They done killed some of the greats, a lot of them before us, that stood up on the podium and that showed you they was brave and they had courage, and it's beautiful. And we supposed to see everything we seen. Everybody ain't supposed to be on our level. And I know some people that get agitated with that, like, yo, damn man, I'm tired of these knuckleheads and these stupid people. No. They doing their job. They came here to do that shit that they doing right there. Leave them alone. We need to see that shit so we know where we at. Because when we see somebody doing something in opposition to what you deem to be right and exact, They teaching you. Everybody's a teacher. Everybody. We in class, every breath we take, we in the classroom. We in the classroom right now. When you go to the bathroom, you in the classroom. Somebody say something, you see some shit you don't want to do, you don't like, you disagree with. Thank you for showing me that. Now I know what that shit look like. When I see it again, I'm equipped for it. See, this is a premiere or a seasoning for what's yet to come. So when it come, we be built for it. We built for it. Embrace everything. Don't leave no stone unturned. Embrace everything. Take it all in, man. Bow out gracefully. And remember, you don't control nothing. We don't control nothing. Just strap in for the ride and show up. Level up every day. Level up. So when people think you acting funny or you change, yeah, I change. I change every day. You think I'm gonna stay? You're not gonna get last week's me tomorrow. You're not gonna get last year's me next week. Nah, I level up every day. I read books. I'm turning pages. I'm teaching. I'm educating. I'm saying things that allow somebody else to open up. Somebody hear you say something, they be like, oh shit, I thought my story was bad. Hold up. They gonna raise their hand. I'm next. And now they want to share. And that opens the door. That's how the ball roll. Our beef ain't with each other. We don't even have no beef. When the smoke clear and you ask what happened, yo, man, I just don't like that nigga. Why? Yo, just cause. Cause 9 times out of 10, you seeing yourself in that person, a part of you, you striving to conquer that side that you don't like about you. So you fight against it. So you don't like that person because that's a reflection of you in another time. But I could go on, man. I just wanted to share that and add on because I'm always, the way I was raised, I grew up in the nation of gods and earths. I got this when I was a little boy. All right, I walked in, I was hearing at 9 and 10. It was coming at me. I used to run. What? The black man is God. Y'all niggas crazy. Wait till my grandmother hear this shit. And anytime I was in church, they force you to go when you're growing up. My lips would poke out. I'm frowned up until I got to a certain age and I tapped into something that was conscious. And I told my grandmother, I can't go to church with you no more. She said, why? I said, yo, you know, I'm part of the nation of gods and earth. She said, oh my God, go ahead. And that was the end of that. But I already knew my spirit didn't take to that because it was lies being told. There was a lot of wicked shit in that building and it pushed me out. I couldn't get with it. I used to ask questions. Well, how do you know that? What year was that? And what else was going on during that time? And they get stuck because
they
it's
couldn't
all
even answer those. And they couldn't even answer those questions exactly.
No, because it's application. It's like the doctor.
Today I posted some stuff about the Anunnaki, about how they use Mars as the way station. And all my whole life as a little kid, from 5 to 9, I used to always go to ask all the pastors all the questions like, hey, where's the way station? Now they used to sing about the way station.
Don't do nothing else.
They used to sing about it all the time. And then when I was able to ask and be able to articulate what I was meaning to each pastor, they didn't even know what I was talking about. They didn't even know anything about what I was saying. And it was about obviously the way station. They used Mars as a way station to come back and forth down here. And that was the story that my father gave me. My father gave me that story when I was 5 years old. He told me the reason why we came here. He told me why we all here. What was the purpose?
Let me tell you something. I would always question my teachers about my culture, but I did it in a respectful way because I come from a respectful background. I had aunts and uncles and moms and pops and grandparents, everybody in the same crib. So like I got like a whole lot of information. I got like a whole lot of discipline, a whole lot of mannerism and respect. So, but I used to question certain things because as a child, you come in the world already knowing. So I don't like when older people tell little kids, shut up, get out of here. You talking too much. You asking too many questions. No, they come in the world already knowing, and they see your bullshit. Let them call you on your shit. They be like, are you sure?
I used to hate that. I used to hate when somebody was, when an adult would say, oh, children should be seen and not heard. Really?
All that. Yeah, man. Children, those the ancestors coming back. That's why when I look at little kids, I just smile and they smile with me. And I do all kind of stuff. I don't treat them with the goo goo gaga. I look at them like, yo, what's up? Where you been? And they get that little smirk. Like, yeah, you know who I am. What's up? It's Uncle One. Come here. Then they start feeling me, and it's all energy. It's all energy. A child gonna point out somebody bad. They gonna cry around them. They gonna push them away. And you be like, damn, even the little baby knew. Because the baby come in the world already knowing they innocent. They came back to do this shit again. Like, yo, this is a hell of a ride to even be here. You got to think like this. When you was inside that womb, that whistle or that gun went off, on your mark, get set, bah. Now it's a race. It's a billion other sperms trying to get to that egg. And I got that egg. You got that egg. She got that egg, because we here listening to this shit right now. The rest of that sperm got flushed down the toilet. So we'll win from the gate.
That's where that Disney movie. That's where that Disney movie comes in at. That movie Cars, because they racing.
Okay.
And that wasn't that movie. What was that the other movie? Remember back in the early 80s? Wasn't it Baby or Talking? Look Who's Talking or some shit.
Look Who's Talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That movie.
Yeah, they had Look Who's Talking, and then they had Look Who's Talking 2.
Yeah,
right. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
Tried to be the upstanding guy before he went to like Face Off and Pulp Fiction, whatever that is.
Oh, not John Travolta.
Yeah, it was John Travolta was the
It was John Travolta. Yeah.
The stand-in guy.
Yeah.
Fun fact about the sperm. I don't know if anybody heard it, but your brain and spinal cord was the sperm.
Exactly.
And the body, the egg, you know what I'm saying, is the body. Yeah, because your brain, the brain and spinal cord is a tadpole. You know what I'm saying? It's like
exactly.
You turn into an asshole. Exactly. You're actually an asshole. Everybody's an asshole before you actually turn into the actual tadpole. The shit's
yeah. He said, damn.
You turn into an asshole first, and then you turn into the little tadpole, and then you get all the little parts then after that. So even men have the little clitoris, of course, before he actually gets all the stick in hockey, stick and balls.
He said the hockey stick. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Hey, well, let me tell you, I was going over some science like maybe about 3-4 months ago. No, it was more like in the summer. And my man had sent me some info, and I was just reading it. It was about 3 hours long, and I kept falling out. But I caught some parts of it that broke down fructose. So when the brother Maurice was talking earlier, he was talking about Shasta and high fructose in certain places. But fructose itself, this is what I found out. A lot of people think that when you eat fruit or excessive fruit and things of that nature, that's what the chances of being diabetic raises. But on the opposite side, the vegetables is full of glucose, and that's where the sugar comes from, glucose. So when you're eating a whole bunch of vegetables, you're thinking that it's doing more than the fruit would do. But actually inside the egg is the fructose, and that's what the sperm is after, the fructose. And the fructose,
body automatically already makes all the sugar.
Yeah, because corn has a lot of sugar as well. Corn.
Well, corn is bad, but corn is horrible. Corn, really look up corn, and the shit go in and come out the same way it went in. It really don't have a whole lot of real properties. And if you look at some of the cheapest shit on the market, it got corn or corn syrup in it. And then when it gets cheaper, it's high fructose corn syrup. So it's the difference between the sugars, because fructose is going to register in your body not as sugar, but as fructose. Glucose is going to register in your body as sugar.
Excuse me.
So you got to be careful how you consume that. So a lot of people get sick and have these ailments and they don't even study their own body. But I could tell you all about the ancient ones before me, but I can't get a job. I'm suffering at home. My income ain't right. Why? You got time today. You got time on your hands. You got time. It's what you put your mind to, or what you put in your energy into. You really have to protect your energy in this day and time. You got the spiritual vampires. You got all kind of shit going on out there. You can't be arguing with nobody. You can't be going back and forth debating. If somebody say that's what it is, like, you know what, bro? You're right. Because if you say that's what it is and that should work for you, I encourage you to do more of it. See, because everybody is actually where they're supposed to be. We need everybody. All this shit is going according to plan. It ain't one thing that's out of order. Everything. This is exposure. This is revelation. This is about getting right with self, returning to the Jedi. You see what I'm saying? This is about getting right with self, purging your own self, getting the gook off of your stomach walls, getting the gook out of your mind, getting the greasy, grimy people out of your circumference. It's about a cleanse. It's about purity. And the more pure you are, the more you're able to see the truth. You can see right through a person. But you got to get right with self, because you're not fooling me with the bullshit. Because at night, you got to lay down on your pillow. Whatever stories you told, whatever shit you was involved in, that's with you. So you create your heaven and hell. It's a state of mind, you know. Heaven is nowhere above your head. Hell is nowhere below your feet. It's whatever you perceive it to be. See what I'm saying? Because you're going to walk in that truth. You're going to walk in that light. And one thing you don't have to remember is the truth. The truth is undisputed. It's a winner without opponent. You got to remember a lie, because then you got to tell another lie, and another lie, and another lie to keep the lie going. So that's like you got to take a booster to boost the booster. Stay funny with that. That shit is designed. That shit is a bio weapon. This is a chemical. This is a bio warfare.
The booster, then the Omicron, and then the Delta, and then the Pokemon, and
the Pokemon, yeah, the Omicron, all that shit, man. And then the crazy part is this. Okay, the crazy part is this. This shit is like a real bio weapon. It's like that shit is lethal. It's a bio weapon, and then with the 5G going on, you got this little nano chip in you, and it's a magnet. And nobody believed me, so I had a homegirl that said, "Yo, I got the vaccination." I said, "Why?" She said, "Come on, we ain't gonna go back and forth with this." I said, "No, we really ain't. But you didn't need that shit. Was you sick?" She said, "No, but this gonna protect." I said, "Even if you was sick, we had war. You don't take no vaccinations while we had war." I said, "Let me tell you something. 5G is a military weapon. Did you know that? That's what they use to back crowds off, to move riot people, to keep them at bay. So they turn that shit on like a volume button, and it's like, and you got you got the plugs in your ear. It's radiation. So that's like getting in a microwave. Now here go a good example. You get some water. and you put that in your cup, like you about to make some hot water for your coffee or your tea, and you put that in there, what, nuke it? Yeah, that's what I say. They're gonna nuke it for 30 seconds. You take that out. If you let that water cool off and you pour that over a plant, the plant is gonna die because of the radiation. That's why when you put food inside the microwave, not even food, when you put that processed thing, whatever it is in the box, because it's already been depleted of whatever nutritional value they said it had in it. So when you put it in now, it's really depleted because water is the only substance in the universe that hold the elements in place. So what it does is zap all the water out of your product. So that's why when the air hit it, it get hard like an ashtray. So you go to the bathroom real quick and come back, that shit break hard. Some people try to throw water on it and put it back in, it's a wrap.
What
It's a
up?
fucking wrap.
My brother be putting water on his shit before he put it in there.
Man, that shit is the most horrible shit on the planet. The microwave. That's what that shit is. That shit is horrible. So yeah, yo, we from the old school. We do the slow bake. Yeah, people try to microwave through the ranks. They microwave through the food and the fast, the quick fix. But like the brother Star said, he said, you got your magic and you got your mystic. I don't know how that hit anybody else or how that drip. He really gave it to you. The warning signs, all that, he gave it to you, full package. Full package. See, I pay attention, man. I listen because the wise ones are the ones who listen. And I listen and things come right off the page to me. I could read one page of something and I could tell you a whole book off my head. I don't memorize nothing. It just stick to me what need to be there. Like I met this old man years ago and he was Muslim, but he was also from the occult science. I didn't know. I was just dealing with my surface information. And this was like in 2003. And somebody ran and came to me and told me, I was incarcerated at the time. And somebody ran and came and told me, yo, I just met this brother. He mad deep. Yo, he's so deep, I couldn't even fuck with him. But I thought about you. I told him I got a brother. I said, yo, don't be introducing me to no random people, man. Like, I said, yo, we incarcerated and I don't know who these dudes are. When I meet people, I meet them through my gravity. Like I gravitate towards them or they gravitate towards me. All that middleman thing and you bringing people to me, I respect where you coming from. I said, give me a minute. I'm gonna come in there where y'all at, but I'm not gonna walk right to you. I'm not gonna walk right to him. I'm gonna feel it out. So I waited a little bit. I went. They was cooking in the kitchen. So I went in there and I stood around a little bit, like Then I went over to the brother. I said, all right, peace, how you doing? And the older brother who I was supposed to meet, me and him caught eyes, like, and he just had this bright aura about him. I just seen like his whole area where he was standing lit up. And I just went over to him. I said, peace, brother, how you doing? I introduced myself. He told me who he was. My name is Al Jabbar. Don't you know from that point on, we had a couple of words. Me and him used to have book study. So when people was in there watching BET and the videos, to see the girls and all that shit, you know, we did all that. But me and him used to have book study. He used to make me get a dictionary. He used to make me get a Bible. He got the Quran out and I had paper and pen. And he was marking stuff off in the Bible, events that didn't even take place yet until this day and time. But he was marking shit off, how the towers, about Twin Towers. I got all that highlighted in my Bible. And so at some point he walked away. He said, yo, give me 1 minute. I got to go pray. I said, all right. So he went over in the corner and he had his mat and he got down and he was playing with his beads on his neck. And every now and then I'll peek over there to see what's really going on, because I'll be trying to be inside somebody else's head. Where's he at right now? Is he inside his shell while he doing that? Is he just going with the motions or what? So at some point I seen his body just go limp. And I'm like, yo, it looked like he left. Like he not even inside that shell. So when he finished his whole ritual, when he came back and sat at the table with me, I asked him, I said, yo, bro, let me ask you something. When you be on the mat and you just like, you ain't there no more, you like you in a deep sleep. I said, where you at? Where you be at? What do you see? What do you feel? He said, yo, that's a good question, little bro. And I know it's a reason why me and you connected, because I don't got brothers around me like that. Everybody's a yes man when they come around me. He said, you real inquisitive and you ask and you add on to what's already going on. I love that about you. He said, let me tell you what I seen. He said, I was looking down at myself on the mat. I was hovered above myself looking down. He said, there's a thin cord between that. And if you're not mentally, spiritually fit for this, you can snap a cable and you won't return. Some people get scared and they see themselves down there. He said, but I'm an occultist. And he started dropping some shit on me. Then he gave me a list of books to get. And I was getting the books and we was having book study and he was telling me what it means. Then he introduced me to some Hermetic books. And then he told me about Hermes. And that changed my life forever. All right. I already knew what I knew, but he like kind of solidified it with some glue. Like he added something to what I already knew that made everything I come across connect threefold. Everything I see come in threes: mind, body, and spirit, sun, moon, stars, love, peace, happiness, food, clothes, shelter, solids, liquids, gases, length, width, height, man, woman, child, sun, moon, star. Everything is three-dimensional. And so when I see things and things come my way, that's how it connect with me. When I see you, I see me. Everybody got a shot with me. I don't face fight. I don't screw face people. When I see you, I catch eyes and then I catch the energy and I know whether to keep it moving. I know whether to greet you, how to greet you. So you can know a whole reservoir of things in the world, but it's all about calculating. You got to know how to calculate mathematics, when to say it, when not to say it. You got to be wise enough to know when not to be wise, because everybody not cheering for you. Everybody not happy for your success. And understanding that you're going to move differently. You can't come through the neighborhood with a Benz and we live in the projects. They're going to come get you. They're going to say, yo, he got it. So when you with the Romans, you do like the Romans. When you in Rome, you do like the Romans. If I'm riding the Benz, I'm going with everybody else that got Benz because they're going to appreciate me. But if I got a Benz and everybody pulling up with, some average shit, a Honda Civic or whatever, they're not going to appreciate me. It's like, I'm like, look what I got. I got ice cream and you don't. And it's like you teasing them. And everybody not that conscious where they paying attention to those things. There's a lot of lives that got lost behind shit like that because you're not paying attention to detail.
It's like niggas get so jealous of what you got because you work hard to get for what you got, and they mad because you working hard. Like, what the fuck? So if I can do it, nigga, you can do it. What the fuck is the problem?
That's it. And that's the whole purpose. That's the whole purpose when you see things like that. When you see somebody with things that's tangible, I look at it like, oh shit, you eligible too. That's like a picture that's being painted. That's a form of art that's being presented before you to show you that this person got that because that's what they wanted. But it's not far-fetched. You can get this too. You can have whatever you want. You got to create your world the way you see it. Your bliss is your bliss. That's the beauty of who you are. That's your power. You don't get that shit away. You don't come to me and tell me who got you upset. yo, I'm pissed off, man. She getting on my nerve. I said, you let somebody rent that much space in your fucking head? You upset because of something somebody said? Oh shit, are you serious? You supposed to be able to look and say, oh shit, this person don't got me in their best interest. Without explaining to them, move out and don't be available. They call, you busy. They call again, you busy. Till eventually they gonna realize, oh shit, I can't get this one off on him or her. So they gonna find somebody else to bullshit. And that's how you get them. You don't stand there toe to toe with them talking about, and another reason why I don't like you, because when we was in third grade, that shit you said in the lunchroom and all that dumb shit. Nah, you don't get caught up in that. You let people are exactly where they need to be.
And people are exactly who they are. That's it.
Yeah. You gotta say thank you for showing me. Thank you for revealing that. It's a gift. It's a privilege to be here. Somebody didn't wake up. Somebody going back into the ether right now as we talk. When we wake up tomorrow, somebody ain't gonna be here. That's just the reality. This is the purge. A lot of people ain't gonna make it. The air is different. This is a new earth. When we came on this planet, these viruses and bacteria, these shits didn't exist. So it's hard to breathe. It's hard to breathe now. So some people ain't gonna make it. You got a big heavy set motherfucker. They like macaroni and cheese. They like wheat and cheese and potatoes and dairy. You're not gonna make it. That shit builds up phlegm and mucus. And it's hard to breathe. We talking about our respiratory area. Brother Star was breaking it down. He was talking about the lungs, and that's the iron, and the kidneys is the water, and those are the 5 elements from the karate flicks and all that shit. You know, that's your yin and your yang. If one organ is off, the whole system is off. You gotta feed every system in the body. You gotta know what this shit is there for, what it do. Like, yo, we was built to be titans. We got lights and shit that light up inside of us. We got portals. We can visit anywhere we want to go. The planets, all that shit is inside of us. We are the universe. This shit is amazing. It's amazing. This is a great time to be alive. A great time. We just came out of we living in the dark ages, and the stars only illuminate in the dark. It does its best shining in dark times. That's why when people go to prison and places like that, they come out enlightened because they resting more, they eating more, they on a schedule. You ain't getting no sex, you ain't eating no fast food.
Right.
You exercising, you drinking water.
Set clock because they telling and going to sleep when the man tells them to.
It's regulated.
So everybody's organs is getting set through their meridian time clock at certain times, but everybody's basically on the same time clock because they waking up at the same time, eating at the same time.
Absolutely. And then you grow differently. You're being preserved because in ancient times, solitude and confinement or isolation was a form of meditation. And see, so meditation is when you pay attention, divine attention to what's in front of you at that moment. It's about focus, because we're going to easily get pulled to the future, or we're going to get pulled to the past. You got to get back on track. Oh, shit. So while you moving through the road of life, there's obstacles in the way. There's potholes. There's reckless drivers. There's unlicensed drivers. There's drunk drivers on the road through life.
There's texting and driving, all that shit.
All that shit through life. And we in a spacecraft. We traveling. So you on the road through life. You got to pay attention to the details. If you stay in your lane, you good. Nobody could be you but you. Don't try to be nobody else. there's women that go out there and get the titties and they behind done because they trying to attract people. But what happens is they attract the wrong energy. Now you get all kind of weirdos, perverts following you to your building because they never seen no shit like that before. But they're caught in an illusion because that ain't even the real person. She's down on her self-esteem because you went and got your body fixed or repaired or whatever you want to call it. And now the Almighty is frowning on you because you were made the way you were made because there's somebody out there for you and you went and switched it up. You went and tampered with the design. You went and tampered with the blueprint. The creator said, yo, you ready to go. And you went and enhanced something or took something away. So now you're going to suffer because we don't suffer for our sins. We're punished by our sins, not for them, but by them. So we create the heaven and hell again through our acts and deeds, the shit we say and do. So this
we're basically
2000,
So we basically living in sin because we're living in the physical body. So the physical body is the sin.
right, but we was chosen for the ride because we so good at what we do. This ain't an easy job to come here. This is like the last planet to conquer the artificial intelligence, the Antichrist, and Christ is a consciousness. So anything that's anti is against us becoming conscious. So we're fighting a war where they wanted us to be cyborgs. So when they shoot that shit inside of us or inside of them, because they're not gonna never get me. They not never shoot nothing in me. See what I'm saying? Because they want to track and trace you. That shit is a chip. They want to know where you at all times. So with the 5G going on and you got that shit in your body, it was designed to unwrap your DNA. Your DNA goes all the way up your spinal column, all the way up the serpentine helix. When they destroy your DNA, is unwrapping it in the opposite direction. Your DNA is your ancestral memory. That's why they want us to keep forgetting. So when we come back, we don't advance. They want to knock that memory out. So they keep us apart, divide and conquer. They don't want us having this conversation. Right now, there's a spiritual side going on that's pissed off at us because there's a bright light going off in this dark age. Like, yo, who the fuck is over there? There's 5 people and there's 5 lights that's shining over there. Or is it 10 lights? Damn, it's a lot of them. They don't like that because we stand out like a sore thumb. So that's why we have difficulties in certain things, striving to make things happen for us in this physical world. We're not gonna never have it easy. We may stay above the poverty line, but we didn't come here for these material things. We came here to raise the vibration and the frequency of this thing because we good at what we do. So when we tap into our gifts and our talents, why we really came here, because when you look around you, everything that you can see was somebody's idea. From the rear view mirror to the key, to the chain, to the gold tooth, to whatever you could see with your naked eye, that was somebody's idea. And they said, let me put this shit out there, bring it into fruition and see what it do. The toilet bowl flusher.
In them tubes with them gold ass teeth.
Yeah. And this is what we came here for. We came here to add on to what's here already. So that's why shit getting shut down. That's why certain stores don't mean what it used to be back in the days. They just get rid of different things and you never see it again because these were corporations and these was things that was put here, but it really didn't really have no real value for us. It's about coming up with our ideas. Q, what do we need in your neighborhood? Well, the food is poor and the schools are poor. Okay, that's your job. Okay. Miss Pat, what's going on in your community? What do you think we need more of? Oh, we need We need better guidance for the children, and we need more playgrounds, and we need more places where they can. And so this is what it's coming to, humanitarianism. It's about coming up with ideas and putting the shit in our neighborhood. We gotta build that shit again. That's what this is about. So before the breakthrough is always the breakdown. Everything gets stripped down to the beams before the breakthrough. So from darkness came light. When it looked like, oh shit, ain't no more hope, boom, there go a beam of light. Because you gotta keep going. The motion is always forward. As a child, we fell, bust our ass, we got up, did it again, kept falling on that pamper until one day, oh look, she walking. Oh, I knew it was gonna happen. But you kept going. And that's the motion, is always forward, no matter what you dealt. We come from a long line of kings and queens. Our ancestors like high powered. And we keep reincarnating and we keep coming back. And we're going to keep coming back. We done been the warrior, the cliffhanger, the prince, the pauper. We done been all that shit. And so that's why when somebody speaks some truth, we able to go, because the way it go down, it's like food. It's food going down. It's nourishing. So we gotta be careful what we take in. We take shit in through our eyes, through our ears, through our nose, through our mouth. The people we around, all that shit count. Energy is contagious. Real contagious. Somebody could walk in the room and change the whole vibe. Like how we vibing right now. Somebody could come in right behind me and talk about some shit that don't even connect. And it'll change the whole frequency. See, so what I did was try to piggyback off of with the brother, because he was very inspiring. Like, people better embrace and really know that brother. He could have been doing anything else on the planet. He could have been spending time with his family. He took time out and he spent a couple of hours on here with us. And it was very memorable. Like, I learned a lot. It opened up a lot of doors for me. It added on to some stuff I knew. It added on to stuff I didn't know. So it was just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's beautiful. And I'm surprised there's a lot of people didn't even show up, but that's they loss. Like, they missed out on something good.
I was listening to Brother Maurice earlier, and as he was talking, he was explaining about what his name meant. As he's speaking,
Maurice,
yeah, So
Morris,
as he right. So as he's speaking, my mind went to a TV show called Bewitched. So if anybody in our age group knows about the show Bewitched, basically they would spitting all. There must be like 7 or 8 seasons of that shit, and everything in that show is esoteric. It might be a comedy, but they was dead serious on every episode that occurred in that show, because she's the witch. She married a mortal. Her father's name was Maurice, and every time he came to visit, he came in a bolt of lightning and smoke. All the winds moved before he came. Like, you knew he was coming. She's like, oh shit, father's coming. Get ready.
And if you Google it, it's just going to tell you it stands for dark skin, which essentially stands for melanin. But it's going to tell you it's dark skin.
And then you said Maurice is more like Morris, and the Moors.
Like Morris, yeah. It states that like in the Black Law Dictionary in Oxford, it'll tell you Moorish exactly.
Yeah, I heard you building too, bro. And you plugged in.
And excuse me, I did come very, very late as well. Like, I came about 3-4 minutes before I even started speaking. But Spirit told me it wasn't even ego speaking, and I wasn't speaking to egos. It was literally Spirit speaking to spirit. That's literally just what happened. Because I came from watching the fights as well, you know. And it just happened that way. I just had to give it up. And what I did get from the brother that was speaking,
I'm a fan. Shit. What fight was y'all watching? The shit.
Y'all need to watch that show. Y'all need to watch that show. Y'all need to watch that show. Bewitched. Y'all need to watch that show. Bewitched from beginning to end, because with Andorra, and I remember there was an episode where the queen of witches came to visit their house. She gave them a warning she was coming, and when she came with her throne. She came with her 2 big ass Great Danes and her servant and a couple of servants, and she came to let Samantha, who's the star of the show, she came to let Samantha know that she was going to retire, and she wanted to appoint her personally as the new queen of witches. And Samantha was like, me? She was like, no, I'm not worthy. And her mother Andorra was like, my baby, the queen? She was like, yes, we'll take that honor. And Samantha was like, no, I don't want it. She was like, that's too much. And they was like, and what are you talking about? And the mother was like, oh, it's Dumbo. That's what she called her husband, Darren, who's mortal. Like,
Dumbo.
Oh, it's Dumbo that's blocking her. You know, she called him all kind of names. You know,
he's an earthling in her world. He's an earthling.
Yeah. She was like, he ain't part of our world. You know, she was like, he's the one that's holding her back. He's the one that makes her powers all stifled. You know, like he's a big major problem. But she chose to be with him because she fell in love with him.
That's exactly how it is in the twin flame journey for the divine feminine and divine masculine. For those of us that are at a high vibrational frequency in relationships, we have a hard time being in relationships with people because because they can't understand.
And let me tell you,
they can't really.
And Dora turned that nigga into a monkey. She turned that nigga into she turned him into all kind of shit. The father turned him into a donkey, you know, an ass.
Yeah, I remember she used to come home and be like, what did you do to him?
One Halloween, the mother shape shifted herself into a little girl, into like a little genie. And when she rang the doorbell, he answered, and she said some hocus pocus. Next thing you know, he's starting to grow hair all over his body, turning into a werewolf. He had no control over it. He ran upstairs trying to shave the shit off, and they kept growing back. The teeth and the fangs and the nails kept growing, and he didn't know what to do. So they were turning him into all kind. He went through all kinds of shit just to stick around because he loved that woman so much. He put up with a lot of shit.
And the real reality, there's a deep science behind it, because we're experiencing that in the present realm. Because you're gonna see a whole lot of people. Well, coming into this year, I was seeing it, and I'm seeing it more. A lot of people who've been together for like decades and been married for the ages, they're breaking off because of the way the frequency is hitting and the alignment of the planets. If you and that person is not in alignment with consciousness, like a person that's an occult student or an occultist or anything on a high level, is not going to mix with a Christian, is not going to mix with a Buddhist, because it's 2 different frequencies. So it's like you're trying to force it. The energies are you're not vibrating on the same. It don't resonate with one another. So no matter how you force it, it ain't going to fit. You can have sex. He can have all the money in the world, or she might be the one spending and taking care of him. It's not going to work. Because it's going to be based on material things. It's going to be based on things from low level or low vibration. And anytime you in low vibration, you allow fear to set in. And once fear sets in, then you can hit people with psychosis. So there's a lot of people walking dead right now. There's a lot of zombies walking dead because their frequency is vibrating at such a low. It's easy for fear, so it's easy to scare you. If I could bluff you, I could beat you.
That's my voice.
And that's how, yeah, so that's how the devil play. Here come the boogeyman. Put your mask on, stay in the house, come out, go back in. Oh, I didn't say Simon Says. And they playing with people. And some people who is used to that shit because you people
Remember
wake
what you
up
said,
and don't even
Juan?
think.
Remember what you said, Juan, about Simon Boss Sinister? Remember what you said
Oh
about
yeah,
Simon Boss
yeah.
Sinister?
Pull the lever.
Remember
Pull the
that
lever.
shit?
Me and Chad
Remember
will
that
take
shit?
over the world.
What he
Yeah, that
said, and
remind
what
me of
he said,
Fauci.
Juan?
He said,
What
me
and
and
Juan? What he
Chad.
said? Simon said.
Simon says, yeah, make it rain.
Remember that? Make it
He got the
rain.
weather, and he had a weather machine, remember?
He had an organ. You press one key, it had tornado. You press another key, it said rain.
And that's what's
You
going
press
on
another
now.
key, it said earthquake. And that's what's going on right now.
And
We
that
got
shit's going on
Simon
right
Boss
now.
Sinister at
I
the
just saw
organ
Alice
right now.
Crow's face just now.
Huh?
I just saw Aleister Crowley's face.
Wow.
Right now?
Yes.
Just see.
Wow.
Just seen it.
I just saw his face, and I saw Pan, and I seen him with a flute. Because you have to understand that even with the flute, that's the same thing with the organ.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, because in that same show, they talked about leprechauns. They touched on leprechauns. They touched on unicorns. They touched on sexual water nymphs. They touched on they touched on just about everything, because if she's a witch, she could basically go into dimensions. They could time travel and go back into time. The mother was powerful with that shit. She can go back into time with, like, when her and her husband first, when her daughter and her husband first met. They can go back into time when they first met. What else? They touched on a lot of shit. And then when she got pregnant, the daughter came out just like the mother. She had all these mystical, magical powers at a baby age. She was still in the crib, got her stuffed toys, animals floating around in the room. And when she would walk in, she could see all these toys floating around in the room. And she was like, "No, Tabitha, you can't do that."
Tabitha, I remember that. Samantha, Tabitha, and Dora. What was the husband?
It was
Darren?
Andorra. It was Darren, the husband, Andorra, the mother, Maurice, the father, and the daughter Tabitha. And then later
Tabitha
on, towards
was
the
the
end of
baby.
the show, yeah, she was the baby. But
She
towards
had
the end of
powers too.
but before the
The
show
little
ended,
girl
they
used
had
to do
another
something with her
child.
nose, right?
Yeah,
She used
they
to
used to
twitch her
their nose.
nose. Yeah, I remember that shit. Yeah, and see, when
And they
you
used to
look
hide her
back
powers,
now,
and they used to hide the baby's powers from his parents. They didn't want the parents to know how powerful
exactly
that his daughter was.
now when you go back, it got a whole lot of more meaning because when we was young, we was entertained by it. Now we're looking at the real meaning of it, and there was this one
Y'all need to watch.
show.
Y'all need to watch that show. That show is fucking good. I love that show from beginning to end.
I'm gonna tell you another show I was amazed with. One of my best shows, and I was like, oh shit. Once I came into knowledge of self, I used to try to find it. It's hard to find the real episodes. Man from Atlantis. I used to love when that commercial come on. It was a white guy, and he'd be swimming like a fish, and he had fins. His fingers, it was fins between his fingers and his toes. He used to swim fast through the ocean. It was called Man from Atlantis. And I went to YouTube. Yeah, that's a deep ass joint. But see, back then when I was a child, you're not looking at the the real meaning to it. You looking at like, oh shit, he could swim fast.
That was
And I was
they
always
version of Aquaman.
like Aquaman, yeah.
Right.
Even
That was
Aquaman
like
is
the
deep.
beginnings of Aquaman.
Yeah, because he had dominion. He was like the god of the ocean. And you know, he was talking with the whales and shit through telekinesis. You know, because they sending electrical magnetic waves through the ocean, communicating with
Remember,
each
they
other.
used to have a show called Flipper. They used to have a show called Flipper.
Yeah,
It's black
I
and white
remember
with a
Flipper.
dolphin.
Yeah, I remember Flipper. That's when Lassie and all that shit was out. Like Flipper and Lassie and Little House on the Prairie,
Lassie.
Green Acres, The Flying
Green
Nun,
Acres. Oh, remember the
Courtship,
Flying Nun?
Courtship,
Remember that shit?
yeah,
Courtship of
Courtship,
Eddie's
Eddie's
father.
father,
hmm
Miss Livingston.
They was going
Yeah,
in.
yeah,
Remember that show, The Ghost and Mrs. Muir?
yeah. I forgot about that shit.
Ghost and Mrs.
Yeah.
Muir. Remember that shit?
Mm-hmm.
And then they had
What
Lou
was it?
Ferrigno, the Credible Hulk.
Yeah.
Talking about you won't like it when I'm angry.
Some radioactive waves.
Because he was some gamma waves.
Mm-hmm.
They skipped that in the Greek symbolism. They didn't want to throw that out there.
Nah, they ain't want to put that out. Yeah.
They ain't
He
trying to
couldn't
talk
take
about no
it.
gamma.
And look,
The only time they talk
he
about
turned
gamma
green.
is through Green Lantern.
And look how it's green. That's the green one. That green is like growth. Yeah, that's some heavy metal shit right there. He turned green when he get angry. He get his strongest when he's green. That's deep. What happened? Vernon and Marvin, they ain't come in, huh? I ain't seen them in a minute.
He was there earlier.
Vernon's on there.
Oh, he was
Marvin
on.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He
Vernon.
was on there, but he left.
Yeah, I'm here. Look, I
that's,
got it. It's on now.
That's Vernon. That's Vernon. Hello.
Yeah, he on there.
What's happening, Vernon?
Y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you
Yeah,
now.
I hear you. What's happening, bro?
Just chilling, man. Be
What's
with you
happening,
on that
Vernon?
shit. Look, be with you on that. Y'all see him?
Oh, she said be with you on that. What channel is she on?
Family channel.
Who she got with her? Andorra? Andorra ain't on this one, is she?
Look, that's what the mama and the daughter right there. I mean, the mama and the.
Oh, wow.
Y'all see him? Look what she got in her hand. She disappeared on us. Out of here.
Bewitched. Yeah, that's
show,
some
y'all.
deep shit.
That show is
That's some deep shit.
It's funny, it's a comedy, but that shit is deep, yo.
Yeah, it's to throw you off. That's why they make it funny. And it's like that dry humor. Like the aunt, she was real sarcastic. And Dora, she used to say shit with truth, but she really mean that shit.
And then you had the nosy neighbor. Then you had the nosy neighbor that was always peeking in their window, seeing some crazy ass shit. She would be screaming, running back to her house, talking about Abner, you gotta watch them over there across the street.
Shit, that's like the Flintstones. You had the Gruesomes next door.
Remember the Gruesomes? And the wife's name was Creepella.
Yeah,
Creepella was the wife's name.
The son was Gobby. The son name was Gobby.
The son was Gobby, and he's like, "Oh, it's short for Goblin."
Creepella, yeah, Goblin. He said, remember he had the uncle in the dungeon. He said, Uncle.
Oh, what? And the uncle was a fucking giant, yo, living in the bottom of the well.
Ogre or some shit. Hold on, what was his name?
What, the uncle? Husband name? He didn't have no name.
The husband.
Oh, the husband was the husband's name was Weirdly.
Weirdly?
Let me see.
Oh,
Weirdly
yeah, it was,
gruesome.
right?
That was the father's name.
Mm-hmm. Oh, shit. Yes, so
Weirdly
was.
gruesome.
Weirdly. So you had Creepella, Gabi. Gabi, what was the spider name?
You had Weirdly, Creepella, and Gabi.
Oh,
And
the
Gabi had a
spider was
pet,
Hoppy.
and he had a pet spider. And he had a pet
Yeah, the pet
grasshopper
spider.
too.
Yeah, that shit was crazy. The gruesomes. Then you had the Hat Rocks, the hillbilly
The Hat
motherfuckers.
Rock. So they was giving you the story about the. They was giving you the story about the
bug music.
Hatfields and the McCoys.
Yeah, they said it's
Oh, they hated
bug
bug music.
They
He
started
was like,
shooting
he
at the
said,
studio.
yeah. He said, yeah.
That's where the fun is, way out. Way
That
out.
was my shit. The Way Out? Yo, The Way Out. That was my shit. That was my shit. The Way Out.
The motherfuckers, they bodies are like a bunch of discs.
He goes, that's where the fun is, way out.
Way out. Way out.
For real. Yo, that was some real ass shit.
Motherfucking Way Out.
For real, yo.
Way out.
Like, beware of the way outs, because they way out.
It was like 5 of them. It was like a band and shit.
Yeah, they were a singing group. And they looked like that group that came on the 80s. Remember that group that came on the 80s, Devo? That's what they was looking like, Devo.
Or ancient Beatles. The ancient Beatles and shit.
But they were trying to be they were trying to be futuristic Beatles.
Word.
Yo, that shit. That was my shit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why Simon Bar Sinister was the cartoon was called Underdog, and he was a dog, and he was a brown
and he
dog.
was black. Yeah, he was a black man.
And
yeah,
he was a brown dog.
What his girl name was? Sweet Polly Purebred.
Sweet Polly Purebred. Talking about the purebred.
Purebred, yeah. And even with Popeye, look what his girl name was. Olive Oil.
Olive Oil.
Sweet Pea.
And the baby was Sweet Pea.
And then he gets strong off of spinach.
Because the spinach has iron in it.
That's right. It was nourishing.
Trying to push that shit off on kids because kids was not eating that shit.
Oh, word.
My son ate spinach. I made sure that shit. My son ate spinach. I made sure.
I eat it now, but back then, nobody eating it.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something. Because my son was born during the time of SpongeBob. He was born during the time of SpongeBob. You know, he was born in 2001. So I used to go back to the old shit that I grew up on. So I had that nigga watch Popeye. He ate his spinach. I had that nigga watching Bugs Bunny. He ate his carrots. You know what I'm saying?
You want to get strong? So you want to get strong, you got to eat your spinach.
You got to eat your spinach. They was giving you all the keys. They was giving us kids when we were little kids. They were giving us all the keys on what to eat, you know, through these cartoons. But they didn't glamorize it. But they put it in there.
Our parents kind of missed it.
All the time.
Our parents kind of missed it, so they didn't give it to us.
Every time. That was on purpose too. You heard one? That was on purpose too. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was definitely on purpose. Yeah, that was on purpose. Yeah, you know, they made sure the parents missed it. Like they threw the Planet of the Apes up there to show you, you know, we was amazed by seeing apes that could talk. Right. But they was really letting us know, you know, some origins of certain shit that's going on. And
Juan, remember in Underdog they had that other gangster character. He was dressed in pinstripes. They called him
Rodney
Riff Raff.
Rodent.
He was like a wolf.
Oh, Riff Raff. Yeah,
Riff Raff. He
And
was
then
like a
you had,
wolf, and he was dressed in a pinstripe suit. Mm-hmm.
yeah, and then you had Rodney Rodent.
And Rodney Rodent.
Rodney Rodent.
Yo, you remember? You
Riff
remember
Raff.
Courageous? You remember Courageous Cat and Minute Mouse?
What? Yeah, he had all kind of guns and shit. His gun do whatever he needed to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
See, those was the real cartoons. That was with Gigantor and Ghost Speed Racer.
Yep. They had Speed Racer. Yep. Damn, I remember Speed Racer. That used to be my shit.
Little Jimmy had that
Gigantor.
Yeah.
Yep. I used to watch Voltron, all that shit.
Hey, look, the grandmama just turned the husband into a werewolf, like you say, dude.
It turned him into a werewolf. Look.
Straight werewolf, nigga, hairy as fuck on him.
Ain't that some shit?
I think I watched the most cartoons when we first got out the first lockdown. That was like what, March of 2020. Yo, ever since March of 2020 and we was in that lockdown, I did nothing but watch all the old ass cartoons. Like I went back into time and I watched.
Yes, a lot of hit.
I watched Magilla Gorilla. Magilla was a goofy motherfucker.
I bet you don't remember. I bet you don't remember his girlfriend name.
Who? Magilla?
Yeah. What was his girlfriend name?
I think his girlfriend's name, I could be wrong. No, I think Yogi's girlfriend's name was Daisy. I don't remember.
Nah, Magilla. It was Matilda.
Name.
Remember she was following
Matilda. That's right. Yo, she was like. For real. No, but Matilda was from the zoo, though.
He was chasing his ass. She was in love with
Magilla lived in the pet shop, and Matilda lived in the zoo.
And then his little friend OG used to come through. OG. She
used to be a little girl. Everything was all OG.
OG. Mr.
Yep, that OG, that old gangster.
Yeah, OG. Yeah, he forgot about OG.
Yo, let me tell you about these writers with this animation. They was on point with that shit, boy.
Oh yeah.
They wasn't playing with the script. They wasn't playing with the script.
They knew that was a dark time for people of consciousness, so they got away with it. They threw a lot of subliminal
They got away with that shit, but I caught up. But I caught up to that shit though.
If you really look at the Flintstones, they break down their whole lifestyle because that was the Stone Age. So everything they did was based on rocks, bedrock. His daughter's name was Pebbles.
It was based on granite.
Yeah, Mr. Slate.
Remember Bam Bam? Yo, Bam Bam, yo.
Bam Bam.
Bam Bam will whoop your ass.
Flintstone. Ronnie Rubble. Joe Rockhead.
Right.
Joe Rockhead.
Curtis.
Ain't that wasn't that the rock star that was always singing?
Remember Stony? They had Stoney Curtis. They had Carrie Granite, Lola Bricketer.
Always singing and they was going
for real.
Hold on, what was the nigga? Hang on, yeah, you said Joe Rockhead, Mr. Slate.
Yeah.
Everything was dealing with stones and rocks. That was like the Masonic age. And then they used to go to the lodge. Remember the Grand Poobah?
They went to the Water Buffalo Lodge.
I tell you right there.
That was the
Loyal Order of Water Buffalo.
The Masonic Order. Right. I bet you don't remember the secret password to get in.
Nope.
No, it was ack Yep.
He said ack That's when Rumor and Betty snuck in and they beat them with them paddles.
They snuck in and they got their asses
They had the
whooped.
fake mustache on. Yeah. They wasn't supposed to be in the lodge.
They snuck into that shit. She's like, "What's up, Brother Slate?"
Yeah, brother.
I like
Yeah.
it when they used to have kazoo in there.
What's up, bro? What's up? How you
Yeah.
doing, brother
What is it
John
now,
Stone?
Jump?
You have brother
That was
John
trying to throw
Stone.
the aliens in there, Mr. Kazoo in there and shit.
Hold
Oh,
on.
they threw kazoo in there. That
G.
nigga came.
Yep, Kazoo was
He
getting
said,
their ass in
he
all
said,
kinds of trouble.
no, he said, what is it now, Jump?
Right.
Because he was from another planet. That
Right,
motherfucker
he
wasn't
was
even
trying
from
to
here.
get their ass out of all, they would get themselves into trouble, and then they would call on
and
him.
that nigga kazoo was
He was always
green. That
asleep.
nigga was green from head to toe.
Exactly. And
That
he
nigga's
was
kazoo was green from
extraterrestrial.
head to toe.
Yeah, that shit was deep, man.
That nigga
And
was
he used to
green
come
from head
down,
to toe.
and he come down and grant them whatever. What is it now, Jump? Because he used to always be asleep because he's saying they slow. They slow. They need to catch up. I'm trying to teach y'all.
He was like, they so slow, I'm going
y'all
to
on some
sleep.
Stone Age shit. Yeah, y'all on Pebble Beach and Stone Age. Oh man.
Yeah, that shit was funny.
Hey, yo, but
Yo,
that's
facts,
some
yo.
cartoon
They
that I could watch all
putting
the
it.
time.
Yo, I can watch that shit every day. Every day I can watch that shit. Every day. I can binge on Flintstones. I could binge on the Jetsons. I could binge on Underdog. I could binge on Courageous Cat and Minute Mouse. I could.
Oh yeah,
the cartoons was just endless. Just endless. These cartoons. The Wacky Races, yo, with Dastardly and Muttley, yo. Oh, remember? Oh, remember? Remember that shit? Yo, remember that shit? Yo, remember that shit? Stop the pigeon.
Yeah, nab him, grab him. He said, stop. He said,
Stop
you're just a
that pigeon
snickering hound,
now.
Muttley. He said, nab him, grab him. Stop that, Dick Dastardly. Then you had Sneasley and Breezy brewing.
Muttley.
You got Sneasley and Breezy brewing.
I like them two crows and
They
shit.
even had the
Heckle
three.
and Jekyll. Heckle and Jekyll was the
Heckle and Jekyll. Yo, Heckle and Jekyll, they was a piece of work.
And on the low, Woody Woodpecker was work too. Oh man.
Woody Woodpecker, forget about it.
I seen an episode where they freaked off. They had this long table and it was the female woodpecker. It was just her and Woody at the table. And she was trying to serve him a little dinner and kiss him and all that shit. And he was shy. He wasn't used to it. So she lifted her skirt up and she looked at him and said, cheesecake? And I'll never forget that shit. Because as a kid, you didn't catch it right away.
Yeah.
I knew something wasn't right. But she lifted her little skirt up. She said, cheesecake?
That's crazy.
That's some funny shit.
Ain't that some shit?
Yeah.
She said cheesecake.
Ain't that some shit, yo?
Oh shit.
That's crazy.
And that shit. We was kids then.
Yo, cause we have to reminisce on this shit because they was spitting out some real ass shit.
Come on, man.
Yeah. They was letting you know. Even down to the Little Rascals, they was on some racist shit.
Yo,
like
even in Thundercats. Even in Thundercats, they were showing you the draconians and the reptilians in Thundercats. They were showing you that shit.
I never got into it.
I
never got into it.
I watched that still now, Vernon.
Yeah, Land of the Lost.
He-Man. Oh, Land of the Lost. Oh, yeah. Land of the Lost was the shit.
Yeah,
that was with the little people, right?
Right.
Oh no, Land of the Lost was with Dr. Bellows in them, right? In that robot.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had Land of the Giants.
No, you had the show was called Lost in Space. Remember the show Lost in Space with Dr. Smith?
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Smith.
Yeah,
Dr. Smith and all them.
It was Lost in Space. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they got the Lost in Space, but they also got the Land of Lost.
Yeah.
See, I'm gonna start going back. Yeah, then they had
Land
of
the Giants. You gotta go back to all that shit. They had Land of the Giants, Land of the Lost. They had Lost in Space. Yep.
They had
Let me show y'all how the husband looking now. That nigga full werewolf.
Look at that nigga. On Bewitched.
He looked like a whole
Hell yeah, she turned that nigga into a werewolf.
You look like a whole nigga out there. Look at that man.
Yeah, she turned that nigga into a witch. She turned him into a pig too. He had a pig face. Come on, oink, oink, oink. All that
This
shit.
boss man always be on the scene with that bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, you know what was some ill shit too? The Twilight Zone. Oh man.
Oh
Miss
no,
Pat
Twilight.
posted
They
that
went
Twilight
in.
shit the other night. That shit was
Hell
wild.
yeah.
That
Wasn't
shit.
that shit wild, yo?
Yo, as a
was
little
that shit
kid,
that wild?
You can't not like that Twilight Zone shit. That shit black and white, but that shit go in.
Was we talking about Miss Pat? That other one that was like Beyond. It was Tales from the Tales from the Dark Side, but it was another
Tales from the Crypt.
One Step.
Tales from the Crypt.
One Step Beyond.
No, it's called One Step Beyond. Black and white.
Oh, I remember. Yo, that was that shit.
Yo, One Step Beyond was deep because One Step Beyond, they basically what the host would do is he would introduce the episode and then tell you, like, before the show started, he would introduce the episode and he would tell you about everything was like either telepathic. Like they used to go in on One Step Beyond a lot of because it was based on true stories. It was based on true stories about astral project. They was talking about astral projection. They was talking about telepathy. They was talking about all that shit. They was talking about all of that shit. And it was based on true stories.
Yeah, that's deep.
Hell yeah, there was one.
Yeah,
I'll give you an example.
Movie.
There was one episode. I'll give you an example. There was one episode on One Step Beyond where it was focused on a painter. It was a particular artist, and
wasn't that in black and white
there was
too?
this. It was in black and white, and it was this one story was about this artist. It was one story about they had mad stories. There was this one story about this artist, and he was real famous with his paintings, but it comes to find out that he wasn't really the artist. It was somebody who died that was transferring his energy to the artist, and everybody thought that artist was still alive, but he was really dead.
Right.
No shit.
Actually,
it was
that's
real
crazy.
deep.
It's crazy that you're saying that because tonight I watched a video with what's the nigga name with all the squigglies on his damn head? That was singing that did this. Oh, Coolio. So he said that he don't remember.
Oh, Coolio.
Yeah, Coolio. Coolio said he don't remember writing the words to that song. He said that an actual entity came into him, and he wrote that song. He said, and his eyeballs, as he was saying that his eyeballs rolled back up in his head. He said he felt like his eyes.
Exactly. You want to know why? Because what they do in those rituals with the one eye is that they put some type of worm or some type of entity and let it crawl into their eye. That's what that shit is. So when you see them on an interview, if you see them sitting down being interviewed, whatever they put inside their eye got them going crazy, like they did,
put it in
like
the
they did to Britney Spears.
Yeah, they put it in the
exactly what they did to Britney Spears.
They channel what
and I saw
into the worm.
So I saw an interview.
In the eye.
Right. So I saw an interview with Britney Spears one time. Barbara, can't stand that bitch. Barbara Walters was interviewing Britney Spears one time, and as she's talking to Britney came out of nowhere and was like, "Woo!" She was like, "Woo!" Like something was going on in her head, and she was trying to compose herself. But Barbara's sitting there knowing what the fuck is going on. But Britney's going through all this shit, what's going on in her head. She's like, "Ooh!" She was like, "I just heard something." Like she was bugging, and she couldn't explain what she was hearing.
Yeah, they put them under spell. They put them
putting her under a spell, and she probably had a handler sitting on the side that you probably couldn't see on camera, but she was going through it.
Yeah,
she was going through it.
Hey, one man, you see how the nigga come at me in the group, man? I ain't even know. Star had to let me know that was going on. I ain't even peep that shit. You heard?
What happened? Oh, with homeboy on Starwalker?
No, not Starwalker. Starwalker too humble for that shit. What happened? In the group, man, a nigga was coming. coming for me and about some shit he posting about some I think he was posting about the how the FEMA run the country, you know, and when Trump turned the whole country over to FEMA and shit, you know what I mean?
Oh, something about FEMA being the most powerful, even over everybody. I was like,
FEMA had, I guess, I mean, I've been know that though, but you know what I mean? FEMA at a certain point, Trump say he was nice president. He appreciate being the president and state of emergency, and he turned the country over to FEMA. But I get it about the deep state and all that shit, and trying to keep China from taking this bitch over for real. You know what I mean? So
well, I'm gonna tell you like this, right? I'm gonna tell you like this.
yo, that motherfucker's an alien too. He's an alien too. He's an alien.
Yeah.
Trump's an alien too.
But
they ain't fucking
let me tell you. Don't sleep on him.
Yeah, I love Trump.
I'm gonna tell you what he is. He's a real patriot.
Yeah.
This is a military sting
Facts.
operation that they're doing, and they use Trump. They went all the way back to Saint Germain, talking about Saint Germain is working through his body. Then they go as far as JFK, because JFK and Trump was friends.
Yeah.
So they saying JFK not really dead.
He in Germany.
You talking about JFK Jr.?
Yeah, the junior.
Yeah, the junior.
Died on the airplane.
Yeah, in the airplane. They never had
but they were saying he ain't dead though.
Yeah, he in Germany.
That's what I just said. So now what's happening now is this. This is the whole operation.
Trying to take down the deep state who killed his dad.
Listen, this is what they had to do. They had to let this whole shit play out the way it played out. The Biden administration, they orchestrated and stole the whole election. Okay, so they planned this whole pandemic so that they can set up a call-in ballots. No, to do the call-in ballots. Meanwhile, we standing on motherfucking line to go to Piggly Wiggly, Red and White, to whatever fucking supermarkets, Publix, whatever supermarkets, we standing in line to go in there. But we can't stand in line to vote. So that right there raised the red flag. So what China did, China sent the whole voting machine from China. It was designed by China. It's called Dominion. Look it up. And in that machine,
I heard of that.
It shows you how to rig. So what it does is if you pull a lever back for one Republican vote, it'll put 10 Democrat. One Republican, 10 Democrat. One Republican, 10 Democrat. So what happened is the machine fucking broke. That's why when we woke up the next day, it said 236 to 207 and it stayed there. Remember it was stuck?
It stayed there.
The fucking machine broke because they overdid it. So what happened was the military, Trump worked for the military. Trump did 7 years in the military. He fucked with generals. When you become a general,
that's why all the talk. What I was peeping the game I was peeping was all the late night, even daytime, but the late night talk show hosts, all of them on every network.
They were hating on that nigga.
They was hating. They was hating.
I never seen that much.
I'm gonna tell you why.
I never seen so much hatred from a group of people on one person. Because when he came out, because when he told everybody that he was going to run, they was all on high alert. Like they was all like, "Oh shit, this nigga's gonna run." yo, what the fuck? And then they were just spitting out all this anger on every talk show, every host, daytime and nighttime. They was all bugging. They was
Made a
like
promise
they
to
didn't know
do
what to
something.
do with
because
themselves.
Gonna make them fall and pay for it anyway.
it's because he used to hang out with them.
Yeah.
Okay, they was on Epstein Island together. And what happened was that was an island for everybody that had money, but this where they fucked up. They brought little kids inside the equation. Trump
Right.
seen that shit and he
Right.
bailed out and stopped hanging with them. So that he's a threat. So
Right.
anything they can do, they run the media. So they gotta
Right.
paint this
I
nigga
think his
as the
ass is
fucking
touching
devil.
young.
Boy,
So
they
They
that's why they
painted that
going at
nigga
his.
to the
Can't tell
point
me
that
his ass
I
wasn't
couldn't
touching
say
no young girls. His ass was
on
touching
my
young
page.
girls.
I couldn't say nothing about Trump because
boy,
they would have
listen, boy,
tore
they'll
me.
get
They would
on
have
you.
tore.
They'll get on
They would
you.
have ate me alive.
They
So I
still
stayed
talking about
quiet
Trump.
on the
Look,
Trump thing.
man, Trump, Trump
Listen,
ain't the president. They still talking shit about Trump right now on these on feed, man. I be like, what the fuck, man?
I'm gonna
Soon
tell
as Trump got out of office,
no, I'm
man,
gonna tell you why.
man, y'all hear all the Amber Alerts
wait,
been going
y'all.
off. Soon as he got out of
Wait,
office, the
fam.
Amber Alerts went off my
Wait,
phone. They
hold
went
on,
off the
fam.
chain off my
Yo,
phone when
hold
that
on,
nigga got out of
fam.
office.
Hold on, fam. Let me tell you how deep this shit really go. Let me tell y'all how deep this shit really go. Cause I've been sitting here. I'm an avid TV watcher, and I've been watching old black and white movies, and I'm talking from like 1932 black and white movies. And
My daddy was
from
born.
my
My daddy
observation,
was born the day 1932. The day to the
yo,
day
check this
1932.
out. They have been running the number 17 even back in the early 30s. They've been running the letter Q and the number 17 since the 30s. I was like, oh shit! I was like, that was on
That's
that
why I
shit.
was trying
They
to
would
tell
turn
you
a
about
page.
the
They
Kodak
would turn
system
up.
how they did me
There
when I
would be
was
two
a kid.
actors. Yo, there would be two actors in a scene, and one would turn the page on whatever the date was. Oh, we're gonna do this on this date, and they would turn the page, and there it go number 17. I was like, oh shit! I was like, they was on some cute shit already. I was like, damn.
Man, that's how intelligent Bobby said them crackers was on that shit, man. And we still wasn't on none of
Yo,
that
they've
shit.
been on this shit from day one. Yo, they've been on
Just
this
how
shit from day
intelligent
like
he said
they
was of our
see.
ass.
Not only was they using 17, you was using 45. I was like, yo, they was already on it.
Right. I showed y'all that shit by
They was
1800. They had all that shit
they was
built up. Then
already
they knocked
on
all that
it.
shit down. Chicago built like Rome. Um, uh, lost. All them motherfucking cities was built like Rome and over there in the Middle East. They knocked all that shit down. They had that shit looking like some old.
Yo, they knew this
fair.
shit. They knew this shit was coming. They knew it. They knew this shit was coming because they was talking about this shit in the late 20s, early 30s, and this was like through old movies and old TV shows. They was on it, and I was like, damn.
They already got all some of
17?
that from
I was like, damn, 45. I was like, they know about the 17 and the 45 already. I was like, damn.
That shit wild, man. Yeah, I see when I fuck with Trump, I figured that Trump was at them kids' throat, man. Them motherfuckers was fucking over them kids, man. They look. Now that I see what Bobby talking about the baby brain, when Bobby, that's the first thing Bobby said when you started on that interview, talking about the baby brain, bitch. And that's what the fuck they been eating in Hollywood this whole time, the baby brain. Baby P
The
now
baby
going.
brain.
And look, on that movie Monsters Inc., Bobby said you got to make motherfuckers laugh. Bobby said you got to make a bitch
And then
laugh.
you know
On
who they
Monsters
preyed
Inc.
on the most? And they preyed on the most. They preyed on the orphans and these third world countries.
Oh, look,
You know, with all these.
Look, children and families.
Oh, yeah.
They say all the motherfuckers got in and took over that whole children and families, social work and all that shit. This to get the churn. Like that was a big organization thing, right? This to take the churn
Not
from
for
the
nothing,
people.
y'all. Not for nothing, but because you know I used to work at this hotel. I used to work at this hotel for like almost 15 years, and I left there in 2018. And I remember every time, because you know, I'm a switchboard. I was a switchboard operator. You know, for almost 15 years. We used to always get the heads up as to when Secret Service was coming for the UN summit. Okay, so I used to always pay attention to what was going on when the U.S. Summit was coming. So I knew they was coming because my hotel was a block away from Waldorf Astoria. So when I would come up so when I would get off the train to come up Lexington Avenue, I would see the police have all the blockades in the street getting ready for the summit. And then I would start seeing little sprinkles of Secret Service because they used to always keep a wire in their ear. I used to always keep an eye on the Secret Service, and sometimes the Secret Service would come, depending on who's from what mission is staying at the hotel. We used to get the mission of Senegal. We used to get the mission of, I think we had the mission of Nigeria one time. Like we had a few missions, staying at where property where I was at, and and I remember one time going on a lunch break because it lasts like a week. The summit lasts like a little bit over a week, or everybody from all over the world is going to the UN, so that all the hotels is jam packed with Secret Service and people from the Ghana missionaries and all that other shit. And I was going to lunch one time, and on 3rd Avenue at the corner of, my hotel was on 48th Street between Lexington and 3rd Avenue. And when I used to go to lunch, I would go up 3rd Avenue. And they used to have a smoothies truck on the corner of 48th and 3rd. Then I would go further up to like 49th or 50th Street. And they used to have a big ass tent on top of a manhole. Pay attention, y'all. They used to have a big ass tent on top of a manhole, and it only happened when there was always a summit. I never seen that tent on any other given time other than until when the UN come to town. These missions come to town, and I should see a tent covering a manhole, and then giving you the facade that Con Edison or with the electric company or whatever, they working inside the manhole or whatever. And I was like, that shit is mad suspect. I was like, every time I would walk by there, I had a fucked up, terrible feeling because under New York City, there's like 5 levels below.
Right.
There's another city under
That's
the
how
city.
they say Hillary removing all them churn like that.
And that's where they was moving the children at. I had a terrible feeling because I have a friend of mine who used to work in housekeeping. Me and her, to this day, we still tight, and she's an Aquarius. So she's got that energy, you know what I'm saying? And she was in her car one day a few years ago, and she said she made a wrong turn off of 42nd Street, and she said she winded up underground.
Damn.
I was like, how did you get in there? She was like, I don't know. I made a wrong turn. And she was like, the boss. She was like, yo. She was like, they got sidewalks and all that shit underground.
Right. City.
I was like, oh, what? Because you forget that there's shit going on underground. That's how motherfuckers have been going in and out of this motherfucker.
Right. All the time. That's why you can't find them kids. It's so quick they be gone.
Because they was running these children underground.
Yeah. Now that's the most serious thing I think about now. I think about them children, man. If 80 million children since damn near what? It's supposed to be 80 million children been gone since motherfucking the 50s or 30s or so. And what the fuck is going on with 80 million children? Bitch ain't found no bones, ain't found shit. You know what I mean? The whole look, I seen something with Mel Gibson say the whole Hollywood paid for children blood. He said every building in Hollywood is paved in children blood. Them motherfuckers ain't like Mel Gibson.
Let me tell you something.
Like Mel Gibson, boy.
Forensics was my
Mel
major.
Gibson was a Roman.
Forensics was my major, and I actually seen some shit where a person actually took a body and put it in one of those wood chippers to get rid of the bones.
So
you know what I'm saying? So far as
we stop it,
bones and stuff,
right?
Like,
If we stop and think about the reptilians, if we stop and think about these other races, because I like to deal with all these different races too, like Marvin we talking about. Man, all these other races that's who them motherfuckers selling their soul to. They ain't selling their soul to no devil. You get what I'm saying? Them other races actually eat children. You know what I mean? That's their food.
Oh yeah,
Right. So
yeah,
now
they
look,
the swamp people,
right,
the reptiles.
right. So now look, them people taking they make the motherfucker come there and eat them children now because
We
they
don't think
already
they know. We just think it's cannibalism and shit.
right. We think it's
Nah,
Jeffrey
no, they
Dahmer.
actually.
they want us to think it's
Let me
satanic shit.
Jeffrey Dahmer and shit.
No, right. They want
let
us
me
to
let
think
me
it's satanic shit, but it's
Well,
just
Jeffrey Dahmer was like Jeepers Creepers.
right.
And
And
that's and you know what else I didn't, and you know what else I didn't like? I
Predator
didn't
is
like the
like
fact that they
taking
was
the
going to
skull and bones
these
of something that
motherfuckers
they
was going to different countries. These motherfucking actors and shit going to different countries to adopt children and shit, like fucking the Angelina Jolie and shit,
Right,
going
right.
over to some country to adopt these children and shit, and then that
Use them
bitch
as
Madonna
housemaid.
going to Maui to adopt this little boy. Now you got this little boy looking like a little girl.
Yeah, all that shit going on. Let me tell you
they
something.
use them. They
When
use them
what
as
they do,
housemaids too, Pat. They use them as housemaids, Pat. They use them as housemaids, servers, just like family. Like, go on and get that for me. Go do this for me. You know what I mean? But you my child. You know what I mean? So you just go and what you
Yeah,
doing
and
is
they
you
go and
going to
then they go take then they go and
you
take
going to
pictures
adopt
for
somebody, that child,
magazines
for
and
you to
shit,
use as
like they
your
taking good
personal
care of them
servant.
and shit. Fuck out of here.
That shit, look, they moving on the high dynamic. You know what I mean? That's what we got to always think about, how much the high dynamic. I would say them motherfuckers 300 times, moving 200 times faster than us, man. for a lot of years. We got to catch up. That nigga said 300 times faster than us. Boy. We thinking we doing like this about that money. Like you tell us about earth thing about that money. Bitch, don't crack for take that money away from niggas. All you niggas get rich as y'all want to. I don't give a fuck what y'all want to do. Don't crack for take that money from
Look
y'all.
what they did to Will. Look what they did to Will Smith's kid, Will and Jada's kids. Look at them kids.
Everyone, Mike, what is this? Mike, Magic Johnson child. You just think,
Oh
you
my
just think about you think
gosh,
about the whole Hollywood. They have to
Dwayne
barter.
Wade.
Right, you have to barter
that's
in
a
that
damn
shit.
shame.
But you have to barter, so that's what you're doing. You bartering your churn for that sex living and shit. Like it's almost like they're trying to make the Morphodite situation back together. Well, if you got a girl, she gonna be a boy. If you got a boy, he gonna be a girl. So they gonna, when you're doing that Morphodite shit all over again. You get what I'm saying? You're doing a super as far as that type of situation. It's really deep now.
It's
Don't
terrible.
slip on that shit.
Yeah, it is because they were talking about how Jay-Z and Beyonce's child, Blue Eyes Ivy, looked like a boy. Didn't look like a girl.
Always
Looked like a
dressing
boy.
up like a little dude.
Let me tell you something. I got videos I can send you of motherfucking Michael. They call him Big Mike. That's Michelle Obama. Got a dick.
Right. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Walking
Big
down the
Mike.
stairs,
Yeah,
you
I
see
know.
the
I know
joint
about Big
swimming.
Mike. Big Mike's
Okay.
real name.
Let me
Is,
tell
by
you.
the
Put
way,
that
Big
shit on
Mike's
your
real
page. The
name is
motherfucker will hate on. That's just like putting
let me
President
tell
Trump
you.
on your page. But nigga, bitches and
Yeah.
Listen,
motherfucker hate
let me
on
tell
your
y'all,
ass like
Big
that
Mike,
shit.
Big Mike's,
They got
real
Sasha
name
and Malia
is Michael. Big Mike's real name is
Robinson.
Michael Levon Robinson.
Robinson.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Those two little girls are two little boys from Africa. Okay? Obamas.
I seen they real mama and
Sasha
dad.
and Malia.
They
And
adopted. They adopted children. They actually
they
literally adopted.
Yeah, those
them.
are not even their children, and those are boys, not even girls.
Two boys.
Yo, that's some hot ass shit, yo.
I got all that shit, bro. I got that shit, bro.
Listen what they do. They mimic the gods and the goddesses.
Right.
If you look at ancient times, they would show you half man, half amazing. He got a crocodile head with a human body. He got a falcon head with a human body.
Right.
He got a cat's head with a human body. So what they do is they go to the Grammys and they bring all these transvestites. So what they do is ridicule God being half man, half amazing, and they make trannies.
Right.
And so every president.
Yo, Juan, remember in the episode with the Flintstones and Fred went and bought the carnival? You remember that shit?
I think
remember
so.
when Fred bought a carnival? There was a time they went. There was a time they went to a circus or a carnival. I think it was a circus, and a carnival, I think,
think
but
so.
he was, and Fred was like, damn, I would like to own something like this. And the owner overheard him and he was like, oh, this is for sale if you want to buy it. And he was like, well, he was like, sold. And then all the circus performers, there was one particular act. They had the tall man, they had the fat lady, they had the strong man, and all that shit. But there was this one particular act that was a half man, half woman. One side was a man, the other side was a woman. Remember that?
I think so. I can't remember that episode.
He bought a circus slash carnival, and he was responsible for all the acts in this carnival. And there was that one act that was a half a man and half a woman. I was like, oh shit, a fucking hermaphrodite.
And let me tell you, this is what them Europeans say. They say the reason they drink blood is because they can communicate with Lucifer when they drink a child's blood. So what they do is they torture the child first. That's why when you used to see them commercials with the little African kids with the big stomach and the flies on their face, they really fucked up in the head. So they said that makes the best blood because it makes them intoxicated when they drink it. They can communicate with Lucifer. That's their ideology of drinking blood. So the popes was the main ones that was orchestrating that, because the popes, remember Rome and Italy, they the ones who raided the school of Alexandria. They went and stole all the books.
They sold the planet to them races. Yeah, the Pope sold the first Pope sold the planet to them races to be omnipotent. To be omnipotent. I seen a whole document on that how he omnipotent being and all that shit. He can't never die. He gonna be to have dominion just because he sold the planet to all these different races. You know what I mean? That don't make a fact.
So and now when you look at it, now look how karma is. Now we living in the book of Revelation right now. In the book of Revelations, it says the ones that will get hit with the pandemic or the epidemic, the worst will be a country with 7 hills. That's Italy. Italy got hit the hardest. They had the most deaths out of anybody. When this shit first hit, they had all the 5G set up, and that's where the popes and all of them, they was fucking with them little kids.
You know how many kids they had missing over there?
Yeah.
That's where our kids going. That's where our kids going. They actually getting shipped to Italy because they be getting in
on
so
those
much
barges.
They don't want me to use that Leviathan deck because I be pulling them all up. When I use that deck, anytime I use that deck, that one specifically was made for finding missing children.
Right.
Every single time I use that deck, there'd be a bunch of crazy shit coming up.
Yeah, let me tell you something. They on their way out the door. It's our fucking turn. Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you where it's gonna start at. Remember I told you this. This is where it's gonna start at. Right now, 2 police officers got murdered in Harlem. Okay?
Yeah, I heard.
So now we got Eric Adams. He's the new mayor, or he's the new mayor of New York City. So he's running the police department because he once was a police officer and he was a lieutenant. He was high ranking. He come from the street and all that. He went through little conscious schools and all that. And what happened is now he's about to clean the streets up. So those 2 police, it had to happen. This shit was written. So now what he gonna do? He gonna start cleaning the streets up, cause now you done killed 2 hours. They taking all the little gang members, they locking they little asses up, and they gonna get big time for getting caught with guns. And they so ignorant and don't want to listen to nobody and trying to get a name for themselves. They all gonna be getting locked up. Once they start cleaning the streets up, it's a wrap. So all this shit is going according to plan.
Not for nothing, Juan. But don't you notice the streets are not as crowded as they used to be over here?
Nah, they not. They not.
I've been telling Q. I was like, I be going on job interviews and stuff, and the trains are not crowded like they used to be. The subway platforms are not crowded like they used to be. The streets down in the city ain't crowded like they used to be. I used to be like, yo, where all the motherfuckers at? What happened?
Shit is changing. It's changing. We moving with the times, man.
And we talking about New York fucking city, and it looks bare. I'm like, where the fuck is everybody?
People bugging out. Motherfuckers is scared. Motherfuckers is on pills. Motherfuckers is mentally ill, depressed. Motherfucker got anxiety. There's a lot of shit going on. That's why you can't be
suicide,
getting
dying
you can't be
all
getting
kind of shit.
Yeah, you can't be getting in no gripes with people. You gotta look at a motherfucker and say, yo, you know what? You right, homie, and keep it moving.
Yeah.
That you already won. Yeah, you won that war right there.
Smart man.
You won. Yeah, you ain't got nothing to prove to nobody but your motherfucking self. My job is to make it home every night. All right. So it's a motherfucker out there that feel like you do, and it ain't gonna be me to do it to you. It's gonna be that other motherfucker that ain't got nothing to live for. So I'm gonna let y'all clash. All right. You say something slick because you gotta remember your response to somebody will make a whole hell of a difference to the outcome. So you don't have to respond to everything. Everything don't deserve a response. You could look at a motherfucker and know he dead wrong. You could look at him and say, oh shit, my bad. I ain't even know, homie, good looking. And keep it moving. You already won. Because what you gonna do? Bust him in his motherfucking head with something? And now everything is on camera. Or somebody gonna tell on you. So you just threw your whole world away over what? Over what? For a loser? Somebody else gonna do it to that person. It ain't gotta be you. You don't got nothing to prove to nobody, man. Your only beef or your only challenge is with who you was yesterday. All right? You gotta level up to who you was yesterday. Get better. And then tomorrow get better than that. So you don't gotta keep going to the same classroom. Your next lifetime, you ain't supposed to repeat none of these fucking lessons. So there's no wasted experience or no wasted lesson if you can learn from the experience. That's all this shit is about.
Yeah,
you learn from it and you grow. You keep growing. You keep growing. You say thank you. You go home and you do what the fuck you gotta do. Be where you supposed to be and be doing what you know you supposed to be doing. That's it. You will never be in trouble. The motherfuckers that get in trouble are people that be trying to
mind your business. Basically, mind your business.
Stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. You gonna crash. There's a lot of traffic on the road, man. Stay in your lane. You stay in your lane. You can't go wrong. You in between the two yellow lines. You can't go wrong. If you stay there, you good. And that's how you move through life the same way. Cause there's a lot of miserable motherfucking people out there. A lot.
Yeah.
Majority of the world is 3/4 of the world that's ignorant, deaf, dumb, and blind. Don't know their origin in this world. Don't know none of this shit. They ain't got a clue about what's going on.
They don't care, and they don't care. The shit is that they don't care to know either.
Because they didn't come here in this lifetime for that. That's not what they came for. They came here to be something for us to see that we shouldn't do. So they playing their part. I don't get mad at nobody. I don't get discouraged at no situation. It's very rare that you see me upset about something. I never let nothing grab me to that velocity or to that magnitude. When I feel that shit pulling and nudging at me, I'll be like, that's the fucking devil. Get out of here. You almost had me, motherfucker. You almost had me. Good one. And I keep it moving.
Yeah.
But the minute you sit there and you entertain that shit, it grows. Your mind can magnify a situation and make it worse than what it is. The more you ponder on something, the more it grows. when you give motherfuckers attention, you give them power. You know how motherfucker come in the room and start talking all loud, and it be you in there with a few other people, and they trying to get your attention. Don't pay them no mind. That shit eat them up. You can look at them through the corner of your eye, but don't even look at them because they looking for somebody to latch on to because they not satisfied with where they at. So they trying to move into a new place in life, and they use you and me and people like us to help them move to another dimension. No, I don't stay around that long. When my energy shifts and I feel like as soon as you walked in the room, I felt different. Oh, nah. Then I step back. If I feel that shit again, I'm leaving because I know it's you. You changed the vibration, the frequency up in here. You came in here on some miserable, complaining, gossip. I don't want to hear about none of that shit. What's up with you? How you doing?
Yeah.
You know, what's going on? How you feeling? How you feeling, man?
Immediately you switch the energy.
That's it. Yeah, you gotta take it back. You gotta switch that shit. I'm changing the channel. I don't want to look at channel 5.
That's God. That's really God. That's really God word right there. You know what I mean? Niggas be
right.
We been missing that the whole time. We had people come with these problems and these issues and this dumb shit, and you switch that shit all the way around to, you know what I mean? What it's supposed to be like when we bump into each other anyway. You giving them.
That's right.
Actually giving them what they need to learn how to do themselves. You know what I mean?
That's right. Yo, because if you, it's like this, brother. If you keep doing what you've been doing, you're gonna keep getting what you've been getting.
Right.
That's insanity. You doing the same shit over and over, looking for different results. That's like I put my hand on a hot ass stove and it burnt me. Then tomorrow I come and put my hand on a hot ass stove and it burnt me. Like, when you gonna get the lesson? The stove is hot. A little kid gonna tell you. A little kid can help you with that.
Right.
Hot? Yeah, hot. You remember what happened last time you touched that shit? Yeah, it's hot. Little kid know that.
Right.
So the lesson is you learn from it and you keep moving. You go to the next classroom and then you find out what's in there. And then you graduate and then you move to the next classroom and then you get promoted and then you keep moving. This shit don't stop. Life is a process. We don't arrive nowhere. Everything in the universe is in constant motion. The minute you stop moving, your ass is out of here. It's a wrap. So we deal with frequency, we deal with vibration, we rub against each other. And the higher your vibration, the better shit that you're gonna attract. But if you woke up on some, I call you, yo, what up, Miss Pat? Oh, ain't shit. What you mean ain't shit? I'm just tired of all this. Oh, here we go with that low frequency shit. You're not gonna reel me in. You're not gonna reel me in because that energy is contagious. And when I wake up, I create my vibe. I turn on the music I like. I light me up some weed and I get my day started. And when I step out the door, I'm already in a high vibration. So if I feel a frequency that come along and start to change that, I'm getting the fuck away from you. No disrespect, but in a nice way. I gotta go. Because I'm just passing through while you going through your shit. I know it ain't nothing personal, but you got some shit you need to address, and I can't help you with that right now. So I'm gonna leave you to figure that shit out, because I know you will. You was chosen. That's why you here.
Right.
Everybody didn't make this mission. We was called down here to do this work. We came here to do work. We light workers. We good at what the fuck we do, but you gotta find out what it is you do. I don't know what you do. You the best knower of that. So it says, student, know thyself, and then to thy own self be true. That shit is so powerful because don't nobody know you but you. Nobody know you and nobody can be you. That's right. First, you got to know thyself. You know what you like and what you don't like. You know that shit don't feel good. You know when you when soon as the motherfucker mention the vaccine, you get the creeps like, oh hell no. And then the motherfucker stick his arm out there and let him shoot him anyway. You know, it's so much shit in there. And you don't even know what's in there. I'm the type, I grew up reading shit. I went in stores and I read shit. They taught us to look for certain words and certain ingredients that ain't right for our physical composition, because we are what we eat. All right, food is information. So we can't afford to eat for motherfucking taste and for pleasure. We gotta eat for medicine. It said, let your food be your medicine, let your medicine be your food. You see, so the fruit, let the fruit be for your meat, and let the herbs be for your medicine, and you won't get sick. Soon as we get ailments, we run right to the supermarket and get the garlic and all that honey and all that shit. As soon as we get better, we go back eating that acid ass food that got us sick. We alkaline people. We not built on acid. Acid causes cancer. Alkaline is what caused the frequency and the vibration. That's the electrical force field that's in us. That's the water. We living in the Aquarian age. That's the water bearer.
Hey, man, what kind of nigga?
That's
What kind of nigga really was Dr. Sober, man? That nigga was really the God came back in.
Who?
Dr. Sober was really the God came back.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah.
That nigga, I seen that nigga had an interview.
Who?
Dr. Sebi. He say, man, he told
Oh,
the dude.
Sebi? Oh, yeah.
He
Oh,
say,
he
man,
wasn't nothing to fuck with.
Yes.
Man, he say, man,
No,
look,
Sebi.
he said he went.
Sebi.
Man,
Sebi went to Supreme Court. So Sebi went to the Supreme Court with his shit and asked the judge herself, the Supreme Judge, and asked her, does not mucus cause ailments? He asked her, does mucus not cause ailments? She said, yeah, it does.
Dr. Sebi say he went to Bill Cosby, he went to Oprah Winfrey, he went to Magic Johnson, he went to Michael Jordan, he went to all the number one niggas. And
Michael Jackson, all of them.
He said, but he see they wasn't in the proper context of the place to help him. And that what he was saying was they don't took the motherfucking oaths, bitch, and they can't go against them oath, bitch.
That's right. That's pretty much. That's what happened.
I can't stand me some Oprah. I can't stand her.
Let me tell you something. Oprah had them little girls too. She went over there and bought that school in Africa, and about a year later, the little girls was coming up raped and missing, and she was rolling with Hillary Clinton. They had barges. They used to tie the kids and put them in the barges.
That white fat boy was her spiritual teacher. He was the one. Austin.
Yeah, Epstein and what was the other one? Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein, that's who that was. Harvey Weinstein.
That was her people. Yeah, I got pictures with them rings on.
That was her personal.
Yeah.
Them circle V's on. Them V's with the little circle in the inside of them.
Yeah, with the black stone in it.
Right.
Yeah, that's the onyx Masonic shit.
And what else that came out with that shit? They kept talking about Pizzagate and all that other shit.
Yeah.
Ice cream, niggas. Nigga baby.
Ice cream, hot pizza, ice cream, hot dogs.
Boys.
Yeah, the hot dogs was the little boys, the pizzas, the little girls.
Yeah, all that shit. Everything on that menu was all codes. Everything on that menu was coded.
And that shit was going on. That was going on with Obama when he was in office. He was like, "Yo, order 60,000 pizzas, and don't nobody eat that many."
Man, them niggas sick, man. That's what we dealing with. So now people don't really want to face that, Michelle. That's what I'm saying. All these black women, black power, black women rock. Michelle Obama, first woman And to find out that bitch really a man, that shit gonna devastate them bitches.
Oh man, people
They
gonna be
gonna see
sick
how
behind
years
it.
that shit is. They gonna see how sick.
Beyonce, all
I
of
mean,
them,
it's
all the motherfuckers is
all
men.
of them.
Megan
They
Thee
all
Stallion.
men. That
Yeah, I heard she a man
Cardi
too.
B, all those motherfuckers. Yeah.
Yeah,
And no woman is gonna call
Megan Thee
herself a
Stallion.
stallion.
Right.
That's a
And
man. Nobody's
what's the other one?
gonna call themselves a damn male horse.
Whoopi Goldberg, Britney Spears,
And
all them motherfuckers is men. Holly Berry. What's the other chick? That's why Holly Berry never had no kids. All of a sudden she 50 something. She have her first kid. Come on, stop playing. Come on. It's a lot of them, man, them celebrities, man. It's a
Cher.
lot of them.
Forget
Yeah.
Cher.
And the son. The son.
The son a part of the cult now when she sworn him in.
Yeah, Marilyn Manson.
Nigga, when I hear about the story how they became Tupac and put him in place, for that motherfucker write this shit at first and flip the whole shit and come out with that thug shit and fucking keep the people that turn fucked up. Boy, that shit, that's something else, boy. He hired that nigga from his mama. That's how on the movie, if you notice, that's why she had to send him back to LA from his school of arts back to LA. And that's how he got to start being a rapper. She was on that shit and she was, you know what I mean, going in. But that's the only way she had them got, you know what I mean, influence and came up with them cracking and putting that whole on her bitch. Okay, we just put this, we working everybody. Everybody get work in this shit. You heard me? Y'all want to be a part of this shit? We know who you fuck with. We know Geronimo Pratt. We know y'all. We know what y'all like. That's why he gonna start off with that righteous shit. Then we gonna flip this shit on him. Flip this shit around for the kid. We got big plans, bitch. Like Big Small say, bitch, you got big plans. It's fucked it up.
what's that shit they talking about? What's that shit they talking about? LL Cool J is now he's the illegitimate son of Tito Jackson. What the fuck is that shit?
Man, LL, another one on the low. Him, Puff Daddy, all of them. Jamie Foxx, they all fucking each other. All of them. Yeah, all of them.
That P Diddy is a nasty motherfucker.
Yeah, he is. He a dirty motherfucker, and he killed his baby mama too.
You talking about P Diddy and doing that to Kim Fields?
Right.
Yeah, he killed Kim
Porter.
Kim Porter. Because she was coming out with a tell-all book. And inside the book, she was saying how she loved him and he was a great father to the kids, but he was bisexual and she wasn't with it. And him and Jay-Z, she was getting ready to reveal some shit about him and Jay-Z fucking each other. And all it was going in her book. And 3 months before her book came out, she dead.
They say 50 Cent the same way. The artist Myra say her and 50 Cent and Game were supposed to be having a damn little, like having a little threesome. Them niggas was into each other.
Maya. Yeah, and then she said Maya said he lied.
That's why her career ain't nowhere no more. But she said that.
Yep. Let me tell you something. A lot of them, man, between Jay-Z and P. Diddy, they destroyed a lot of young artists.
That's why they get the money.
Everybody that came through, they destroyed them. The only one 50 Cent saved was Rihanna, and she got away. And the only one P. Diddy saved was Faith, because she had her own production and all that. So she knew about music way before he did. But he killed 112, he killed Total, he killed Black Rob, he killed Shine, he killed a lot of motherfuckers' career. Biggie Small.
Wait, back up.
Total was part of P. Diddy's group.
And not for nothing, y'all. When Stacey Lattisaw came booming on the scene, when she came out with her song, when Stacey Lattisaw came out with her song "Let Me Be Your Angel," and then when she finally did her, and then when MTV first came out and she did her first video, fucking Diddy is in her fucking first video, and she wasn't a great dancer and stuff like that, and that was the time when she started feeling some kind of way, and she was like, and she was feeling some kind of way, and she was like, I'm not gonna sell my soul to this industry, and he kicked her out too.
And he said because her ass was flat.
Yep.
He got
and
this
then,
motherfuckers up
and
here.
then Jay-Z.
Listen,
Jay-Z
that first girl that Jay-Z had. That first girl Jay-Z had.
A mill.
Yeah.
Foxy Brown.
On his ass too.
Oh, Mill, yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
with her big forehead.
Foxy Brown. Foxy Brown
he
was a
tossed
little
around
kid
Foxy
when he was
Brown.
fucking her. She was 15 years old. He's a pedophile.
A Mill was?
That's why R. Kelly. That's why R. Kelly was
Foxy Brown.
That shit. That's why R. Kelly was getting away with that shit. Everybody was doing that shit, man. Everybody
That's why
was doing
R.
that
Kelly,
shit.
he telling on everybody right now.
Everybody was doing that shit. What? That's why
R. Kelly telling on everybody, man.
They couldn't afford to lock him up. They got to kill him with chlorine.
Listen, anytime you in Hollywood or in the music industry, that goes because they gotta have something over your head. Because they get ready to give you millions and millions of dollars. You possibly become a billionaire. So they know when you get money, you got power. So they gotta put you under oath and under a ritual that if you ever reveal a secret, we gonna murder you and your family. Let me tell you something.
Look what they did to Jennifer Hudson's family.
Right. I watched this documentary about Dave Chappelle. He got a cousin that he grew up with, and him and the cousin hung out ever since they was kids. They talk every day, even when Dave got motherfucking monumental and he got rich. Him and his cousin talk.
I heard that interview. I heard that video his cousin put out. I heard that
so
shit his cousin put out.
His cousin said they murdered Dave in 2017 when he came out with them 3 Netflix back-to-back on stage. They said that wasn't Dave. They said they didn't see Dave in mad years. So what happened was Dave had went to some he was supposed to meet with them people from Hollywood. Cause remember when he got off of the Dave Chappelle show, is because they wanted to write his music, to write his lyrics for him. He wasn't with it. They offered him $50 million. He turned it down. He went on Oprah Winfrey show. And she was like, why you acting all paranoid? You running to Africa and all that. He was like, yo, I'm scared for my life. These motherfuckers, they threaten me. I'm getting all kind of calls. He thinking Oprah got his back at the time. So what happened was,
what I said about talk show hosts?
Yeah. So what happened was they moved. They went to this meeting, and when he came back, he told his cousin. He said, "Yo, I thought I was gonna meet up with like 2 people or something. We're gonna sit down in the office and talk." He said when he went inside this room, it was a big oval table with mad motherfuckers sitting at the table, high dignitary motherfuckers.
And they had him in a circle.
Right, they had him in a circle, and they threatened his life. So what happened was they wound up murdering Dave Chappelle, his wife, and his son. So when they came out, if you look at Dave Chappelle, his cousin said Dave Chappelle was always slim and skinny.
Yeah, it was, and now
niggas
y'all
with muscles. Now they got the nigga all big. Yeah, he said his cousin.
Nope, that ain't Dave Chappelle.
Hated muscle. Yeah, so that's a clone. They murdered Dave because Dave, all his skits was about the white man, and they hated that shit. He was exposing them.
He was being a modern day Richard Pryor. That's what he was.
That's what he was doing, and that's why they murdered
modern day Richard Pryor.
They murdered Paul Mooney too.
Oh, they murdered Mooney too?
Yeah, they murdered Paul Mooney.
What Mooney?
Yeah.
Laughing though.
Mooney was worse than Dave Chappelle.
Yeah,
I was at a show. I was at Caroline's. I went to Caroline's on my
Yeah, but
birthday.
Mooney was gay though too.
Yeah, so was Richard Pryor.
Yeah.
So was Richard Pryor.
I don't know nothing about all
Oh.
that, but I know his ass, Richard Mooney. I mean, I know Mooney.
Well, Richard said the first time he fucked the dude, Paul.
Oh yeah. Richard was pissed off. No, Richard's son was gay. And he said he was going and traveling and shit, and he was leaving him with Mooney, and Mooney's ass touched him.
Right, exactly. And
Right.
Paul Mooney was
Right.
writing Richard
That's why he
Pryor.
That's why he burnt this up.
Gonna put a hit out on Mooney and shit, and then he found out.
Yeah.
Right.
And he was putting and Paul Mooney was writing some of Richard Pryor's shit.
Yeah, he the executive producer set from the son too.
That boy never said nothing.
Right, he wrote a lot of people.
That wrong.
Mooney was a
Listen, I seen that nigga live.
Right.
I seen Paul Mooney. I seen Paul Mooney live at Caroline's on my birthday. And I was sitting damn near in the front row, and you ain't supposed to sit there because the comedians will tear your ass up. But it was my birthday, and I was sitting there with my girl and shit. And Paul Mooney tore this whole table up. It was 8 white people, and he looked dead at them. He went right. Hold on 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I hear you.
Hold on, I gotta trying to put my earphones back in. Give me 1 second. Hello?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Damn, this shit ain't connected. Yeah, well, anyway, yeah, so Paul Mooney stood right in front of that table, and he looked at them white people, and then he looked at the crowd, and he said, now, I don't know why they're going to sit right here in front of the committee. You know I'm going to roast y'all ass. You got 8 white people sitting right here, and you know you out of pocket. And he started lighting them up. They all left. When he finished with them, they all up out of there. They was mad as hell. They looked like they was from another, like maybe Germany or something, Australia. They looked like they was out on vacation. They came and sat right there. My point is, he used to tear white people up. He used to go at their head.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna tell you one who you know who go at their head hard now, and they got blackballed. Eddie Griffin and D.L. Hughley.
Oh yeah,
they go hard.
Eddie Griffin for sure. He done got.
Griffin goes in hard.
Oh, he go
I met
hard
Griffin
on
one
them.
time. I met Griffin at a club one time through a friend of mine. She used to work in the MTV. She used to work in the MTV building on 44th and Broadway. I think the number of the building is 1515. And we was in this club one night. That was next to it was 2 clubs. There was a really big club called Nell's. This was back in the early 90s. A big ass club called Nell's. And then right next to Nell's, as a matter of fact, I was in Nell's one night, and Mike Tyson was in there with a friend. And the way Nell's is set up, when you come in, it looks like when you first walk in, it looks like a big grand. It looks like a huge grand living room with chandeliers, and they had a live band on the top floor. And then once you go inside the club, there's a curtain. There's a curtain that you go into another section of the club where it's like loungy, but you could still hear the band music from the front. And Mike Tyson was in that little lounge area, standing in front of the curtain with a friend. And I was with some girl who I ain't friends with her no more. And he walked by, him and his friend walked by us. His friend rubbed up against me, and I was like, yo. I turned around, and I didn't even know it was Mike. And Mike was like, I didn't do that, he did. And I was like, and my friend was like, yo, that's Mike Tyson. I was like, I don't give a fuck.
Damn.
I was like, I don't give a fuck if that's fucking Mike Tyson. I don't give a fuck. Don't be rubbing up on me. Like, what the fuck? I'm trying to enjoy myself. But then it wasn't the same night, but on another night, I didn't go into Nell's. I went into a little smaller club next door called Two Eyes. So I was in there with my friend that worked for the MTV, in the MTV building, and that's how I met Griffin. Yeah, that motherfucker funny as hell when I tell y'all. Eddie Griffin is funny as hell. He don't hold nothing back.
He is, but my favorite is Mike Epps now. But Mike Epps monster. That's how you know they blackballing the fuck out of him, boy. He should be in more movies, boy.
Oh, Mike Epps? Oh, the one from Friday?
Man, Mike Epps should be in more movies than a motherfucker, boy.
Man, look what they did. Look what they did to Chris Tucker. Y'all see what they did to Chris Tucker in The Fifth Element? Look what they did to Chris Tucker.
Oh, yeah. You know that's a part of, Dave Chappelle been put us up on that. You got to wear that dress, bitch. You got to dress up like a bitch. You know what I mean? At least he still was a motherfucker.
Chris Tucker was. They had that nigga dressed in roses because in Hollywood, their favorite flower is a red rose. So they use a lot of symbolism with red roses.
That's what the rise
and the red
roses meaning
and
the grave, and that's really just talking about us when you put the rose in the middle of the cross. The rose is at the crossroads. The rose is when you rise from that crossroad point. That's what the cross is. Anyway, that's just a occult shit. You know what I mean? Deep as occult shit. Shit got nothing to do with Jesus and all that shit. This shit like they got the rose in the middle where the cross meet at the middle. You know what I mean?
Well, they had Chris Tucker dressed from head to toe in roses. That nigga was wearing all roses in Fifth Element.
Yeah, I like that Fifth Element because I think that's what Scott was talking about earlier. I've been posting about them elements. I guess people ain't really understand what I was talking about that shit, but I don't got nothing but time. So with me having so much time on my hands, I really can't get into what I can see another motherfucker gonna miss because they don't got the time. You get what I'm saying, Miss Pat?
Yeah.
We just don't got the time. But me, I could go from one dynamic to another. You know what I mean? And then I'm gonna find out now I know what Mama really talking about. He really, that's all that shit, that layering shit. That's what that shit is Mama be on. Trying to save every soul, man. You know what I mean? That's the same shit my mother was talking about when I sit down and say free every soul. You know what I mean? All cap, just bitches captured when they leave him. You know what I mean? That motherfuckers ain't just free. You get what I'm saying?
I be so sad. I be so sad when I think of all the people they sacrificed. They sacrificed Bernie Mac. They sacrificed Michael Clark Duncan, that big ass nigga Michael Clark Duncan. They sacrificed fucking.
Wait, Quita, is Quita here?
Yeah,
Quita
here. I'm here.
Man, what about all them listed doctors they been sacrificing? What? It's about fucking damn near about 100 or 200 of them motherfuckers. You heard me?
They was on an airplane.
Healthy ass motherfucker, holistic.
Well, they started knocking them off right after Dr. Sebi. As soon as they knocked Dr. Sebi off, they started knocking a bunch of holistic.
Everybody got to go. Everybody trying to open up your motherfucking spinal cord, bitch, in your motherfucking heart. Get your ass out.
Yeah, they say, yo, I'll be damned if you help these motherfuckers become triumphant. But that's how the devil play. You know, we on the battlefield, bro. We at war every day. So you gotta, when you walk out your crib, you gotta act like you got your weapon, which is your mind. You ain't gotta have no pistol. And you gotta move strategically, like you on the battlefield, because we at war. And the war is really with ourselves. It's about getting right with self, but the way you view the world is really a vision of what you got inside your head. So the more intense it is to you, that's the more work you really have to do on self. And then once you conquer the war within, you will really see that there is no war out there. That's just a smoke screen. That's a matrix. That's to distract you from going inside yourself.
Everything is. That's being posted in the group. Everything is a distraction for your attention.
Yeah, distraction.
Every single thing, even your fucking mama, nigga, your children, nigga,
all that. Yeah, that's right. You gotta give your divine attention to what you know you gotta do for you. To thy own self, be true. Don't nobody know what that job is that you gotta do but you. You know it. So it ain't.
That's a trick question when you talk about, oh yeah, what God purpose for you? You gonna know what God purpose is? That's a trick question, nigga.
Pretty much.
If a nigga trying to answer that question, man, all this bullshit we finding out, man, I find out, nigga.
Hey, but you know how I answer that?
How?
And I ain't got all the answers, but I answer that like this. I came here to raise the frequency and the vibration of this fucking planet. I'm good at what I do. So that's what God chose me to do. Right. All of us. Right. You good at what you do. It's just a matter of finding out what you want to lay down, because we a master of all this shit. Right. We the masters of the universe. So it's however you want to lay it down. You want to be a bricklayer, you want to be a singer, you want to be a rapper, you want to be a sports car driver, you want to be a ball player. What do you do? What do you enjoy doing?
Hey, Warren, you was in rare form earlier. I say her man's on fire, man. You heard?
Who?
Remember, when you was in rare form earlier, I take everything. You ain't see me. I say her man's on fire, man. You heard me?
Oh yeah. I was feeling it.
Stop me fucking with you about that her man's. That's the one thing you call out. When we were doing libations that one time, you called out her man's about 3 times. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. That's where it started for me, man.
And look, now I know why. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. That's where it all started.
That's how I went. And I learned up through, you know what I'm saying, the 7 Hermetic.
Right, the Kabbalion, and then he brought me in with the 43 Hermetic books, and I started the Divine Pymander. I'm like, hold on, I started going through some shit, and then everything.
That should take you through some shit, don't it?
Oh man, it just opened up like your whole world. It's a whole nother world. Like, oh shit. Like, oh shit, that's what's happening over here, yo.
My first listen was just like, dang. For those who have the ears to hear, let them hear. I was like,
let them hear. That's right. When the student is ready, the master will appear.
Yep.
That's right. You know, that shit is deep. As above, so below. All those hermetic principles is real. Like that's what the gods and the goddesses live by. That's how they was getting their offerings and their blessings, because they followed